World Cup of 18. It is the day they will give the final day of the World Cup. The Antichrist will be ordained and introduced to the whole world in the day of the World Cup. Assigned day Antichrist nìyẹn. Because everybody will focus television, stadium, internet to watch World Cup and Antichrist. So everybody will not say, I don't know. No. Because that World Cup will be what all the whole country of the whole universe will be watching. If you don't watch, somebody in your village will watch. If you don't watch, somebody in your street will watch. Somebody must watch that will announce to everybody that is not watching. It must be a World Cup day.
2022 at the World Cup. Where are the Super Eagles?
Where are the Super Eagles? Where are the Super Eagles? Where? Background.
Sending love to you guys. My father grew up in Ibadan. I would love to visit Nigeria one day. God bless.
Thank you.
Boy, man, what it? Tuesday, but you know, maybe. Man, too. I want you. Did you, mommy? Did I want you, man, too. Mr. Mansu, your quality day, but so. Renam. Hey, on the amount of me.
It's not for me to allow them to do well. We are prayer. If they shouldn't do well, so we can take over.
Hello, good morning. It's Saturday, December 3rd, 2022. Welcome to another episode of Have Your Say 247. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. I know today the Netherlands, as we speak up, they're playing the United States. So most of you are watching the game. We are going to be here and we are going to welcome those who join us as we have conversations, important conversations about Nigeria and Africa. Stand by.
Fellow Nigerians, what a great show it was yesterday in Lagos State at the rally. Thousands upon thousands of people converged at the stadium and supported our candidate, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Ekwomo Ashabi, a great warrior and a great fighter and a great believer in democracy and a great fighter for democracy. And isn't it interesting? All those people, all those skeptics, all those things they said in the past. First they said Muslim ticket wouldn't fly anywhere. Now the voices against that are dying away, desperate and dying.
All right. We are going to get to all these videos, all these people who are making our Ovia not to sleep anymore. Ovia is permanently online. Listen, in my hometown, it says that you can, the market, people in the market can cook for you. But you cannot cook for the whole. I'm mixing it up. You cannot cook for the whole market. That is the news, and the stories are so much that eventually you are the one that will say, "Okay, I'm done." Welcome to the show. Welcome. Okay.
Thank you, Wama. You are spot on.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. How are you doing?
Well, pretty good. So far, so good.
I discovered that you are online. You are live 24 hours of the day. Do you get to sleep?
I mean, one man sleep. Yeah, poor man not sleep. One man.
But
Dr. David. Yeah.
Is this really about money for you? Is it about money?
No. I'm not making the money now. If it's about the money,
I just wanted to know if you are, so that you tell me how you are making it. But
okay.
Now I know it's not about money, so that's why I'm saying. But I'm also saying that the idea is how do we the politicians are doing what they are there to do. They are moving around, they are doing things, and we are reacting to that, and you reacting to that. I hope you give yourself time and pause sometimes, because they will continue to do things. There are sometimes you will hear some story, you want to go live, and you want to talk about it, but tomorrow they will do another thing. The next hour, somebody else will do something else. You know.
Yeah, that's so true. It's a lot happening at the same time. But I think for me, it's important I keep up as much as I can so that whichever government finally emerge, it will be easier to follow their move, their policy, what they are doing, and what and all that. So that's pretty much what it is for me. So it's I know I can't get everything that is coming out every day, but I want to try as much as I can to absorb as many as I could among them. Yes, you're right. I'm always online. That's pretty much what I do every day. It's my
Yeah,
job. It's my hobby. It's whatever you want to call it.
I could
At
see.
this point,
I could see. And also, apart from those who are on YouTube and other platforms, if you go to Clubhouse, you find a lot of Nigerian groups permanently online. I mean, having conversations, sleeping while they are talking. Um, my question is this: is this going to continue after the election? Is it something that people are doing just because there is attention, there is election coming up? Because, like you always say, after the election is when the real work continues. Whoever wins, it doesn't matter who wins at the end, but that's when the real work will start. But that's when most of our people just pack up and go back to sleep until another 4 years.
yes, and I think that as you already said, this is after the election that the work actually starts. For me, the goal for me is to actually educates people enough to know how this system works. Because I think that's just the difference between us and them. Just like if you look at the papers today now, how the federal government is accusing the governor, this did not do your part, you not do your part. But in the real sense, it's about us. What is our own? Are we even angry about what is happening? We are supposed to be one holding these people responsible. We should not even wait for Buhari to tell us that this is how much is given to this state before we react. But it's even sad that we are not even reacting. We are carried away with the matters of what is going on. But the truth is that for us to actually enjoy these dividends of this democracy that we are practicing, we should be able to hold the lowest of the lowest elected officers representatives accountable from the local government. So, but how many people understand that? Everybody is shouting Buhari, Buhari. So the goal for me at the end of the day is that how do I bridge this gap? How do I actually educate an average Nigerian there that come, forget the president first. There's somebody who's responsible why your street is not in order, why your market is not working, why in fact your immediate environment. There's the person who is responsible for that before the president. I think that's my own goal in all this. So if I'm going to earn a living out of it, oh, that would be nice.
Right. Let me just tell the people joining us, if you want to join us, turn on your camera, find a position where we will see you. We really want our people to be seen. We don't want some of the things we do on this show is very critical, and we want people to be who they are. Then we
I
don't.
guess that was directed at me.
No, not just you. There are a lot of people I can't see. I can't see.
I thought.
Hold on, one man. I can't
Let me
see
just say
Paul.
this. Let me
I
just
can't,
say this.
one man, I can't see Paul. I can't see Sonny. I can't see. It's only Ovia that I can see. I just let you in, so I'll be.
Can I just say this?
One man 100 times he has responded. One man, good
Um,
morning.
hello,
I
yeah.
see. You,
Just give me one micro moment to say this.
oh,
What you're looking.
hold on, one man. Are you saying it
God.
before you turn on your camera? Why are you not turning your camera on?
No, I want to address what you're seeing on your
Well,
screen.
turn on your camera. You can say anything you want, but turn on
My
your camera.
goodness me, is this control
It's
freakery?
have your
Are
say,
you
but you have to
Aisha
turn on your
Buhari?
camera.
Are you
Say,
Aisha
are you
Buhari?
Buhari?
What's going on
Are
here?
you
Aisha Buhari.
good? Because if you don't look at my thinking, okay? Look at my thinking. My name
Yeah.
is Rudolph Okonkwo. Anywhere you go, unlike Bola Tinubu from the beginning when I was born
Look
till
at
now,
this
I'm
guy.
Rudolph Okonkwo. And my face, hold on, one man. My face is this is my face. It hasn't changed, So if you want to
But should it though? Should
hold
it
on now,
change?
I'll give you a chance, one
Yeah.
man. Hold on. If you want to come on the show and say
Look
what you
at
want
this
to
guy.
say, I want you at least to come on. I don't care if your name is not your real name, but at least your face, we see your face, so we know that you have the credibility to say what you are saying. It should be easy. All right. So welcome, one man. Welcome to the show.
Yes, I don't think my face is unknown.
I don't know.
Hold
I mean, there are
on.
people who
You
may
never
not
let
know.
people talk, man. You have to let people talk now.
Yeah.
I don't. Oh God. Okay, you go on.
I'll
Right?
let you talk. Yeah. Let me clear some people first. Paul, can you find a place where we can see you? I can see you, Paul. I don't know whether you are for real. I mean, I want to make sure it's my Paul. You know, that's the Paul way. Okay, that's good. Okay, all right, good. So let's begin. We have a lot of topics to touch on, but I like to let people, air what is the first thing that crossed your mind. I mean, the last 1 week, what is the story you are watching? What new thing that you following? Okay, one man, you are up. 2 minutes. What's happening?
You are muted, one man.
One man, you are muted.
No. I was just going to say what you saw on the screen first is something called a non-fungible token. I'm sure it's outside of your understanding, but Rufus, but it's a non-fungible token that I own. So that's where the future is. And
hold on, one man. Are you selling it? Are you trying to promote your token?
No. I own it. That's.
Yeah, I know. Is that why you decided to put it up instead of your face?
No, I thought it was an eminently more pleasant thing to look at than my ugly mug.
No. One man on this show will let people. If you want to advertise your, token.
No, it's okay. It's not advertising.
You can put it on. I don't care.
No, that's not advertising at all. That's one of my assets.
Okay.
It's only really for your space to have an understanding that there's a digital space where you can also invest outside of the traditional land and stock, which is NFTs and of course cryptocurrency. So that's the new space of the future. And hold
on, is it a new thing?
Are you all right? Are you all right? Are you asking? You don't know what an NFT is?
I'm still
one man. I'm still selling fish. I'm still basically.
I am not a trader, Abi. I am not a trader.
Dr. Rudolph is still in.
I'm still selling fish.
Agricultural revolution. Why one man is in the fourth revolution?
My goodness,
I didn't know we've gone to that level.
It's trolling. Anyway, let me go to your question because you've only given me a 2-minute slot. So there's only really one story going on in Nigeria. The next story to come, by the way, is going to be Tinubu's appearance at Chatham House. I've tried to see if I could attend for the benefit of my platform. Apologies for the advertising, but of course my platform.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, one man went to know. We do similar to yours, but a more balanced view. So and a more
a more sophisticated view, more sophisticated view.
Yes, more cranial functioning. With a more elegant. But no, that's in jest. But so the
more Patrick Obayagbo. More Patrick Obayagbo.
No, more Wole Soyinka.
Okay.
But no, the next story to come will be Tinubu's appearance at Chatham House. But the story that is current of the moment is, of course, Aisha Buhari chaining some young boy to her bedpost, having him stripped and flogged.
One man, were you there? Were you sure it was at the bedpost that
I don't know, man. The way that woman goes to Dubai, a lot of people have speculations as to what she's going to do there, but we won't go there because it's not an X-rated show. But having this boy stripped and flogged and or whatnot for stating the obvious that she looks like a sumo wrestler. So I think really there's no story outside of that. Concurrently, the only other thing, of course, Dogara doing as expected, and the Arewa group packing their support with their own clansmen. Obviously, patently, imminently predictable. But how does that impact on the politics to come? So all of this we discussed on the One Man Went to More platform yesterday. But so those are the core stories that are agitating the space as far as I'm concerned.
All right, thank you.
What I like about these two men, Dr. Rudolph and one man, is that they represent the elite. So come to all politics. That's where we talk to the ordinary Nigerians, the ordinary Nigerians. So you will understand me better than this elitist platform. So come and listen to the voice of the common man and talk to all politics.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Arizona.
Yeah, doctor, let me just stay by your side a little bit when one man talk about the cryptocurrency and everything. For me, I call the cryptocurrency for young men is the Medicare of young men. You understand? Yeah, it's the Medicare of young men. They take it like pride, but we don't see profit. We don't see wealth that come out of it. But they just take it like pride, like, oh, I have crypto, I have Dutch currency, I have this. But before you know, they get heartbroken, like Medicare. After some time, you just wipe off from their face. Then we'll see the real thing.
Like
So
the guy
the
that lost
Aisha,
32 billion.
of course.
So, Paul,
So
what are you watching? What story are you watching?
no, when one man talk about the cryptocurrency and the like, that's why I just say.
Mm-hmm.
So I going to the Aisha Buhari thing and the young man. This is the height of stupidity. Even Patience Jonathan, that was very, 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 very powerful, very, very strong, like Wike and everything, couldn't do that Aisha Buhari do. She misrepresents herself on this issue completely. This is the height of stupidity. But another thing is that we don't even know whether that's the real her. You understand? But unfortunately, this one just came out.
Wait, Paul, what are you saying? Are you saying there's somebody else, that somebody else is playing Aisha?
No. I mean, that is Aisha. You understand? But I think that's why I say maybe she misrepresent herself in the sense that that may just be the real person, but we don't really know her for a very long time because she choose her word carefully. So it makes very many of us really like her very much, the way she attack some of the people in her husband's kitchen cabinet when she's in the other room, you know, and the likes. But what she did with that young man, God, she don't need to go that far. This is an educated woman who have master degree.
Where?
You understand?
Wait.
Aisha,
don't say things like that. Where did she get her master's degree? From what?
Oh, yeah, she has master degree, not just
what?
BSc. Yeah.
One man.
She's a makeup. I think she's into makeup. She's a makeup.
She's a beautician. She has a diploma in beauty therapy. So where are you getting that from?
Paul,
no, doctor. I watch her interview when she said that. So I will dig
when it comes to makeup.
Before we round up. No, before we round up, she has master degree.
Okay.
Not just bachelor. When I leave, I will dig and see that. And she's so smart. The use of her words and everything. She used her word very, very careful. You know, I like the lady, the way she talks, the way she do things. But this one that she did, like I said, may just be a real person that we don't know. Maybe she's just giving us the Medicaid thing. You understand? Maybe she's playing script all along. But what she did with that young man, no, it blew me away. It shocked me as a country, you know, because this type of nonsense thing, they go far. At this 24th century, God.
Well, we get to that when we go into details. We just want to go through and welcome everybody.
Really, I just joining the group. What do you call it?
Hear what they are talking about. So, Jonaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy, for having me, and thank you, the panelists.
All right. So for a beginning, as an opening, we want to know what story are you watching? What's going on around your world or of interest?
I'm watching you.
What do you mean nothing new? Compose is in DC as we speak. Is that not new? I'm imagining in Washington DC. That's a big deal.
I'm watching you. I'm in my local area. Pass on to DNA or HO. I will come back to me later. Let me keep watching you and Aisha for now.
All right. Let me say this. At 12, we are going to host HO will be our guest at 12 noon for 1 hour. So prepare your questions. She wants to introduce us to her charity and some of the things she's doing.
That was HO when you said that?
Yeah, that was HO on the flyer. And then at 1
on a private level, give HO my number and we talk. He asked me to drop it, but I'm afraid of Ovia and Paul.
Okay, and then at 1 p.m. Adeni will join us.
But Adeni is already here. Then tell him to.
I know. They will be the guests. They will be the guests at that point. Adeni will talk about the constitution. You've been hearing about the constitution he drafted for Nigeria. So Colonel Adeni retired. We talked to us about the constitution. So I want all of you to join us and prepare for questions for them.
What is your 1 o'clock in Texas?
I don't know. You should know. I thought. I think you're on the same time with us. I think.
No. I'm not.
You're not.
You're 1 hour. Is 1 hour behind.
1 hour behind then. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Lana, I can go to my what I watch. And I'm just trying to make sure So the two people, Adeni and HO,
HO at 12, Adeni at 1.
I'll go to Ifi, then I'm here.
Okay. All right. Adeni, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
All right.
I appreciate. Thank you very much.
Okay, very good. So we will hear from you in details at 1. HO, welcome to the show.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So HO is getting ready to shock us at 12. Ifi, welcome to the show.
Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, Ifi, how are you doing?
Fine, thank you.
Okay. All right. So if we want to know what story are you following? What's going on where you are?
Actually, I am following Aisha's story. That is so disgusting to even hear. I don't even know where we're heading to in this country, to be honest with you. I was just shaking my head following the story on a daily basis. And I'm glad that the guy has been released. Unfortunately, that is the country we live in. The wife of a president. So it's just like if you have money, anybody can do what they want to do, And that is why I'm going to leave you very soon, but let me say this. I know a lot of people will disagree with me, but that's okay. But that is why Lexi, I don't think you've seen Lexi recently on the show. I agree with what Lexi has been saying. Whether we like it or not, we have a lot of things that divided us and united us, okay? I always believe in the fact that we need to do our separate way, period. Let us go. This thing is not working, whether you like it or not. We might try to patch it as much as we like it. I think Godfather, the other day I said if Godfather wasn't happy, he shut me down. But the truth of the matter is that if we go deep inside ourselves and be honest with ourselves, we can understand that we cannot stay united as a country. It's not going to work for us.
All right.
That's
All
it.
right. Ifi, thank you. Let's look at Aisha Buhari's story. Let me start with you, Ovie. Somehow it worked. I mean, the pressure from everywhere, from everybody, made it impossible for them to move on with the whatever trial and the arrest and prosecution of this guy. What is your take on the outcome? And now the guy is going to meet Buhari. Is that what we had? So if you want to meet Buhari, you have to attack the wife of Buhari, Aisha, and then you get tortured and we'll invite you to Asarok. Is that the new thing? Go ahead, Ovie.
Yeah, I think first of all, it's now obvious why Buhari doesn't want Aisha in the main room, prefer her in the other room. So imagine if her office as the first lady was fully established and all that, what would have happened? She would have, be taking advantage of that office by the day. But most important thing here, I don't think it's not the cry of the people per se that make her yield to what is. I mean, it's political season. It's not. It's a wrong move from the beginning. It's not helping the party in any way, especially now that she decided to be the front campaigner in terms of leading the women of APC across the nation. So it's just a bad omen for the party from the word go. But there's other ways she could have gone about this that would even make her more admirable than to people who are on the fence with her, because a lot of people who know her personally are not actually fan of her in terms of how she use the little power that is available to her. He should have just, as another woman, and let's forget it. Let's put the culture and maybe religion into play here. Imagine you should have just approached the family of that guy personally, or if you like, go with cameras and let them know that this is not how we behave. Right? This is not how we behave. Put it before them, before the whole country. It would have been a different ballgame entirely. People would have appreciated, okay, yes, just that conversation of whether cyberbullying or cyber law would have come to play. But at this point, everybody is just pointing at the fact that she's abusing her power as a first lady. So yes, to me, I don't see that the voice of the people actually heard here. It's just that they are scared of the implication in terms of votes.
Yeah, but is it not the voice of the people that made them scared? If nobody said anything, like you mentioned at the beginning, the money that was given to governors in the South, and nobody's putting pressure on them, and they don't care. That's why they are not doing anything about that, talking about what they are doing with the money. But people put pressure the way they did in this Aisha's situation, and she reacted.
Yes,
let me hear from one man. One man, go ahead. What do you think happened? Who is you unmuted? Unmute yourself, one man.
You thought I would know how to do this by now. I do it, but there I am talking with the thing muted. But no. The way I'm looking at it is sort of the reputational damage that this lady from Adamawa may have suffered. Because how people remember you last is how they remember you. How they remember you last is how they remember you. And the journey that this lady embarked upon when her husband illegally took office in 2015, an election that he lost, of course. But then Goodluck Jonathan didn't have the balls to hold his ground. The way she went into that government, when she was telling us that
one man, hold on. I just for because we are beginning. This is just beginning. I want to make this clear. This is the kind of thing that people will write me and say, "Why didn't I correct you?" You just said that Buhari lost.
Yes.
And Jonathan, but if you were the one being referred to, you want me to stop the person to correct that impression, but I didn't. I'm just saying that there's a reason why I don't want to stop conversations when certain things are said. Go ahead, one man. Go ahead.
Well, no, I'm not quite sure if there's a correction that needs to be made there. It's not a factual inexactitude; it's a known fact. But Buhari did lose that election, but Goodluck Jonathan folded. But that's as an aside. When he took in charge of a space that he was not deserving of, the lady then we needed a voice within that space that we felt resonated with the will of the people, and she was that voice telling us that her husband's administration or regime had been taken over by cabals, and that people that were not elected were orchestrating and moving and making decisions. And all of that, it was echoing with the sentiments of the people. So we thought we had a person inside that stood for the will of the people. So that was her reputational build-up up to this moment. But at this moment now, and you can see how she has ballooned, almost like a sumo wrestler now she looks. So there's nothing in what that guy said that is out of fact. And if you look at the frustration that led that guy to that comment, he'd been at home for 8 months, kicking his heels, getting under his mother's feet and being a nuisance when he should be in school. And out of frustration, and he looks at the establishment that is affecting his life negatively, and he lashes out. So that's still under the remit, the purview of free speech. And there is nothing that boy said that is out of the realms of acceptability, but her reaction was excessive. So that guy jarred enough. So you can see her size, of course, from 2014 all the way through to now. Maybe it's comfort eating, whatever. Maybe she's depressed. I don't know, but we can all see. So, but I don't think that's sufficient enough for the reaction. But the abuse of power, it is echoes of Idi Amin of Dada of Uganda. So it's that draconian sort of thing that she has done. But the reputation she has built from 2015 up to that point, it looks as though now that is going to be damaged because the memory people they have 3 to 5 months left in office. The abiding memory that she will carry for the future is how she changed this boy to the desk, had him stripped and whipped for reasons of calling her fat. So I think really the reputational damage when the cop comes out in the rings, she will be the loser.
Very good. Paul, what do you think?
So, doctor, let me just go back a little bit. I know I said Aisha has a master's degree. It's true. She went to Bruce Ali University for a bachelor's and had a master's in international affairs and strategic studies in Nigerian Defense Academy. So she does have master's degree. I just checked it.
Okay.
Yeah. Then
All the way in Ekpoma. Who's the go there?
exactly. That's why she's acting so stupid. You know the beauty of Ekpoma. They do
Hey,
things
come
so
on,
irrational.
come on now, Paul. What do you mean?
Now, advanced secondary school now, Ekpoma, you know.
hey, that's Keamu. That's it. Could you speak like of Keamu, okay?
So when you see the way she behaved and everything, if the young man said what he said, I don't think the young man is wrong. Because President Buhari come out and tell us that he have only two houses. He have one house that he work tirelessly in Kaduna. Then he has another very small house in Daura where he come from. And this woman is living in a choice apartment in Dubai. Buhari never has a house in Dubai. So which means she's fitting fat on our hard-earned resources. The boy have a right to say what he's saying. I don't see anywhere the boy is wrong. But our problem is that we bring emotions, we bring sentiment and every other thing. And Nigeria, being the type of people we are, we don't base things on empathy. We talk so much on sympathy. You understand? We sympathize for that boy instead of us to come outside and even fight for that boy. The boy is not wrong. In every way, in all ramification, Aisha Buhari, she did very wrong thing. Like one man would say, this is the height of stupidity. This is what we will remember her for. And never that thing. We all know what we remember Patience Jonathan for. You see all the young men that is making money today. Without Patience Jonathan skid, they can't even do skid. They must use Patience Jonathan voice to make a good skid. And what she did, I am so ashamed of her. As at this time, she has not even come out to apologize. I feel for her. That is the authoritarian government that they keep running in Africa that make us don't go anywhere. See the Japa syndrome. Why won't people Japa in all this type of nonsense thing that they are doing over there? Then you want to talk, people will say, that young man no get respect. Can he talk like that to his mother? Did his mother steal our money?
All right. Janaba.
Hey, Dr. Rudy, back to me again. I'm trying to shift this responsibility. I didn't know you could not survive the waiting. What I have to say that it's a long walk to freedom. And Dr. Rudy, thank you for what you do. When you say it's not the power of media, then you are underestimate what media can do. I think media play a role in Aisha Buhari to talk or for this guy to be able to see Buhari in the long run. Another thing I want to take it is that flip it on the other side. When Aisha was saying that Kaba have taken over the Aso Rock and her husband is just taking air from the AC and rat might have been trying to be poisoned, but it was not rat. It was her husband they met. So the boy also could have said something that time. He didn't say it. So if the boy have a big mouth that time, he could have said the same thing that why are you guys trying to poison? Mama said that you guys are trying to poison her husband. So I think she was upset that she have a big mouth to say she have added weight. But when she was fighting for the nation, that Kaba have hijacked her husband's mission, the boy never say anything. And the boy have a right to say that because the boy have been out of school for so many days and now she think this is the way. So the boy win the battle and the boy will continue to win. And that is Nigerian we have when we have power. We all can say what we want to say. Power in Nigeria is a very, very strong and unbeatable thing in Nigeria. Even if it's a crayfish seller, a coconut seller, a gari seller, akara seller, if you give them power in Nigeria, because of the system we operate on, they will flex their muscle like never before. Even more than my brother Kenny. Is that Kenny outside? Don't. So they will flex that. They will flex it. I remember when I was
Janaba, what you should have said, oh, he's gone, is that Kenny is shaking his head. You know what Wicked said to that chief, shaking his head. You are shaking your head. Just like that. Anyway, if he wants a take on Aisha, we are surprised that this is happening at the tail end of what is happening. When I mention someone's name, they disappear. All right. Kenny, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good morning, Dr. David. Good morning, everyone.
Yeah.
I don't trust
my
Kenny.
senior brother. You see, when you look for my trouble, they shut down your Wi-Fi.
I don't trust Kenny.
My neighbor, I greet you. Good morning, everyone.
Yeah. So yeah. Can I, there was a time, I want to touch on this really. There was a time when the tide tried to change. People went and read the boys, Adamu Muhammad, read his Twitter timeline, and they found out that that he tweeted something about Deborah. There was something that he tweeted about Deborah, that anybody that wore a t-shirt with her picture, that person there'll be consequences, something like that. But people were able to separate the two things. The fact that whatever he said about Deborah is not a reason why he should be going through what he was going through with the first lady. Did you follow it up to that point?
What she wrote about Deborah, I'm just hearing it for the first time. I didn't know that.
Okay. Okay.
That means I'm actually having a wrong impression of the boy, because I personally, yeah.
That was what happened immediately. People started saying that, he anyone what he got, but you have to separate the two things as far as I can see.
Okay, the way I function is I believe in what they call karma. So if you, it will be very difficult for me to separate it. So this is it. Let me just put it. If it is true that he wrote anything against Deborah, that means whatever he's passing through now, I think he deserves it. However, on the other hand, this is it. I think we are having a wrong impression of Aisha Buhari, and this is my thought about that. See, before you agree to marry a man, I'm talking about the woman gender now, there must be something, that there must be some features that this man possesses that you admire. So, and I think those are the tyrannical features of being a dictator that Buhari is one thing that Aisha loves, and Aisha has been a tyranny in that. She has been displaying that in Aso Rock. Remember when before Malan Abakari died, and one Guso, I can't remember his full name, before they died in 2020, they were having issues with Aisha Buhari, and the bone of contention then was tussle for power. Aisha wants to dominate everybody in the Aso Rock, and as Islamic and Northern culture, they don't allow women to dominate them. So Aisha has been, pushing that.
How do you know
power.
It's domination?
Domination, because
what if she's trying to protect?
There was a phone conversation between the Malam Abakari and Buhari when Buhari was in UK. So Abakari called Buhari, so that conversation leaked, and he was complaining to Buhari that his wife has been displaying her usual character, and they wouldn't allow her. It was in Hausa. I listened to that. So Aisha Buhari has been a dictator. To that boy, I was thinking that he's a representative voice for the northern youth, in the sense that the northern elite are just trying to, they are gradually waking up to the reality where the younger.
Why not Nigerian youth? Why northern youth?
Northern youth, because the southern youth, they've been outspoken. We always try to confront the status quo or confront whatever wrong that our elders are putting out there.
I asked that question. If it's happening among the southern, why I asked that question?
Yes,
if
sir.
that happened to a southern person, who will say, "Oh, Nigerian youth." It's easy for us to say Nigerian youth.
Okay, yeah, I understand. I understand what you're coming from. Yeah, where you're coming from. But there is something that has been going on in the South that we are just seeing it for the first time, or we are trying to see it, coming out in the North. And this is where the youth challenges challenge the political elite. It's common in the South, and I think it's strange in the North. So the Northern elite, the politicians, are just seeing it for the first time, and I pray that they will continue to see it until things are fixed in the North. Not that things have been fixed in the South, but
that's what I
wanted. We are giving them the heat.
Yeah, I wanted to get to that, because if our Southerners are actually, the young people are challenging the authority, it wouldn't be the way it is, in all over the South. Go to outside, go to any state you can pick, go to Imo states. I don't see any sign that they're challenging anybody.
And then to model up my view, I will agree with one man. What one man said, maybe Aisha, I think she has interest in young boys. That was why she.
Oh Lord. Okay. Now,
we deserve to celebrate this moment. Having a staunch obedient,
No.
Agreeing with one man should be celebrated. How many one man did do something right?
This is not acceptable.
Dr. Abba, say something about Ekene again. Say another thing about Ekene again.
Ekene needs prayers. Hecho, welcome.
Thank you, sir.
So when you see a woman do the kind of thing that we just saw from Aisha Buhari, what does that, there are men who are waiting for opportunities like this to say that women could be worse than men. All you people who are looking for women to lead, if they lead, you are going to see dangerous things. In fact, people are now saying that if Aisha could do this, imagine what Tinubu's wife would do when she gets in there. So look at it from that angle.
The truth is, Aisha is a disgrace. She's a disgrace to motherhood. Was the boy not right? Look at his picture in 2015 and look at his picture in 2022. Which job or business is Aisha doing? What kind of business or what was he doing before 2015? And what exactly is he doing right
sorry,
now?
Rufus, can I interject for a moment?
Okay.
She's depressed. Do you think she's depressed and she's comfort eating? Because that was my first instinct when I saw newer pictures of Aisha Buhari. I feel she's depressed and she's comfort eating. That's what I wanted to.
Okay.
Thank you. For her not to be able to play that role officially it could be depressing. I see that.
All these fake doctors, don't mind them. I hate you.
I went through depression, okay? Before you see me coming out now, I went through depression. Instead of lashing out at people, I lash at my creator. So if he's depressed, it's not my son that he will lash at. I'm just waiting for all of that to play the drama. If they don't give that boy justice, and Adamu will officially step in and get justice for him. Is it not right? He needs to tell us where he's getting money to stay in choice place in Dubai. Because before your husband take office, we know how many property they get, how many cows they get. And if we sell all those cows plus the property, enough if they pay that place when they're there for Dubai. So they go soon tell us where they get money when they take stay for Dubai. So my son is right, whether you like it or not. If the current lawyer did not give me justice when my son deserves, we will take it up. And if Nigeria not give me the justice that boy deserves, I will take them to International Court of Justice. And Adamu will drag them there. Unless of this impunity in Nigeria, we will stop it by force. As for Aisha, I want to tell you, say you be disgraced to motherhood. That they give people for naught. You not carry that bege for head, address her. Now small pikin when supposed to be your grandchild. When he talk truth to you, Instead, make you use shame, take you cover your face. Make you reason what he talk. So that you go use the remaining 4 or 3 months to do better thing when youth go remember you for. You can't get the audacity. With your big body, come put my pikin, I can't beat am for after. You see that beating, when you beat am, you go get Okore prison for Delta State. They go panel beat you that beating after we don't get justice. You think nobody go to address you? You be woman. So woman to woman will go drag and go court. I mean, you don't carry for the way when they carry those your picking for Bele. One that come misuse our private jet. Your picking can't use our private jet, go do photographing work. Una go tell me where the writer for Constitution say she has the audacity to use Nigeria private jet, go do photographic work. If right. That do that one now, una go don't panel beat and die. We not panel beat your picking when you use our country a private jet, go do photographic work. We go still come to that, Aisha.
All right.
Then the final one. I beg my brother, I won't know where it's there for Constitution. Say if you get money, make you go to carry my brothers and sisters when they police to become your escort. And you go there for bulletproof car, they go call kill them. Now, not see what happened for Ted Miller Bridge. When they take kill some policemen, I need to know where it is written in our Constitution or civil law or anything. Because if I don't know, I go sue federal government for the killing of our policemen. Because when they kill, they finish, their wife and their children, they suffer for life, including our soldier. We get to find answer to this because enough is enough. All right. Not to be slaughtered in the matter of I get money, they must be my bodyguard, so they go the booker follow me. All those killing, we go call them to order, and justice must be served.
Okay, Hecho, thank you. We try to limit everybody's contribution to 2 minutes so that we get rounds, otherwise people will just stay for a long time. Ify, it looks like you're at work. Oh, unmute yourself.
You are muted, Ify.
Yeah.
You are muted.
Okay, Ify. Okay, go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, I said I'm at work. I'm listening to everything you guys are saying. The truth of the matter is that why are we even having this discussion? Is it not because we're Nigerians? In America, anybody can tell Joe Biden anything they want to say, put it on social media, and nothing is going to happen. People get cussed out every day, call names every day. Why will our own be different? I know I saw somebody was showing me the post the guy made about Deborah. See, I know you said something, change your mind. It's not going to change anything about it. These are two different things. They're not related. What the guy said about Aisha is true. He did not lie. And what Ms. Paul is saying is true. She's not lying. So why is this a news? Is this because we don't have a good government? That's why we are having this discussion. Is this thing supposed to be what we'll be worrying about at this point? Nobody cares. Nobody talks about it. But I'm glad the social media were able to carry it out and people heard about it. Without social media, we don't even know what's happening. But I don't think it's right and I don't think it's fair to put that guy in jail just because he said something. So there is no freedom of speech in Nigeria anymore for a young guy in a college. Come on now. Where are we even heading to in that country? We're not even going anywhere. I don't think it's fair and I don't think it's right.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ify. Maxwell, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages, and good afternoon to my co-panelists, those that are watching us all over the world. It's unfortunate what,
No, let me
happening.
Let me reframe this for you. In Ghana, the wife of the president of Ghana, can something like this happen in Ghana?
Even the president cannot do that here.
What will happen if that should happen? If something like this happen?
We will call for his or her resignation. In fact, as we speak now, there is a plan on the ground by lawyers, and most of us have given our own contribution and input through our members of parliament to impeach. The first one is the finance minister. That one is going. He will go soon because the people want him out. So we are calling on the chairman of the economic team, which is the vice president, to step aside too, and the president as well. So that is where it is very, very serious here, because we are suffering more than what the Nigerians are suffering in Nigeria as well, because it is horrible what is happening here as we speak. You see, the reason why most of these things cannot happen is because of what J.J. Rawlings did to this country. J.J. Rawlings brought, in fact, sanity when it comes, although there are serious problems going on in Ghana as well. But J.J. Rawlings brought sanity. This impunity and the mismanagement of power, political power, that is, prevalence in Nigerian system cannot be seen any other place, if not in a junta. How dare you, a first lady? I don't think, I lived in the north. I served in the army for over 18 years. I have never seen the wife of a prominent Muslim man abandoning her husband, relocate to a different country, and comes in to visit him at will. And the husband, a typical and ardent Sunni Muslim, accept that. I don't know, with my little knowledge, if there is anybody here that studies Islam or who is a practicing Muslim, come out and tell us where that is accepted in the Surah, in the Quran. That can only happen. The intoxication of the abuse of power from these people is what is making me go crazy. You remember when the husband came in as the president? What did he do? Anything that is going to hamper the, what do they call it, the national interest. If you, when it comes to national interest, your own human rights must be stopped, put to a halt. These are where that is where most of these things are coming from. You went and kidnapped someone. You say you trace him. Just like, what is the difference between what they did to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in Kenya? Or is it because that one is in Kenya international and this one is local? They trace him all the way to Bauchi. Or where? Arrested him over there, took him to a different place again before bringing him down to Aso Rock. I saw the picture in Aso Rock. I see, you see, Nigerians, if you people cannot come out to speak against this thing and make sure that someone who inflict this kind of inhuman treatment on people simply because they occupy political offices, then it's a serious thing in that country. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
All right, thank you.
Before you go to blessing, I think a Tinubu message of Agbado is resonating. I mean, we can see blessing clearly. Yeah.
Is that what she's eating? Wow. Wow.
Tinubu's message.
Wow. This is amazing. It's unlike the one we have here, which is very soft. So I remember how that is.
Tinubu doesn't have to debate.
Was that satire or hunger? Is that satire or hunger?
That's Tinubu's message.
That's a good question. That's a good question. Blessing is
blessing. You don't get light though. Now when you eat agbado, you don't get light though.
Blessing is that satire or hunger?
This one is not hunger. This is me rejecting agbado by eating it. You won't be. In my defense, I've not eaten agbado all throughout this year because of that one.
You are able to be drafted in the Nigerian military, and you are practicing how to eat agbado in advance.
No, I am eating it, and I'm saying my prayers, my psalms, that Father never again. Affliction will not arise a second time.
So blessing. You are. Where are you? Are you in Enugu or somewhere else? Where are you today?
No, you don't know me well. I don't say Enugu.
I don't know where you are. Some days you are in some other places. Where are you?
Yeah, currently I'm not in Enugu.
Okay.
I'm in Benin.
In Benin. So this Aisha thing, how is it playing out there in Benin? Do they care?
I'm not hearing anybody talking about it. I've not gone out much.
So what do you think about that?
it only shows the high-handedness of the few. I won't even call her elite. There's nothing elite about her. If it wasn't for the fact that this man managed to become our president, she'd probably be in Daura, minding and milking the 150 cows. So it's an aberration to call her an elite. She's just an opportunity missed that felt somebody felt she did not eat taxpayers' money, even though she eats taxpayers' money, and decided to take her frustration on an innocent boy. If she's angry with her husband for underperforming, she should say it with her full chest. That boy did not say a lie. He said the truth. She's getting back on poor people's money.
So let me ask you, that incident, did it change your perception of her, or have you felt that she's that way?
I've never rated her. Never, not once.
Okay.
So it was not really a surprise. Well, I have a bias. I'm going to be very frank here. I have a bias with any first lady that gets in there and suddenly there's a office of the person. I think that's the first thing that calls me up about them. For her to get and then when she now finally relocated to Dubai, I shook my head and said, finish. This one came here to chill with the big boys. She don't cuckoo send us, she don't leave us go to Dubai. And she came back fast and you're expecting us to clap for you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Ovie. Now what happens?
That's not coming from me.
Can you hear me, Ovie?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I said, what happens now? Are we going to see the boy go to Aso Rock and meet the president and they shake hands and then the country moves on?
Oh, on the flip side, the guy has turned to a national hero, so he just needs to build on from there. So his political career has been launched. You know, I mean, I'm not saying I'm not celebrating what happened to him, but what has happened has happened. What's the next phase? Just have to capitalize on the
Blessing, your line is not very clear. So that was one reason. There were a lot of noise that we're hearing from you. But maybe you can check your system. Okay, go ahead, Ovie.
Yeah, so what has happened has happened. What next is, I just hope the guy will capitalize on the, the fame, that this has brought him. And I mean, some people will decide they'll start an NGO or, a movement for injustice, and that will shoot him to the next level, whatever he wants to do. But the damage has been done, even to the guy privately, but on the bigger stage, to the Biafran Aisha Buhari. But she's not an elected office holder, so I think the heat should be either focused on the party. At this, as I said, this political season, I expect the obedience. I'm using the obedience because they proud themselves as the young, represent the young people of Nigeria, which the guy actually now belongs to as a young, to the background of his age. So I expect them to turn the opposition party to turn the heat on the APC, because she, whether we like it or not, we are still going to see her in front of our TVs and our villages screaming, vote for this person, vote for this person, vote for this person. She's still so. It's an opportunity for the opposition party to feed on and see how far they can take it.
Okay. One man.
To say that Nigeria is not, sorry, I said there's insecurity in Nigeria, there's blah, 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 Nigeria, Buhari is not working. But yeah, we have blessing, Gambalanti the whole country, from east to west, north to south. It's really. So to those who are saying Nigeria is not, it's not again.
Okay, if you know the risk I take traveling, if it wasn't important, I wouldn't. That is the truth. You know that anytime
the most important is that you did.
No, it's necessary. It's a necessary evil. If I stay in one place, I'll probably starve. So it's not like I had it anytime I'm traveling, especially long distance like this. If I tell you my family, they do not rest till I get to my destination. Not like. As a matter of fact, anything valuable, I do not take even my phone. If I see I'm going to leave my phone at home, I just go with it myself. and travel, I'll do it. It's that scary. It's that scary, and no road is spared. If you go through the expressway, you're not safe. If you go through the old road, you're not safe.
But
Bush
you
is
are, I
everywhere.
mean, you're able to make it to your destination every day.
Um, every other day, Abi, because I don't travel every day.
All right,
No,
all
but
right.
yeah, you know what I'm saying. The whole point is that
Hold
you
on,
made it to
guys.
your destination.
Let me hear from one man, then we change topic. Oh, okay. Pansad just joined us, so we'll welcome him soon. One man, let me ask you: is this what we just saw? Is that a template on how to deal with impunity in Nigeria? What I mean by that is that if it happens, no matter where it happened, that if the people rise up, everybody, the media, the civic society, everybody, if they rise up and say, this is unacceptable, we're going to protest this. I saw people posting exactly the same thing the boy posted on their Twitter feed and saying to the government, come and arrest me. Is that a template that we could use to stop this thing? Because the goal is not really to deal with this as one incident, it's to stop it entirely. Do you think that we made an impact or that we are going to see a change? Okay, one man, you're licensed to have a story.
A rookie mistake. So I was just saying now, thank you, Rufus. I'm just going to say this as a final roundoff because I have to go prepare for my session as well, where more thinking people congregate, intelligent conversations and all that. But let me pick it up from where Ovie, the mini, that little cameo between Ovie and Blessing. So not to self-promote, but we have people where I do my thing that they've gone to Nigeria. We have a particular chap that went from Australia to Nigeria. He's been in Nigeria for a good while now. He's traveled around Lagos with a sense of safety. He drove himself from Lagos to Ibadan with a sense of safety. He's driven from Ibadan to Abeokuta with a sense of safety and has driven from Abeokuta with a sense of safety. He reports back to the platform every single day. So I wonder sometimes when we regurgitate all of these incidents, which are worrisome, I wonder if we're scaremongering sometimes, because sometimes you hear all of these stories and you think as soon as you land at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, AK-47s are pointed at you with the instructions to shoot to kill. So it's just really because we've had several people where we meet in my space. They've been to Nigeria severally over the course of the years. They've reported infrastructural development that was impressive and of good quality. Yes, there is security concerns. Please let me finish, then I'll leave. Then you guys can do your thing. So we have to balance some of these conversations sometimes, and I think really that is what Ovie was trying to press Blessing on. But to the wider space of the Aisha Buhari thing, I don't think really we are approaching this. I think somewhat there's an element of Stockholm syndrome in the conversations we have as Nigerians. So we're talking now as of a template to pressure the space. But really what we should be talking about is how to hold this wayward woman from Adamawa to account. She should be held to account. This wayward woman from Adamawa, she should be held to account. You cannot just through fiat of authority that is not vested on you by anybody other by virtue of marriage, you pick up a young, that boy, he has an exam on Monday. Is he in any fit state to sit an exam, a final year student? Just because of some fat ladies, it was called fat, so what? Lose weight. And then they had to, what really rankles me is that, sorry, I'm getting a bit, what really rankles me is that the Nigerian Association of Students, whatever it is they're called, they had to be sending begging letters on social media to go and beg this woman to release this boy that she's detaining illegally, abusing his human rights. Where is Femi Falana in all of this? No, she should be held to account.
All right.
Okay. Dr. Gomez, one man. I'm trying to address one man. There is something he keeps saying here, and I'm taking it to be very offensive.
That is it.
Mr. One
Hold on, Kenneth, hold on. Let's have an order. Okay, I'll give you the chance. Pansat, welcome to the show. Calm down, Kenneth, calm down. Pansat, welcome to the show.
Give me a minute. Can you hear
in a
me?
minute. Okay, in a minute. All right, can I go ahead?
Yes.
Can I
I'm trying to address. I'm trying to address.
Hold on, guys.
One man's excesses here. Please, you should apply some sense of decorum when you're addressing others. You've been using some nasty words to address everybody on this forum. Hold on.
I don't have the time.
You said it multiple times. You may take it as being, you may take it as a joke, but you can't come here and refer to everybody as having a cranial malfunctioning, and also, before you started your last conversation, you referred everybody here as having a low thinking ability. So please, I don't know why you should come here to be insulting us this morning. If you have something to say it. Maybe you are more educated than all of us here. Maybe you have more sophisticated thinking ability than all of us here. But please do not insult us. If you have anything that you want to say it, and go to wherever you want to go, please. So other people might take it as a joke. I'm not taking it as a joke any longer. Please, don't come and insult us this morning.
Thank you. One man.
Can I say a couple more words and just leave?
I don't want to listen to whatever you're saying, but you can say it.
All right. Well, then you have that option. But I'm not sure
please, can I say something to Mr. One Man?
It's my turn. Emiloko, doctor, it's my turn. Follow the algorithm.
Hold on, guys.
Let me just have 2 minutes and leave.
Okay, hold on, guys. One man, hold on. Let me hear Blessing, go ahead.
Mr. One Man,
Is it my turn?
Mr. One Man, I want to say this to you. I take an exception on behalf of myself and the other people living in Nigeria who are experiencing this insecurity, whose families are not able to come home for Xmas despite a feast in our home because of this insecurity. I take exception to that realization that we are crying wolf. We are not crying wolf, Oga. We are not crying wolf. I have a distant family member that escaped kidnapping on her way back to school to UNS. We are not crying wolf. That your man or your friend or your brother or whatever came from Australia or whatever and he was gallivanting inside Lagos and nobody stopped him and inside bush. Does not mean that the rest of us we are foolish or we are crying wolf. We are not. Okay? So for whatever it was, thank God for his life. Thank God for my life. Thank God for our safety. But please, this for me. We are not crying wolf. We are not trying to scaremonger anything. It's our lived reality. You are not here. I am here. I am telling you. I live in Enugu. A whole community was ransacked. People were killed. Others are still missing in the same Enugu. On the way to my village, 4 corners is a no-go area in broad daylight. Armed people and kidnap people on the way to my village. In the popular junction, you are telling me I'm crying wolf. What kind of nonsense is that? What kind of crying wolf is that? Are you trying to say that everybody living in Nigeria is trying to make you people feel bad for being wherever you are or what? I don't understand it. How is it crying wolf? I'm telling you what you're experiencing. You are trying to scaremonger. Somebody came from Australia. If it is not kidnap him or Calapan or that God in the name of whatever you believe.
All right, listen, thank you.
Can I just have 2 minutes and then just leave? Just to free up the space for other people. Look, I think this is pretty much a case of either selective listening or listening with prejudice, because those two feedbacks bear no relationship with anything that I've just said. I said we have to be guarded, that we're not scaremongering. That is not to disregard that the reality of the lived experience in Nigeria. We all have countless stories, both families and friends. So, of course, we hear that. But I'm saying to have a balanced view, and I'm sure you would invite a balanced view as well, Blessing. And to you, Kenny, I'm not quite sure where you are going. I'm saying that on my platform, we have intelligent and robust conversations. And I'm sure you would have listened, as pretty much everyone here. So that's a factual statement. That is not to say that that is not what is going on here, but that is to say that that is what goes on there equally. So don't listen with prejudice. You may have preconceived ideas about the person, but listen to the contents of the word. That's how to do it. I think I'll just leave it there because I don't want to rankle. I did just come to have a conversation, but it seems as though emotions are somewhat getting jarred. But thank you, Rufus. Hopefully we'll do it again. And if you have time, come join us on the One Man Went to More platform where we're a bit more sedate. But peace.
You are still repeating the insult, woman.
I don't know what is wrong with some. Sister, my sister, bless you.
I may not repeat this insult again.
Yes. When somebody is being
sister,
somebody is being wicked,
hold on, guys.
Hold on, my people.
I won't send you message. Make you go Nigeria. Make you make sure you not carry any police escort. Make you leave now. Make
All right. Let's get control of what's going on.
Doctor, it's my turn. Oh.
I know it's your turn, Paul. I'm coming to you. I hate you are off. I muted you so that it's okay. Listen, guys, there are some things you take. You don't let certain things. You play into the hands of certain people. It's not everything people say that you react the way they expect you to react. So that's not. It doesn't diminish what we do here. I tell you that there's nothing anybody will say that would diminish me. I know who I am, so it doesn't matter. So don't worry about what people are saying. Do what you want to say. Yeah.
Doug, I wanted to just add something to it.
Okay.
But it's my turn. Oh.
I know, Paul. I'm coming.
Sorry, Uncle. You will come in. You will come in, please, Uncle. See, it is only someone who is not conversant with what is going on in Nigeria. Even when I was there as a military officer, we had series and several confrontations, especially within that Chad, Niger Republic border. It is not something new. If people are coming now to tell you their experiences, people's experiences on daily basis, what these people are doing. How many days today did they boy? In Abia State, Ebonyi and Enugu. What happened there? And who are those people? But when people come and begin to tell you their experience and what they've had, what their family has gone through, some people are taking it with absolute levity. That is the highest insensitivity any person with seemingly with moral standard would display in a platform like this, where emotions are running high, people are suffering. There are people, if you see the bodies of people that are mutilated, people are afraid. I have a friend who just traveled from Nigeria now, from New York to Lagos. This guy cannot even go by road. When I asked him, they call me, he's coming to Ghana here. When I asked him, why didn't you go by road? He said, oh boy, you want them to catch me? These are realities. These are facts on the ground. For people to come and to insult this, the sensitivity of Nigerians and people that have experienced, or their family in one way or the other has gone through this ordeal, is unacceptable. And you cannot do this thing in his own platform. He will close the windows and face you directly. Ovia is here. He did it to several people over there. Thank you.
Thank you, Maxwell. Pansat, Paul, okay, Paul, let me come to you before I come to Pansat.
Yeah, well, I'm so sorry because I keep asking for my turn because I'm about to leave, but I will join the program. I'll just listen. I want to leave the live stream. I'm about to drive.
Okay.
So, Doctor, the one man thing, let me use it like the American media.
All right, Rudolph, I'll come back, okay?
Okay.
I see you're very busy here. Let me come back to you. Everybody, hello. See you when I come back. Bye-bye.
All right. Paul, go ahead.
So, Doctor, the one mountain is just like the American mainstream media. It's like Tucker Carlson visited CNN. What do you expect? You understand? Nobody will get any content there. You understand? So one man is just like Tucker Carlson. You know, we know what he's doing and the likes. Then when you want to talk down to people, you may have 2 master degree plus a PhD. But if you choose to go get an OND in a particular major, I want to believe that that should be important to you. For him to come to this platform, you understand that we are less thinking people and he's coming here to come and get just OND. I think it's important to him. But the height of stupidity is just driving all over him. He's just so rage and the likes, trying to play with words and the likes. Oh, I said Patrick Obayagbo, but he said, no, Wole Soyinka, Mr. Wole Soyinka. How many Wole Soyinka have you interviewed in your own place, other than just curse and say things with no substance? So let's just leave him alone and let him be. Doctor, you are doing great work. But I also want to blame the rest of us that is here. Make una save the like and share this video. That's why they curse us. Make una save like this video and share. So that's all I will just say for now. I think the woman almost make me lose my train of thought with all this is shenanigan that he keeps saying and everything. Doctor, I may not be great student when it comes to economics. But what I know in basic economics 101, they said anything below 15% does not exist. You understand? People travel. There are white people all over in Nigeria that lives in Nigeria. You understand? That does not mean that people don't come to Nigeria. They kidnap people. They do all type of things in Nigeria. When I lost my mom last year when I traveled, I know the ordeal I went through to travel from Benin to Warri, because there's no flight to Warri Airport as at that time. I don't want to go through Asaba. So I had to stop in Benin just to travel from Benin to Warri, 45 minutes drive. It was tough. You need to see the panic. You understand? Where 20, 30 vehicles go in convoy. You understand? Where they arrange themselves, they take police escort just to travel. You understand? Just to fight things. They know what they are doing. Why they will go like that? Then somebody will come here and say all those things. Yes, people travel. Yeah, we all agree. Blessing, what I will tell you, go buy iPhone 14 Pro Max, the one that is not working. Always carry that one, so that anytime these guys come, give them that one. They'll believe say you overcharge them. They'll leave you alone. It's very cheap.
Carry me, and we don't have money for ransom. My family don't get money for ransom.
Carry iPhone 14, the one that is not working. The one that is not working, so that you give them, they will just leave you alone. When they reach home, then they know that it's not working. So let's leave one man alone. And then, Doctor, you guys are doing great. I believe in this show. Doctor, I don't understand how you are doing this thing. You just look like those gentle Jehovah Witness person in this kind of talk program.
My uncle was a member, so
I feel for you.
The family.
Thank you, Doctor.
All right, thank you so much, Paul. All right, the priest of peace, welcome to the show.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. So I was a little busy, so I just got home and I said, okay, let me go. Okay, I saw your topic. Where I want to concentrate a little bit is on the guy called Simon Ekpa.
Okay, hold on. Now we are going to move to that topic. Okay.
All right.
Let me show. I wanted to show a video of him for those who do not know, but I don't think. Hold on, I've not queued that in, but let me.
Are you still wearing enough layers to insulate Alaska? That's why you need the new.
Okay, all right. Let me share a screen of the tweets that he sent out this morning, I believe. Okay, so this is Simon, and initially, from before I came up with the topics, he said there will sit at home for 5 days next week. I'm looking at the dates here: Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Wednesday. Sit at home in the Southeast. All right, so man of peace, priest of peace, go ahead.
Okay. when we talk about this guy, Simon Ekpa, I want to give you a background how I get to know him. Okay. So we started talking when he was talking about Nigerian issues and the Boko Haram. He was doing a very good job at that point. So I gave him an interview I had with Tony Nadi of the Lower Niger, whatever. I had an interview with him. That was like two or 3 years ago. And he was threatening to kill, the Mazen Nandekano and all the people that are working with him. And there is a plan for them to eliminate them. And I got that clip and I sent it to Mazen Nandekano. It got to him. He talked about it on Radio Biafran. And I also gave that clip to Simon Ekpa, and he doctored that clip. And then I was following him, contributing on his platform. But when I traveled to Nigeria and I saw what his rhetoric was doing. Meanwhile, I just came back from Nigeria like 2 weeks ago. I was in Nigeria and I saw what is going on in Southeast. My brother, it is unfortunate that our political class from the Southeast have allowed this man. They can't say anything. The most painful part of it is the fact that I had Blessing saying something that her family doesn't have 30 million to give. A friend of mine was going to Port Harcourt. They took him. They kidnapped him. And who are these people that were kidnapped? That kidnapped him? They said it was a Bubagu people. I don't know which one was true, but that was what he told me. And they were asking for 25 million. And in front of him, he was saying that if they look at you and you negotiate, that is the end of you. That will be the end. And who is causing all this problem? Simon Ekpa. I'm telling you from facts. I'm going to send some things to you.
Let me correct you. Maybe you missed
Hold
something.
on. Because maybe you don't know me, Ken. I'm going to send some things to Rudolph. It's not something that just for his perusal. It's not something he's going to bring on his platform. It is so disheartening. I know this guy. I know what he's been doing. He has destroyed virtually everything in Southeast. Are you in Nigeria? If you are not in Nigeria, I don't understand. I don't know whatever you're going to say here on this platform that will make sense, because I just came back from Nigeria 2 weeks ago.
Do you live in Nigeria?
Okay.
I live in the US.
Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. Man of Peace, are you done?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Just a couple of minutes.
So there's a misinformation that you just
can I hold on?
misrepresented here. I want to correct that.
Okay.
Hold on.
Now, the people that is causing all this problem with Simon Ekpa are our people here in the United States. I live in Ohio. I have followed these people. I have worked with some of these people. And I know what I'm telling you because I am an insider in this stuff. So when it comes to what all the announcement this guy is doing, how can you say that you are an autopilot? Do you know what autopilot means? You are not operating anything. It is mechanical. Nobody is in charge. All he is doing is to make sure that this man, Nnamdi Kanu, dies in the custody of the Nigerian government. That is all that he is doing. And if our people cannot stand up and speak against this guy, next week he's going to bring what again? 5 days of sit at home for what? You need to go. There is hunger in Igbo land. there is mayhem in Igbo land because of his rhetoric, because of his activities, because of the people he is sponsoring to orchestrate this evil. Take it or leave it. I am an insider, and I'm telling you first-hand information.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Can I hold on? Can I hold on?
I don't want to forget this.
I'll come to you. Can I hold on? Relax. We're here. All right. So the priest of peace. The first thing I want you to clear is: are you related to IPOB in any way?
No.
You don't know Chika Edoziem. Do you know him?
I've just heard about him.
Okay. I just want to, because people are watching this and they are sending comments, and one of the comments
and you say you are an insider.
But this is separate from the issue we are discussing. But I want to make sure that if people are speaking, there is no conflict of interest, and people are talking from genuinely from how they feel. Can I go ahead?
Okay. I'm someone that believes in saying the truth. I try as much as possible. Whenever I'm dealing with you, I keep to the facts. So this is it. So when you're talking about some people that were kidnapped, I'm referring to the Prince of Peace now, the people that were kidnapped somewhere in Southeast, and they stated that Ebubago kidnapped them.
Yeah.
Simon Ekpa has no business with Ebubago. Ebubago was instituted by the Southeastern governors. And the same Ebubago are the ones aiding the kidnap, aiding the molestation of our people in the Southeast. Let's be frank here. Let's set this straight. Simon Ekpa is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's disciple. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, hold on. This is what it means. Before Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was abducted in Kenya, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu assigned Simon Ekpa to take charge of the media activities.
You are lying on this platform.
Please.
He's not lying. He's telling you what you don't know. You say you are an insider.
Allow me to finish.
Okay. Like I said, I'm going to
You're supposed to know all these
Dr.
things.
Damages, please. You should give me my own time, please. So, Simon Ekpa, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, publicly stated that Simon Ekpa is his own true disciple. And the politics in IPOB, I don't want to go into that politics, personally, because you claim to be an insider. I don't know why you are trying to deny your relationship with your brother. But this is it. The politics, I don't want to discuss it. But whatever that Simon Ekpa is doing today in the Southeast is for the interest of the Southeastern people. Simon Ekpa is protecting our women in the farm through the use of ESN. The kidnaps, the brutal killings, the molestation of our people are being perpetrated by Fulani herdsmen, aided by Ebubago. Ebubago was established by Southeastern governors and some miscreants within the IPOB executives, whatever they call themselves. So when you see Simon Ekpa doing whatever that he's doing today, trying to protect our people, is because of these following reasons. Remember, Nnamdi Kanu was released from the jail, from prison. And then Nnamdi Kanu was given court date. The Nigerian army invaded his house, killed a lot of people. But as God may have it, Nnamdi Kanu escaped the invasion. He escaped. And later he was extraordinary rendition from Kenya and brought back to Nigeria. Now, the court has entered a judgment in his favor that he should be released. But the Nigerian government refused to release him. Hold on. They refused to release him. So if Simon Ekpa is saying that there won't be elections, personally,
hold on. Can I hold on? You guys are taking this where I'm interested in something, and the subject I'm interested in is this idea that the Southeast will be locked down during this Christmas season.
Yes, that's where that is what I'm heading to right now. Personally,
I'm trying today to give people not more than
yes.
2 minutes so that
Yes.
other people, we don't want people to stay here. Hold on.
Let me round up. Yeah, let me round up.
I'll get back to you. Can I hold on? Let me finish. It's just not for you alone, for everybody. The idea is this: people are complaining, people are watching at home are complaining that one person will speak for 30 minutes, another person will not get a chance to speak. Okay? And it's not fair. I hear this. And I'm trying to make sure that when I call on people, they are limited, the time they have, so that other people will wane. Or people don't sit around and don't say anything for 1 hour while somebody is talking.
20 seconds. Let me just round up.
Okay.
20 seconds. So personally, trying to stop the election, I wouldn't support that because I have interest. My interest is for Nigeria to function. So if there is a candidate, which I've found that candidate in P2B, that will try to, that will help fix the country, I will support that candidate. So for me, Nnamdi Kanu used listens to the Igbo elders. Whenever he come out and say, there will not be election in Southeast, the elders will talk to him. He will later allow election to take place in Southeast. But as it is now, they don't want to do the right thing. So if this guy is saying, Simon Ekpa is being very stubborn, I don't know what to say. Personally, I wouldn't support I wouldn't support him stopping the election. But you made him what he is today. You refuse to do the right thing. So
right.
personally,
Thank you, Kenny. I'll come back to you, the priest. Let me hear from Blessing. Blessing, go ahead.
I want to say something quickly so that I can leave and others can join. Then I might be joined later.
Yeah, your line is still bad, but go ahead.
Is it better now?
Okay.
Is it better now?
Earpiece.
Is it better now?
I can hear you. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So, anybody trying to make excuses for Simon Ekpa is lying to themselves. The guy has become, in general parlance, unbecoming. He has become unbecoming. And you should know that I'm speaking from a place of neutrality because I know Nnamdi Kanu, I know Simon Ekpa. But the truth is that between the two, one seems to have a more, I don't know, humane front, despite his vile rhetoric. But this guy, you see this guy, Simon Ekpa, the havoc that guy is wrecking in Animo. It is not funny. You see this thing he's proposing now, this lockdown. I am telling you that if it is not looked into, people will be forced to sit at home. They will create palpable fear. His followers will create so much fear that you would not dare leave your house. You would not dare. If you want to leave your house, you see your family telling you, where are you going? Do you want to die? They will just go somewhere. And I'm saying his followers because they are the ones that are going to enforce it. Please make no mistakes about that. The man has people that listen to him. I have been threatened. I once went to war with them on Twitter. I got threats, and I'm not making this up. What did I say? It was I think during one of those lockdown or something about lockdown also. I challenged him and I told him he had no right to sit in Finland and orchestrate mayhem here. If people, he won't come for you. That is modus operandi. He has people that, and if you think these people are just online, it's a lie. Whenever he says okay, it's not that people cannot go out. They will create enough fear, enough reason for you to sit back at home. They will go somewhere, cause mayhem, and make sure it is rebroadcast. That the mayhem is rebroadcast so that you have no reason to go out. And please, if you think I am saying this because I'm being biased or anything, I'm just stating the facts. About the kidnap, about whether people being kidnapped are from this angle or from. All I know is that anybody kidnapping somebody is a non-state actor. Wherever they are the enemy. They should be hunted down and dealt with. And the Ebu Bago thing, I am being careful when talking about them and the ESM because I live in the city. You cannot live in the city and come on air and say certain things. That is just the reality. I have been on the road once, on the Enugu Onisha road, the old road, we were approaching Ugoba. Suddenly, all the vehicles in front of us were turning. I had my house in, my house was almost popping out. Every vehicle was, I thought it was a robbery. This was at around 5 p.m. This was around, every vehicle was turning. So the driver of the vehicle I was waved to the guy that turned in front of him. Guy, what is this? Guy, what is this? He said, they're in front, they're in front. At that time, I don't carry my heart for these people have seen me today. They have seen me today. I'm in trouble. He said, what? No, which one? He didn't say who. He said, which one? That is to tell you how many non-state actors we have here breaking havoc. And the guy said, the bag. I said, the bag. I said, so when he now turned the car, we now joined the expressway. I said, the bag. Did I hear right? He said, you didn't know. I said, no, what? What? I thought these people were from the where was a security out from the Southeastern government. What are they doing? Scaring people to the point of people turning their vehicles. There are. If you do not turn your vehicle, if they look at your face and they don't like you, they will take you in. And if you're unfortunate, they will shoot you. I am not making this up. I say shoot. He said he has witnessed 2 occasions in Imo State. In Imo State. The Bago people, I saw them from a distance. They were wearing red berets. They were all black and wearing red berets. I saw them from a distance. I was sitting in front of the vehicle. I saw them from a distance. They were harassing. Okay, let me not use the word. They were parked almost in front of one big truck. I don't know what they were doing with the people in the truck, but they sort of blocked the truck before everybody started coming. Why am I saying this? When we try to make say, it is not my people that are doing it, it is your people. It is not the people that I'm supporting that are doing it. It is not what we should be talking about. What we should be talking about is this non-state actors who are instilling so much fear that people are afraid to leave their homes and travel. Who are they and how do we stem them out? Whether you support them or not, who are they and how do we fish them out and make our roads more safer? And you see this lockdown, I am telling you, I'll come back here and remind you that if anything concrete is not done, even if the whole artillery of the Nigerian army will roll out on the street, that because that is what they do. Anytime there's a sit at home, you will see the security forces parading. It will still not make people come out. People will not come out. So that is just what I want to say. That if this thing is not checked, this man will have us locked down for as long as he wants, and there's nothing anybody can do about it.
All right, thank you, Blessing. Let's let me hold on, everybody. Let me welcome Mr. Scribe. Welcome to the show. CM, welcome to the show. All right, I want to hear from Mr. Scribe and CM.
Yeah,
in terms of the question I posed, the concern I have is this idea of locking down the Southeast for 5 days, this Christmas period, starting from I think this coming week. Mr. Scribe, though.
I will allow my other brother CM to go first. Don't worry, let him go ahead.
All right, CM, go. Let's see if CM was able to fix his
internet.
CM, you are up.
Hey, I hope I'm coming out clear.
Wow.
Anyway. Huh?
Wow.
Yeah.
Yes.
You made it.
Anyway, it's not CM. Give CM something, not just CM. Now CM I go chop. Anyway, the East for 5 days is ill-advised. As a matter of fact, it's illegal. To me, it's illegal. I say this because when this sit-out, it was to be observed on any day that Nnamdi Kanu is in court. So happen the colonists or those who want to be more Catholic Pope to enforce it. When the governor of Anambra State, Soludo, visited Nnamdi Kanu in solidarity, swear it he should be a mechanism by the Southeast governors to release Nnamdi Kanu. If they came out to that if not approved every Monday sit out said he's in court, that should be okay.
All right, CM.
This one that Simon actually
CM, stop. We are having difficulties.
Just do own selfish interest, and I do not support it. You can't tell people to stay.
Are you guys hearing CM? I'm having difficulties hearing you. No. Okay, CM.
Yeah, he is breaking up. He's breaking up and freezing at some time.
In Charles didn't do
Dr.
well.
Dr. Damages.
Yeah.
Please let me correct one wrong impression that we are having right now.
Go ahead.
Yeah. When Blessing was saying something about the mayhem being perpetrated by Simon Ekpa in the Southeast, let's try to separate the activities of ESN and that of Ebubago. ESN, Simon Ekpa is in charge of ESN. And what ESN does in Southeast is to protect our people from being kidnapped and being killed by invaders. On the other hand, what Ebubago is doing is to work for the politicians. The governors created Ebubago. So Ebubago is being used to go after political opponents, to go after rich people that are not in support of their leadership. And also, among the Ebubago, you have criminals that go about, though the Ebubago generally is a criminal. So there's this specific group that go about kidnapping people for ransom, torturing people for whatever flexing of powers. So let's try to separate that. I don't see any evil thing or any bad activities that Simon Ekpa is doing in the Southeast, other than this one that we are talking about now, which is trying to stop the election. But if he is trying to stop the election, why is he trying to stop the election? Have we asked why? Because the political elite in the Southeast, before the election, Anambra State election, they were threatening that they will provide political solution. The likes of Charles Soludo went and visited Nnamdi Kanu, Abari Bede, that they were trying to provide political solution. So immediately after the election, nobody is talking about the political solution any longer. Everybody went mute. So they played the Southeastern people. So let's talk about what angered Simon Ekpa and his group. That's what I want trying to put up.
All right. Thank you.
Can I go?
Who wants to speak?
Can I go?
Yeah, go ahead.
I know I yielded for the team.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr.
Hello, everybody. The priest of peace and Kene. I've listened to both of you on this. I'm not very well versed about this Simon Ekpa guy, but at least there was something I saw online that was brought to my attention about him exposing, a lady in a bad way, and that began to make me think about this guy a little bit. I've never really followed him, you see my father always says something that I think we're having that kind of, when you come to a family, there will be some people who are going to be the people fighting, and they're going to be the other people who are going to be making peace. I think what we have, in my own interpretation, I think what we have at the moment is overzealousness. And when you have overzealousness, there is a, if it's not properly curtailed, you understand. But if the moderates like us are not actually, and this is where I'm coming to Kene, to look for you to look. I understand where you're coming from, but you have to understand one other thing, that if us, the moderates, don't come in and begin to at least balance it, no matter how you want to justify what Simon Ekpa is doing from an ideological angle or whatever, there has to be a balance to this. Too much of everything is bad, and irrespective if the rationale, the routine rationale or the root cause may be proved to be logical, but the way you are going about it, it's not right. Anything that has to do with violence, oppressing people, impeding people's right of freedom of speech, that is bad. Let us call it spade a spade. And no matter how you quote it, okay, please. I've listened to Mr. The Priest as well. You know, I know where he's coming from. I have an idea where he's coming from. When he says he's an insider, most of you may not understand what it means. IPOB is the structure of IPOB, as far as from what I've seen and what I've spoken to some people. I don't know if he's still the London coordinator, Uzwaka. I've spoken to him a few times, you know, just question him about his idea of IPOB. And my perception, I stand corrected, my perception of IPOB, it is structured to the tuning of MNK. I mean, I have criticized this many times. And when you understand that structure, you begin to understand that you see the fruits of it when he leaves. When what's his name, the other guy, Mefo, when he was in that short time in the detention, you could see how things unraveled. Later, Mefo left, so you kind of see that everything is structured around this one person. Howbeit, it is his association, it's his business. But what I want Mr. The Priest to also understand is, I bring it back to that issue of balance. That as much as I understand that you want to, go again, you're trying to push, against what Simon Ekpa and the rest are doing, it still comes back to that core thing about being. What does it mean to be an Igbo man? Wait, now let me just end now.
No, you are going far. You are going far.
No.
This is. I want to say this. Okay. Right. I'm working on bringing Simon Ekpa on this show.
That would be good. That would be good.
Okay.
That would be good.
I also I know him a little bit before this new version of him. I want to see if I can bring him, and we'll go into details. I want to actually talk about the fight he has with the lawyers of Nnamdi Kanu. There are so many angles to this conversation, but for today, I was thinking that we could talk about.
Yeah. So my final point, Mr. Dr. Davids, please, is that my final point is a call that he should be. Simon Ekpa, if you are listening to me, I don't know you. I've never met you, but you have to understand something. What you are doing, you are impeding on people's rights, and you should stop. I think you've done enough. We get your point, but it's time for you to take the back seat. No matter what you are trying to do, any angle or whatever, there has to be a balance, and that is my position. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Let me, before anybody else, let me welcome Spina. Welcome to the show. Uzo, welcome to the show. And who else? Okay. Ovie, do you have anything to say about you know Simon?
Yeah, I know Simon. I mean, we do the same sport now. Remember, he was former Team Nigeria sprinter. I was a sprinter, so I know him while he was training in Lagos before now. So, but I'm not surprised. Not that I'm not surprised that he turned to what he is, but he's somebody that is very ambitious. So he's he's a mixed feeling for me. And seeing it, I'm not surprised at becoming what he is today. I have the tendency of becoming bigger too, based on a few things that I know about him as a person. But before I actually come to that, can I take us a little bit back regarding what Paul said about 50% when we're talking about the Nigerian situation? I think that's a very wrong analogy to go with. If you said because of few foreigners, yes, are living in Nigeria, or few people are actually living in Nigeria, it's not enough to characterize everybody. I agree. But if you flip the 50% around to the other side, Nigeria is 200 million, whether it's accurate or not. Yes, people are dying. A lot of injustice is taking place. But that's not up to 50% of the population. But that doesn't mean we should not talk about it. We will. But it should be balanced. If there's anything I admire so much about the country I live in called America, let me put it in that I'm not proud of myself that I have to cross the Atlantic Ocean to live the kind of life that I want. No, that's to say Nigeria is not working. But that's a part. Again, our people say, who they cry the sea road. Things are going wrong. Does not mean that we are not even making any stride at all. That's wrong. I live in America whereby today I go give anybody $5,000. If you can go and spend 30 minutes where they call Southside Chicago, I give 5,000. You won't come out alive. It's existing in this country. But ability for the country to actually sell America to the rest of the world is what intrigues me. Everybody wants to come to America. And once you get there, like, oh, now the American beliefs. So there should be a balance of the way we react to a lot of things that happen in Nigeria. Nothing is what we agree about. Some things are actually working. For him to move from Enugu to everywhere, yes, even if you disguise yourself moving around, the most important thing is that you get the thing done. But saying that it is not is bad, you are not actually helping anybody, including yourself. That's lead me to what Simon Ekpa is doing, wherever in the Southeast. I look at it from the political angle. He only proved the point I've been making from day one. It's not this his move is not helping anybody, rather than decreasing Obi chance. I was actually watching the Yoruba nation do their rally in Ondo before I joined the platform. No nation in this world will support power going to a section of any country in the world. Carrying out this kind of activity. Nobody is going to support you. So as a true Nigerian, looking from that perspective, I'm just laughing. We are by the day empowering the power, those in power to keep staying in the north. Because who is going to benefit from all this? And who is going to lose? Now people go lose, whether I like it or not. You are just sparing their chance to progress along the other part of the country. So there should be a common sense to all this. Southern Cameroon is a great example. We should go and study what is happening in Southern Cameroon in regards to what lockdown means and it can do to a particular society. Nigeria is, see, that's one thing about this election. We all will learn one small lesson about the country we call ourselves. It is bigger than individual and it's bigger than any ethnic group. So whatever they think they are doing in the Southeast, Nigeria is not losing. Trust me, Nigeria is not losing. Nigeria is gaining ground among the international community. So we should look at this very, very worried. Wherever I have the point, I have the point. There is no way you can stage the wars against this state government and you win. Somebody saying Ebubago is causing them. Ebubago is legit. There's a law behind Ebubago, regardless of what they are doing. You cannot compare them with ESN or whatever. So, but at the end of the day, ask yourself who's losing and who's gaining. You're fighting against Nigeria. Nigeria is flourishing. Okay. Oil is being discovered every day. People are flourishing whether we like it or not.
All right.
It's an on call.
All right.
We are pushing the power to keep remaining in the north. That's exactly what we are doing.
All right. Thank you. I wanted to say that in about 8 minutes, we are going to host HO for an hour. Then at 1 p.m., we are going to host Colonel Adeniyi for another hour. But I'm getting some feed. I don't know if it's. I hope it's true that Simon wants to come on the show. If we're able to get him, we will make room. We will move our guest further down, so that we can get Simon in.
Doctor, when here in Alo today, I'll be here. I'll hold it down.
I'll be here.
As long as if Simon is going to come here, Doctor,
I'll be here.
I'll be here. I'll hold it down.
So, but the first thing
Can I talk now?
Hold on. Who said can I talk? Who wants to talk?
Me.
Who say your name? I can't.
The priest of peace.
Oh, okay.
Maxwell need to talk. He's been there since.
I wanted to say something, but anyway, let him finish. Let the priest of peace finish out.
Maxwell, no, hold on. Okay. So the first thing is this: we have 10 people here. I have to. We need maybe 2 people to give room so that if Simon is,
I'll give you a chance. I'll go.
Okay, so that he could come in. Then the next thing is to listen to people who are just joining us, who have not said anything before we go back to people we've been listening to. Uzo, go ahead. Welcome.
Okay. Should I go on?
Yeah, go ahead, Uzo.
Oh, okay. So I want to say something here. Let me pick first of all from where Ovie stopped. He said Nigeria is not losing nothing, and that is absolutely true. We that are in the Southeast, we are the ones losing because of these activities. Now, coming to Ken is talking from the point of ignorance. Sorry to say that, because what he said about Simon Ekpa being a disciple, who made him a disciple? He said he's a disciple of whoever.
Nnamdi Kanu did.
All right, give us a clip where he said that, because I want facts.
Number two.
Don't worry.
Number
I will,
two. Number two.
I will forward it to Dr. Damages.
Number two, when he was asked to have a slot on Radio Biafra to broadcast, and you see, somebody made a statement here, Mr. Scribe. He said, IPOB has a structure. Mazen Nando can put a structure so that it wouldn't be a thing like that of Wazirike. And when he went to prison, everything went berserk. The struggle died. But IPOB has a structure that could propel the ideology of self-determination, which is not a crime. So this self-determination is what the structure is holding together. And now somebody was asked to broadcast a slot. A slot is that, okay, like here right now, Dr. Damages, I am working with you and I have a slot on your platform, maybe 1 hour slot, and give my opinion and share my opinion. And people like all of us like are here, we will now bring our opinions together. That was what he was asked to do. And for him to get there, he needs to sign some documents, which he refused to sign. And when you listen to his rhetoric going forward from there, it is all about the structure is being manipulated by some crooks, according to him. And now you want to tell me that I should listen to somebody who has the audacity to bring a woman's nude picture, nude picture, buying of social media all over the world. You want me to listen to that kind of human being? Does that make sense?
What was that crime?
My friend, calm down.
Okay, hold on, the priest. Let me just make another announcement. Please, if you want to join us, please, for now, give us room. We're trying to make room to see if we can get Simon in. So don't try to join us in the next 5 minutes. So we will have space for him if he's able to join us. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, going forward. He said, I deny my... Listen, I am here on a neutral level. Because if I say I want to associate, say, Mazen Khan is my brother, does it make any difference? It doesn't make no difference. I am not defending anybody. So I haven't denied anybody being a relation, or that was said, I am involved in this ideology. I love the ideology for self-determination, whether we like it or not. Because you know why? Like Ovia said, Nigeria is not working. We know that. And we are still going back to how could we make Nigeria work if we can't go back to drawing board? And what people like Simon is doing is unconscionable. It is egregious. It is damaging our people and our reputation in the Southeast. And if something is not done, it is going to get worse. We have to be ready. We have to be ready. It's going to get worse.
All right. I just got a message that this is not a good time for Simon, that he won't be able to join us. So what we're going to do that, but he's open to coming on the show, and he wants me. I'll reach out to him after the show and book him for next week. I will try to book him for next Saturday and get him here to address some of these issues. All right, so we will still go back to the program we already have, but let me just give people who are here a chance to weigh in, and then we invite HO to talk to us for a few minutes. Uzo, go ahead.
Damages, I wanted to say something after Prince of.
Who is speaking? Oh, Maxwell, hold on, please.
Maxwell, yes.
Yeah, help me. Let's hear from people who have not said anything, okay? I know you will get to that chance. Uzo, go ahead, sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Uzo.
Okay, first of all,
yeah.
From the Prince of Peace, he started by lying to this group. When they answer, you may probably IPOB, say no, but you're an insider. Nothing you said here now that are going to believe that what you're saying here is the truth.
of what is going on in Igbo politics. I'm not an IPOB member. I'm not an ESN. I'm not a Bago. But I followed Igbo politics from IPC to whatever you call it. Even when Mama Madikalo was here, I followed him for more than 8-9 years. I follow his program and everything, and his ideology. Now, coming to Simon Ekpa, which is the bone of contention here, the truth of the matter is the Igbo nation is what the start is. The truth of this election coming, we are not seeing, we are just looking at Simon Ekpa, and you're not seeing the handwriting. If guy is not taken, there won't be any election in this 5 states of Eastern part, the way things are going. And we are here just talking at Simon Ekpa and the Batman Dekano. Samuel Chika does here with the head of DOS and all over. If not Samuel Ekpa, Martin, they can't know what about him anymore. Whether Samuel Ekpa is doing the right thing or the wrong thing, he's pushing out something bad or good. But I don't believe, or his ideology of stopping, not allowing people or locking down the state for over 4 days. I don't believe in that. But at the end of the day, federal government of Nigeria also have a part to play. People are not scared of Eastern Security Network, or who will be scared of the soldiers on the streets that come to protect. They kill innocent people, not people that is involved. Okay, let me just give you an example of ESN, when it started, how everything started. I was here in Texas. I raised money because in my place, we take security on our own. So the government does not support, I contribute money. We have our security at feet. But you drove a Fulani guy from one village, you go to another village, So it doesn't. So with the Eastern people, it's okay. Let's have a central security network. They come out the Carlo from the IPC, the WIC, try to form a central security network. So that's why ECN come out. But end of the day, they see that this thing is the way it's going. It's not going to help federal government. They bring a bag with it. Everybody is not constitutional, let me say, backed. They are just an opposition. They counter to Eastern Security Network. Their name is also ESN. The same thing is they counter security. They are not doing anything good.
All right.
Yesterday, I have the information that this from Imo State, the Imo State government give order to our Eze that he should store a bubago in the Malaka government. And we will say no. Malaka government will be at peace. When we bring the bubago in now, ESN will come in now, everywhere we bust out. Please, my own advice I give we from the Eastern state is that all these things are politically motivated. They know that if they take the cattle out, everything is gone.
Right.
And so let's do well to make peace in our own, so not to start fighting each other. Thank you.
I want to clear the
No.
being lying. They said I lied.
Yeah, because they asked you, are you a BOS? You say you're not from.
I said I am not a member. Hold on. I want you to listen to what I said. I said I am not a member, but I am an insider.
Okay.
They asked me about, do I know who Mazichi Kedozem is? I said I've heard about him.
All right.
You say no. You say no. You don't know him. You say you don't know him.
I did not say that.
That's what he said. He said you don't know him.
Damages could go back and listen. So when you say I lied, I did not.
That's what you say. You are
Okay, hold on.
So Chika, Edozem is not your brother.
The priest we asked
how he look like you though?
Was whether he's your brother, and you said
that is his brother. Same papa, same mama.
He said no. Kenny. All right, let me go to Doze.
Okay.
Doze, welcome to the show.
Thank you. You want to know what I think, right?
Yes.
I am uncomfortable turning this into a Biafra show. I'm quite uncomfortable. I am not a good supporter of Biafra. I'm a very good Igbo man. And I want those who are Biafrans to be tolerant that there are some Igbos who are not Biafrans. I love Igbo. I would die for Igbo any day, anytime. But I don't have to be a Biafran to do so. On the other hand, I love Nigeria. And in fact, if we can dismantle Nigeria, I love West Africa as a country. So that is how far I'm going. Having said that, all we are discussing here are simply symptoms of a failed Nigeria. Because there wouldn't have been a Biafra organization. There wouldn't have been IPOB, because I remember when Nnamdi Kanu was organizing protests in London against Boko Haram, and nobody took it seriously. All we are talking here are simply symptoms of a country that has no law. I'm not saying they don't have book. I'm not saying they don't have lawyers with fake wigs or fake gray hairs. I'm saying that you can kill anybody in Nigeria provided you have money, nothing will happen. Nobody will even ask you whether you did or not. And if they dare ask you, you tell them your title, you shake your money around, and within 2 weeks, you hand it to your lawyers, and the case dies off. So that is what we have as a country. There would never have been IPOB. Nobody would have had a stomach for IPOB if the country functions, if the plan, what is written in the books as to what the governors should do are being done. What the federal government should do is being done. And let's not keep on, maintaining the orgasm that there's going to be a Biafra. Even if there is, we've already built a culture, and that culture has to be changed. And the culture I refer to is the culture of corruption. It's so deep that even if you form a family meeting and you contribute money, you be careful. They will kill you for that money. The culture is deep. From Sokoto down to Bayelsa, across the whole space of Nigeria, we have built a deep culture that nothing should happen. Leave it to God, whether we can see God or not. That is what we are suffering from. If we can, the reason almost all of us here are not in Nigeria. Why are we coming to America? Why are we in Europe? Because you fool around, they catch you, don't go. In Nigeria, they catch you, nothing will happen.
All right. Does it? Thank you. Spina, we're discussing Simon's declaration that there should be sit at home during this Christmas season for 5 days. What does that mean?
Well,
you support
he shouldn't be declaring anything. Nobody gave him authority to declare anything. I'm an Igbo man. I'm from there. I didn't give him I didn't relinquish my mind to him to declare anything for me. He's an idiot. Just like Nnamdi Kanu is an idiot. Listen, I know some people will get mad with me. When I wear this, it doesn't mean I support Nnamdi Kanu. Actually, my daughter bought this for me, so for Christmas. Listen, you see all this nonsense people are doing, right? All this Biafra thing started, right? It started in London with, I don't know how much you guys know, with Steve Ekpa, Barrister Mecca, Dr. I forgot his name now, the guy that went to school in Russia. There were a lot of intellectuals there were involved. So now they kind of hijacked the radio. You remember when you interviewed him? When you interviewed him, he said something in your show. He said, if they don't give us Biafra, Nigeria will be worse than Somalia. you see, that time I was paying attention. I know some people involved, but I never got involved. I'm not a member of, I never been a member of IPOB, but I knew some people that were at the top. I knew, personally know Dr. Iranya. Me and him became friends. He's in Houston. You know, do you know that eventually Dr. Iranya has a very good job with Shell in Houston, Texas. He almost lost that job because Nnamdi Kanu pay somebody to report to FBI that Iranya is Boko Haram. Can you imagine that? So all these kids, Simon Ekpa, Nnamdi Kanu, they're all idiots. What some of us wanted to do, huh? You see Boko Haram? Boko Haram still operating in Nigeria. Who stopped them? This guy here said that, you know, you can go to, the country has no law, that you can go to Nigeria and kill anybody. Nobody will stop you. What some of us wanted to do is just that Nnamdi Kanu derailed everything. By the way, do you know Nnamdi Kanu was arrested twice? Do you know if these people knew what they were doing, that man shouldn't be arrested. He shouldn't go the place he went to be arrested twice. You know, so some of us wanted to do stuff, but these kids, they derailed everything. You know, I mean, some of you know what is called stealth bomber. Do you know how stealth bomber works? You know, that's a regular jet. When a regular jet comes, you can see it. Stealth bomber, you don't see it. What we wanted to do in Nigeria, we would have made Boko Haram look like a child's play. But all this bunch of kids there, now they kind of act like a little kid. Simon Ekpa now, he's acting like a little kid. What we wanted to do would have shut down Nigeria. But because of money, people just took it over, hijacked it, you know. So that's where we are now. Why is he shutting down Nigeria? I mean, East. What does that mean? How does that gonna help anybody? All those people suffering there, you know. So forget about all this stuff, Biafra thing. This Biafra become a franchise for jobless people to make money. You know, now he never had a job. You guys, majority, some of you guys don't know that. That man never had a job that gave him money. He saw opportunity to make money. He started duping up our young people, you know. But some of us were serious. Like I said, I wasn't involved with them, but I knew some people who wanted to plan something. None they kind of just hijacked everything.
All right.
All
right.
That's all I can say for now.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay. Mr. Murray, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Doctor, for having me. So nice
to have you. We have touched on a few topics, and I know you just joined us. Aisha Buhari was a topic that we would have used your view. We talked about Aisha Buhari. We talked about Simon Ekpa and the lockdown of the East. When we come back, we are going to talk about Tinubu preview of his speech. He's going to speak at Chadam House in London. So we're going to talk about that. But in the meantime, as soon as we can get HO to join us, she's going to talk about her foundation, which will give him, she's going to talk about her foundation and what she's doing. And we're going to listen to her and maybe ask her questions. After that, we bring Colonel Adeniyi, who will talk about the Constitution that he's proposing for Nigeria, and we are going to also question him. But Omori, what you have in mind? Is there anything you want to talk about?
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. Today is loaded as usual, and I cannot thank you enough for the good job you're doing. I think the show is disrupting the media space like Shewore came to disrupt the political space in Nigeria. Kudos to your effort. Keep up the good job. Beautiful topics. That will not permit me to dwell in all of them. But I just want to sound a word of caution to our people. I try as much as possible not to avoid the stereotyping of a particular people or anybody or a group of people that we have a very precarious situation in our hand, and people are not seeing it. Failure or mistake, they say, could be success. To the extent we can learn from them. But we are not learning. I don't think we are learning anything from what we are seeing. We are seeing Boko Haram consuming the whole of Eastern, not East. I don't know. You see, I try as much as to be careful. I listen carefully to my brother, Kene. Vibrant guy, well articulated and all that. But when people are trying to take, few individuals are trying to take a vibrant ethnic group for a ride, we must be able to wake up and speak up. No matter who wants his God, it doesn't matter, you know. You could have, people could have a wrong way of fighting a genuine cause. You had a show a few weeks ago about what does our people, our brothers, our IPOB brothers want from the, you know, Amaga, the non-working nation called Nigeria, the geographical entity called Nigeria. People made their submissions, and these were the things you were alluding to, directly or indirectly. Somewhere, like Kenneth said, the media unit of IPOB was handed over to Simon Ekpa before Nnamdi Kanu was arrested. My brother, you know, you are entitled to your opinion. You're a human being, you're an adult, and an intellectual at that. Nnamdi Kanu was not even aware that he was going to be arrested. I listened to that video. Nnamdi Kanu never sat down somewhere to hold meeting somewhere to where power was delegated to Simon Ekpa. We have to be very careful. The way we come to public space and, you know, show out things. You are talking to people. People are hearing you. You must not represent the fact. Nnamdi Kanu said he listened to the guy, you know, YouTube has become an alternative to the mainstream media, where people can genuinely disseminate information. Others are also there for the monetary gain. They want to survive. What he said was that he listened to he did listen to some of Sam Ekpa's videos. That the guy was making sense. He couldn't have, I never expected anything less from him because he was supporting me purportedly his own cause. What Sam Ekpa was saying at that time was helpful to the cause of Nnamdi Kanu. He said, listen to that gentleman. You can also listen to him. It's making a lot of sense. Are you not, you know, because he was kidnapped from Kenya, he was adopted, you know, quote unquote, from Kenya to Nigeria. Does that translate automatically to handing the media's unit of IPOB to Simon Ekpa?
No.
Man, doctor, we have a serious problem in our hand. I don't want to say anything that will make my IPOB brothers see me as a very bad guy or I hate them. But because of what other people have also come to say here, I drop my heart for you all, you know, like people like CM, the other guy that spoke last, I will not be able to mention your names. We have to be very careful. We say Fulanis are destroying our people. We cannot at the same time be destroying ourselves and pretending to, where do we really stand? Someday you come here, you say it's Obi. Another day you say, wait, please, hold on, please. So another time we say there will be no election. This was the same mistake they wanted to make during, few days to the Anambra election. So, but they were quick to see the handwriting on the wall. That they were giving, boycott of any election has never gone to history. I think we are all students of history. That will not permit you to give you examples. Boycott of election anywhere has never helped any people. Whether you boycott the election or not, election will hold, result will be declared. Go to what happened in 1964. From 1966 Nigerian history to date. Boycott of election has never helped any people. Okay. So another point I want to make is, there are things I have to be very careful with. We had a meeting here with all sense of humility and And I had a meeting here with from some of our elites from our people, intellectuals from the Eastern region. In that meeting, we had Dr. Effiong Jr., we had Dr. Dumegwa, we had Professor, a lot of them were, I don't want to start mentioning it for security reasons. See, these are bourgeois. You know, there were a lot of, financial bourgeois. They really mean well for the Eastern region. That's saw the cause of the man, the gentleman Kanu was fighting as, they saw the need to assist his cause. But I was surprised too in that meeting. A lot of things. I mean, people are turning this thing into business. And if you see what happened also, as soon as Kanu was kidnapped, I don't want to go back to the crisis that erupted, where people were fighting themselves dirty in the market square because of money. So be careful. We should be careful the way we place our monetary gain at the detriment of other people. It is not healthy for us. We have made some mistakes in the past. So people, as we speak to you right now, I'm jumping from one point to the other because time would not permit me to give you. See, if I say I'm close to certain information, the other one was saying it's an insider. It doesn't mean he has to be. He held a meeting with Kanu before. He's telling you he has access to some information you may not be aware of. What I'm trying to say, let me just see if I can summarize by telling you. If they didn't change their stance in the Anambra election, the Abuja politicians were almost imposing their people, and they were hiding under that guys to commit mayhem, and they quickly recovered from that, and Soludo became. He might not be a saint, he might not be an angel, but today I think he's better than Fulani apologies they wanted to impose. We have to be careful again. You want Obi to win. A lot of people are clamoring for Obi to win. People are saying, even myself here is saying it's long overdue. No, I don't believe in, I just believe in who can do the job. I don't believe it has to come from a certain region. But then, going back to our history, the presidency of Eastern region, extraction is long overdue. You don't want the election to hold. You want to disrupt election. You want to start sitting at home. The one day we have been trying to contend with has not been enough. Now you want to extend it to 5 days. It might escalate to, forever sit at home. Do you know the pace of these people? You are here in America. You are here in Britain. You are here in Asia. You are here in, in countries where things are working for their people. Where leaders mean well for their people, and they mean genuinely well for the people. And it's all about the politicians. It's all about the people. You are there supporting. I was with them yesterday. I'm privy to certain information on both sides, for and against. We almost had a fight yesterday. One is saying there will be no election. No matter what we're doing for Obi, we are wasting our time. I said, okay, what is the alternative between now and February? He could not say anything. And he ended up by telling me how many youths they have recruited to die just for nothing's sake. They have paid the ultimate price. They have gone. Their parents are still, they are not recovered from the pains. They are recruiting, they are busy recruiting more now. And buying ammunition. I don't want to go into certain things, Dr. Damage. For the purpose of, your show, this is a show I benefit a lot from. He has taught me a lot, and I don't want it to anything to happen to it. You are busy recruiting some people, as sacrificial lambs. Before, in Wanajuku, was there any reason for the civil war? Yes, a lot of injustice, killings and all that. Was it necessary, like I said the other day? Yeah, depending on the angle you look at it. Could it have been avoided? Of course it would have been avoided. What about this is the same thing. Now, the guy ended by telling me he's preparing. The same guy that wants innocent used to die in this region. We almost fought him yesterday. I didn't mind going to cell. Tell me, I didn't mind people calling police on me. He's preparing to take his children from Port Harcourt. He was in Port Harcourt before he relocated to America. He's preparing to take his family to Ghana before the innocent people are being killed. You are here supporting the recruitment, no election, no this, no that. Obi cannot do anything. Obi is a distraction from the real movement, which is IPOB. I say, do you people really know what you want? The system is bad for everybody. It's not working for anybody except for the few cabals that are holding us in perpetual bondage. But this is the best way to go. You are preparing taking your children, your wife and your children to Ghana, you know, and you are buying ammunition for innocent people to die. I don't get it, Dr. Damages. People will come on show defending Simon Ekpa, that criminal, that idiot. In a sane society. By now, you people should have come together and think of how to deal with that guy. He's not helping anybody. And apart from himself, he's helping himself and few other cronies around him. It has become a business.
In due time.
Dr.
Is that what?
We should tackle the issue instead of tackling individuals. We should be talking about the problem instead of talking about individuals.
I have a question for you, ultraviolet people.
Hold on, guys. I don't know who's speaking.
We should always focus our energy on the issues instead of individuals.
Okay. You cannot be harmed and you want people to listen.
No, wait.
Start meeting.
Yeah, I'm trying to, but they unmute themselves. Doctor. I've muted. Yeah, I have to call you before you speak, you know, please. Okay. So let's go to RBL. Welcome to the show.
Hi, Mr. Damages. A quick question. You said that you bring that criminal in Finland into your platform. When are you going to bring Mazi Chikadoziem or Tina Sawara to your platform?
All right.
Yes, go on.
Hold on.
He's speaking for Radio Biafra London.
Yeah, so
RBL.
First of all, you have not had me call anybody a criminal unless you know you are convicted by a court of law.
That's because you don't know the facts of what's happening. I do.
Hold on, guys.
You are coming from a segment of IPOB, Radio Biafra London. So you are speaking for Mazi Chikadoziem.
Ken, can you
Everybody hold on. He asked me a question. Let me answer him. So the point is this. I bring people who are in the news, I think, and the relevance for me.
Which news is permanent?
Listen to me. If you don't want to listen
Mr. R, please keep quiet.
Yeah. So I'm bringing him because he's in the news because of this. He's been there, really doing his thing. But my concern was that when he declared that there should be sit at home for 5 days. I felt that this is something that we should have a conversation around. So that's why I think. Hold on. Come on. That's why I think. I've never lost my cool, and sometimes I laugh because it's a way to stop me from getting to that point. Anyway. The point is that I feel that, you know, it's relevant and I wanted this conversation today to be narrowed down to that point. That I know that there are bigger issues. And because I saw that I'm proposing, and I think his people also are reaching out, that I will bring him here, then we'll have a wider conversation. If along the way we need to get Chika to come in and be part of that conversation, we do that. Okay? So there's no, like I said, I don't have any agenda. When I propose this, if he didn't say there should be five days sit at home during Christmas, I wouldn't be alarmed to think that we need to talk about this.
Okay, my next question is to this Ken and Vin, whatever you call it, Vin Maxwell.
Can you speak up a little bit and maybe raise it?
My next question is for Ken and Vin. They said that Simon Ekpa is in charge of ESN. Which ESN is he in charge of?
I can hardly hear you. We can hardly hear you.
He's trying to hide his identity because we know people like us. We know him very well.
Stop talking, man, and listen to me. You said that this man, Simon Ekpa, is in charge of ESN. Which ESN are we talking about that he's in charge of?
Do you want me to answer you? Okay. On the 16th of February 2021. Simon Ekpa granted interview to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And soon after the interview, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu held his own show. And during his show, he instructed Biafrans to follow Simon Ekpa, that he is a true disciple of IPOB and Biafrans should follow him. That was when everything started. So whatever that happened after Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped, the Chike Doziem faction of IPOB came out and were debunking that there was never a time Nnamdi Kanu handed over the media to Simon Ekpa because they've been bought by the Nigerian politicians, the likes of Okafor, the one from Anambra State. They are all working for the federal government.
Okay,
you cannot tell me that you are a freedom fighter where you are living peacefully with your traitors. So unless you are telling us that you collected money from backyard.
Can I hold on? All right. Hold on, everybody. Stop. Everybody stop.
Have you finished?
I
Dr.
have to remove you.
Sorry,
yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
No. Does it? That's okay.
I wonder whether you should keep this ROV.
No, we're not. Does it? Don't worry. Okay, so we are going to suspend this conversation. Okay. Next week I'll bring
the
Simon.
pile of people, the priest of peace.
So next week I'll try to bring Simon to be on the show. Anybody who wants to have this conversation should join us. If you know Doziem, if he wants to join, if you can send me his contact, I'll reach out to him. I'm open to anybody. I don't care who you are, your position. If you want to come here and have that conversation, we do that. So it's not like I have any particular side I'm supporting. I think we should talk about these things. Some things are happening that we can't just keep quiet and let it happen. When we talk about it, we learn from everybody. I learn from you guys and from the guests we bring in. So I think what is dangerous is not talking about things and letting them just go that way. I have to bring in Madam H.O. I promised her that I will give her 1 hour. I think we have to reduce it to 30 minutes, and then we have to bring Colonel Adeni also to talk to. We will come back to the conversations we plan to have today, which includes Tinubu's speech and Tinubu's campaign and other campaigns. So we're not going off track, but we need to have this conversation. What do you want to say? Somebody raised. I wanted to hear from Vin. Yeah, go ahead.
It's me.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's me, Dr. Damages. Thank you so much. I just want to say a few things. Then I go and into my farm to visit my people. You see, it is better for us to sit. It is not good to shave someone's head in his absence. In fact, among all of you here, I am the least educated person around here. And it is not in my, character to begin to call names on people that you have never heard their own part of the story. If you really want to know more about that guy, bring him in and he will speak for himself. But for people to sit here and begin to call him names, that does not speak well of your education. And I'm sorry to have said this. Thank you and God bless you.
All right, thank you. CM, you wanted to say something? You see, sometimes even the image.
CM, you need to come. You need to join the Concourse network. Okay, I can't take this number from. That's the BDN network.
Always, his image is static. He's not moving. You don't even know if he's there or not.
Leave a BDN network. Come to Concourse network. You see? Can you have anything for that? He's using the obedient network.
See,
all right, Omori, go ahead.
Please. Yeah, I was interrupted. I didn't learn. I just want to make a few clarification here.
What I want
the last time
to
CM, hold on. Yeah.
The last time Omori, the last time I saw
hear me just
CM, we can't hear you. It hasn't been, it's not better any Go ahead, Omori, go ahead.
The last time I listened to Mazina Dikanu, he said there was no need for us to kill ourselves. That the reason why he has offered himself as the sacrificial lamb is for the safety of our people. I think I picked something very sensitive and meaningful from that. And again, in that meeting we had, one Dr. Dumegwan lamented that one certain individual was busy raising thousands of dollars almost every time. But the boys in the street, in the forest, they were not having water to drink. They were running, they not even thought of bullet to defend themselves. I mean, why can't we learn? If we want to be, the real Biafran soldier, I advised my guy yesterday, if we believe in a cause, you can do anything possible to defend that cause. You are not there, you ran away from Nigeria, you're not even there. You're thinking of removing your children to Ghana. You want to sacrifice innocent youth while others are clamoring for an Igbo presidency. I don't know how to reconcile all this. Please, we have to be careful. There is a dangerous situation in our hand. It has to be carefully handled so that we don't have. Now we are beginning to see the reason why they brought Boko Haram. But whoever that brought Boko Haram to dislodge Jonathan, whoever, I think the thing has escalated beyond that. We are beginning to have another Boko Haram in the eastern region in our hand. Please, let's be cautious the way we go about it. Thank you, Doctor, and God bless you all.
Doctor, let me round up. Please, can I just round up and I need to go and do other things?
No, I could let you, but hold on. I'm trying to get our guest to join us. Okay. So once she comes on, you have to stop. Okay. Go ahead.
All right. I should go on. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I want to say that I think I may have probably said enough, because when somebody is talking from the point of ignorance, you will know that that person doesn't even have anything to argue on. It is sad to see how Spinner and Ken or whatever is denigrating Nnamdi Kanu. Is unfortunate, but I want them to understand one thing. Everything that is happening in our land, in Igbo land, is unfortunate. That is number one. Number two, non-state actors have used this opportunity of the vacuum Mazi Nnamdi Kanu created to make mayhem, to cause mayhem in our land. I've traveled and I saw firsthand what was going on. I couldn't even stay in the East for a night. I couldn't. I was all through in Abuja. But let us understand one thing. Whatever thing that is going on, it is against our posterity, our children. It is against them. And if we cannot stand up now to say enough of this mayhem, it will continue. It needs to stop. And people should begin to have common sense about what is going on in our land. You need to travel to understand what I'm saying. Because if you have not traveled in the last 2-3 weeks, then you don't have the audacity to come and be saying anything here, because I've seen it. So, my brothers, let us open our mind to what is going on in the East. For somebody to come and tell you he will sit at home, for what, for who, or what level, it is unacceptable. And that has to stop. And we're a structure that everybody can queue into and make things work precisely.
A corrupt structure.
Ken, why do you always like to interrupt people? It shows that you are immature. You are an immature man. That being said,
ignorant.
All right. Okay. That's enough. That's enough. Everybody, thank you so much for this wonderful conversation. This segment. We are now going to shift a little bit. When we come back, I mean, down the road, we can revisit this as we make final arrangements.
We never run. We're not running today. I think we're the best.
Doctor, please do what?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Amori.
Doctor, please do whatever you can. Please do whatever you can to bring Simon Ekpa to this show, please. Please.
and even
Please,
and
that will
even
save
Chike
that will
Dosiam.
save millions of our people. That will
Yes,
save
and
millions
even
of our
Chike
people.
Dosiam.
Just bring him here
Yes.
so that we can be able to have a conversation, a robust conversation, an intellectual conversation, that will save millions of people from dying unnecessarily in our land. Thank you, sir.
I will do that. I will do that. That will be next week. I'll do everything and report
Well
back
said,
to you
Omorui.
guys.
Well said.
Okay.
Thank
All right.
you,
Now
Mr.
we are.
Mario.
Now we are going to give. Unfortunately, to be 30 minutes now. Initially, we planned 1 hour. We're going to have a conversation with Biafran. Rachel. She has something that she wants is that everybody, all of us here, can contribute to something to make that place that we come from better. It's not just about talking; it's also about doing something. And HO is doing something about it. So we invite her to join us. I want you guys to listen in, and at the end, you will have opportunity to ask her questions about her plans and what she's doing, and hopefully, everybody will get a chance down the road to present something they are planning to do beyond just coming on air and about our plans and what she's doing. And hopefully everybody will get a chance down. Okay. Hecho, welcome to the show.
Thank you, sir.
Hi. So we are honored to have you. This time you are the guest. You are not just a contributor. So we will ask you questions at the end of your presentation. We have about 30 minutes, so maybe you can talk for 10 minutes and tell us, give us a little background, who you are and why you decided to take action in terms of some of the things you're worried about in Nigeria.
They owe me time, so I will come back for part 2.
Okay.
My Christmas dress, when you're supposed to sew, make I wear come. You not make I ready. Then all of now,
Christmas never reach.
All of now, when say make our people stay for house, for East, for 5 days. Now don't supply the food stuff and everything when they go spend that 5 days for. If I never supply the food when they go eat for house for 5 days, una be devil. Una there for Bodo country here, they eat for 5 days. Una come say make my mama, my brother and sister for East, make they sit down for house. When una know say some of them are waiting themselves for a day, now they take eat. Una worse pass devil, oh. Una be devil. In fact, no. Devil they learn work for you on a day. How callous are we? What is happening in the East? Is it because they are not displayed every day? Simon Ekpa, I go wait for you on Sunday, Saturday next week. We get to talk. Before we send a Fulani herdsmen. But now we they kill our own people. And we they call and waiting, fighting for justice. Is that what Nnamdi Kanu would have done if he was in your shoe? Before you tell my papa and mama and my brothers and sisters, in the East, I want to see thousands of trailer truck of food stuff. When I go donate and give to the whole states in the East, plus the interior village. If you don't do that, you have no audacity. Because if you do it, and Amogo go sue you. Wicked people. Anyway, make we come to the reason when I did here, Jerry. I came to a point in my life, I realized talk is cheap well. It's a bit talk, but there is no solution to it. My papa God forced me to come to America. I don't know why. But after some time, many years, when I don't grumble, tire, I not get choice to ask a question. In 2017, November 17, 2017, about 11:45 p.m. my time, I get to have some one-on-one discussion with the owner of my life. So he gave me an assignment, a mission, to go back home with all he has taught me, because when he teach me for Nigeria, and when he don't teach me for here, and work and collaborate with my brothers and sisters, some NGO that will support, and even the government, to build a new Nigeria. A Nigeria will be proud to leave behind for our children. I said, Papa, this one too much. Where I won't start. Who be me when they say this message? And why are you sending me in times like this? He gave me the answer. And I asked, where do I start from? I can't do this because it's too much. He said, all I need from you is to say yes. When you say yes, I will guide you. I will make provision. If you not let me tell anybody, because if I tell them, they will laugh at me. It will be like the time when, Nehemiah won't go build the wall of Jericho. When he tell his friends, they can't laugh at him. For me, I'm a journal. I keep her. Begin to do one thing or the other. So along the lines, ideas begin to pop in. They were specific. I asked him, if I must carry out, why are they black now?
It's okay.
They were specific. I asked him. They were specific. I asked him, knowing fully whether my people are hungry at home. And I knew to change the atmosphere of Nigeria, I understand that ideas rules the world. So I asked him on my knee to give me creative ideas. Because I know that my people need job. Then when I come think of my brother and my children, when they do Yahoo, kidnapping, battery, and all, and they're all doing all this in the internet space. And I know for me to take them out of the internet space, I have to bring something else that is legit in the internet space to replace the negativity. So I also asked Papa, I need an opportunity that is legitimate in the internet space that I will give to them. So I gave a condition. Give me the opportunity, or you kill me, or I carry myself to come meet you, choose. And also make him to understand, say, if you make me to carry myself, come meet you, how many people will give you glory? And if I carry myself to come meet you, you not get right to tell me, say, make I go hellfire. Because me, I go tell you, say, Aisha, because when I did it, I beg you to give me opportunity that is legitimate. Why was that specific in the internet space? And they see Oyibo people, internet space, that they make some legitimate business. And then they drive Ferrari, Lamborghini. And I know that my children head for Nigeria, we correct as these people won't know. So if I can get an opportunity in the internet space, it will help. So I was there. Oh, there are times 3 weeks I not go bath. I was angry. I was depressed. I was hopeless. I was at that point, and I was asking God, is it that you don't see us in Nigeria? What is it? You take our worship, because we Africa, they like to worship you. You go collect our worship. At the end of the day, you go come, they give us what? Poverty, lack, and hopelessness. You allow all this that the GO, they deceive our people. They go, they tell out of this small when they get me, they come so sick. I can't discover, say, money not be seed though. Because they know they plant money, make it germinate. Now corn, agbado, like Papa talk. Agbado, cassava, yam.
So
they plant.
Hecho, can you get to call, because we want to have opportunity to interact with you.
Now you take my time.
No. I
So,
just get to the core of what you are doing so that we can.
We go there now. They tell you the jealousies went on to Rana. Not be jealousies in either they read before revelation. So now jealousies you go take today, you go call schedule revelation for me. I like it like that. Because now you take my 14 minutes because they give me 30 minutes. Since I not the check for time. Anyway, we go come back, make I just hang up for there. So that is what resulted to more gold. I didn't even know the name when I want to give them. We just put name together. I can't remember saying my papa do well for my life. If I want to come Tifa, I go still come find them. My papa lost, so now Tifa. Now I can't give them diamond. I can't remember saying my mama, when I small, when they do farm work, they suffer. They always they pull out from my hand say, when you grow up, you go buy motor, you go carry me. Unfortunately, the wickedness of Nigeria not let me carry my mama when I buy motor. Now I can't give her gold. I can't remember say my friend they call me Annie. So now that we get going and diamond gold. So what are we trying to do? We are trying to change the narrative. All of us here, we have a role to play. If we all join together and work in unity, 10 years, we don't turn Nigeria to Dubai. Why? We have come here, we've seen development. It's a matter of replication. And we'll turn everything around. In the political atmosphere, we can do that successfully. In education, we can do it. In the health industry, we can do it. Because the truth is this, the government cannot build our nation for us. It's not going to happen. But we can do it ourselves. So Andamogo want to function in the 36 states of Nigeria. And how are we going to function? We have already divided the 36 states into the 6 political zones. And by the grace of God, we want to get coordinator from the Western world. So if you know that you come from any of the political zones, reach out to me, you go be coordinator. And we're also going to, while we have the coordinator here, the assistant will be in Nigeria. Then we also go into each of the zones. All of us come from the state, from each of the zones. So we are going to have a coordinator from each of the zones in this Western world. And also do what? Have their assistants at home. So if you know that you come from any of the states, reach out to me. Then we'll now break each state into local government. So if you know that you come from any of those local government for your state, reach out to me. Because you will be the coordinator of those local government. Then we will get assistance for house. Same thing into the villages. Why are we driving it this route? Because we want to build a structure down that will affect the life of our parents and our brother right from the village into the city. Because if we develop the city, your brother and sister are not going to suffer for Lagos in the name of this thing. Because I remember when I finished, my first job was in Rifle. Rifle was a village, but everything when I get for Denver, Colorado, they are there in Rifle for me. So we can do same in our villages, in our community, and at the end of the day, if we can do this, insecurity is already addressed. We will not know those who are criminal. Because the reason our brothers and sisters are doing what they are doing is because they are hopeless. There's no food, nothing. But we can all build this together, and this insecurity will be addressed. I have worked in nursing home. My brothers and sisters, make you not pray to old for years. Make you stay for their nursing home. No. But if we build that structure we are talking, people like us have the dream of building nursing home. So that if in case you not build get property for home, you will come school for our nursing home. Eat your correct afan soup, correct onugbo soup, correct ofiowere soup in your old age, and you have opportunity to mingle with the elders over there and discuss and pass out more knowledge to the younger generation before Papa God call us soon. So
All right.
we go
All right.
round up for there. We will come for part 2. So our account number go soon ready for Nigeria. The one for America don't ready because we get we will get sense well. We need a better, when we collect from here, carry go home, we want good people to help us distribute. So we go also work with help me waka so that we can do that. I'm trusting God that before April, we will do what we call back to school program, food drive, and cloth and shoe drive. And we will also work on those issues of flood. These are the things we will all work together and build a new Nigeria of our dream.
All right.
Now, part 1 because today only 40 minutes.
Thank you. No, your time continues. What we want to do is give opportunity for people to ask you questions if they have any question for you. So, in summary, Madam H.O. has a non-profit, and I wanted her to tell your people watching at home and everywhere else what it's about, what she plans to do, or what she's currently doing to help the people at home. Part of what we do here is to sensitize people and also help people who are doing something at home to help our people, give them spotlights. So that's why she's here. Anybody can ask questions. If you have any question, Janaba went off. I thought you were the first person. Anybody who has any question for HO, you can go ahead.
No, since you already mentioned my name, HO, thank you for what you do. Whatever you do for the sake of humanity, it's okay. I'm in support of it, and looking forward to see your manifestation. You have a big heart. I think in times to come, I already said earlier that Redo should give you my direct contact and we can talk one-on-one. Congratulations in what you do. I'm trying to choose my word carefully because you are the only woman that come more often. So I don't want to. Now I need you. I want you here. Talk is cheap, but you are not only talking, but you are always here, and your voice is needed. And when I hear your voice, it reminded me of my former president's wife, and it made me like you, Mama. So thank you.
All right, Jaraba, thank you. Who else? Who wants to say something?
Can I speak?
Oh, okay. Hold on, man of prestige. Welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, everybody. Yeah, I've been listening, but I was preoccupied watching the World Cup. I'm a soccer fanatic, so I had what everybody was speaking. I was I think one man was here. Yes, I had everybody speaking, but I was kind of consumed on 2 dimensions anyway, watching the World Cup and everything and all that things I was doing. Welcome.
Was it 3-1?
Yeah, USA lost. They were playing. It wasn't even close.
They didn't have a striker. No.
I mean,
they were playing at the 18 constantly.
Yeah, maybe when the World Cup come here in 4 years, they would have matured at that time. Of course, we got disgraced by Ghana. Ghana shouldn't have been there to begin with. They took a Nigerian place. They couldn't duplicate anything.
You want start trouble, I beg.
What kind of trouble? Now, Ghana wasn't supposed to be there anyway because I don't even rank them. Like they are like about number 15 in Africa, so they are nothing. Believe me. But anyway, let me not debate.
This is HO's time. We will talk about something.
Yeah. Let me not debate to that. Let me greet everybody. Afternoon, morning. I think it's morning over here. Afternoon, evening, wherever you are. Madam HO, I'm familiar with her. But so my question is, what's the name of your platform and what's your mission statement? I think I heard you speaking, but I didn't get the whole information. I was kind of preoccupied with other things. So if you can just tell me what your platform name and maybe we can contribute and your mission statement, please. Just a brief. You don't have to go in detail.
For me to go back, you go pay.
Yeah, I'm going to pay you. I don't mind. Just a brief statement about your mission statement, which is your goal, and the name. That's all I need.
But I don't get that for her, but I can just explain fully, briefly. Adamu Go Foundation is a strong believer of Nigeria child, a strong believer of the Nigeria teenager, and a strong believer of the Nigeria youth. We are their voice because their destiny has been murdered and stolen, and it is replaced with poverty and lack and hopelessness. And we decided to stand up for them, to provide a platform for them to be able to leave the negativities, and we give them a positive way of making money and fulfilling their original God-given destiny.
Okay, thank you.
And we build our platform upon trust, honesty, integrity, and accountability. Because
Thank you. I got it. Thank you.
We're going to use to build a new Nigeria.
Thank you. The Blackstone, questions, comments?
Yeah. First of a question, right? Good afternoon, good morning, or good evening from where you are coming from. All right. Thank you, Madam Aisha. I do appreciate your effort, and above all, I really love your passion for Nigeria, right? And sometimes when I listen to you, it's like you are also talking my mind, actually. But the question I have for you is this, right? You are starting this foundation, right? And how are you going to fulfill this program, or what type of program? You know, just like you give a general view of what you want to do. Like you said, you want to give hope to the hopeless ones, to the youth, to the children, and so on and so forth. So, what is the program? How are you going to do this? What is the program are you having on the ground, right, for this little one that can be able to achieve what you expect them to achieve? Thank you.
We don't want to be a liability, and we don't want to run out of not having money to do things. So there are two aspects when it comes to Mogul. We have the NGO part of it, and we have the business part of it. Because some of the ideas that I have, they cannot fit into the NGO part of it. They are fitting into the business aspect of it. So with that, we will be able to generate funds, even if when nobody is donating, we'll be able to do some of our work. For example, by the mercy and the grace of God, we will be building the best soccer academy in Nigeria. And also, we also want to try to build the best showbiz in Nigeria. Why? Because our children are talented in this area. And because this is their talent, we want to provide that platform for them, for which they can use those talents to fulfill destiny. The only thing we export out of Nigeria in terms of soccer is only football. But there are other sport activities that our children are gifted upon, that we can train them and they can also export it out. Those are some. We are hoping by the mercy and the grace of God, we also want to build a nursing home in Nigeria, so that some of us, when we old now, we can't come my nursing home. We go take good care of now. Then we are looking at having our own ADG ride, like Uber, because I came to discover that the Uber they are currently having, they kidnap people through it. But we are going to put our own in such a structure that if you want to go home, you can book us, and at the end of the day, if the person is to stay with you for the duration you want to stay, as long as you pay for our services, we will do that. In doing that, we have to put a lot of security in place, and we can operate some of those security from here, monitoring everything that is happening, so that our people are secure. So these are some of the things that will be giving us funding to run our gyrates of our NGO. But now go contribute, shall.
All right, thank you so much. I was go ahead, Uzo. Uzo, you have to mute yourself, please.
Okay, thank you, Aisha, for your concern about the way build up our beloved country, Nigeria. You talk about the business and the non-profits who try to do with nursing home. For me, I'm mostly interested on this nursing home, which Nigeria don't have. We all know how it works here. In Nigeria, we don't have, except those that are in need. They don't have that opportunity to be taken care of when they are old. We know the poverty level of Nigeria, and they have most older women, older men, when they grow old, maybe their children cannot afford to even give them a spare meal in a day. They will end up suffering from beginning to end at their old age, and they will end up dying without even be treated as like a human being. It's all over the place. So I'm interested in that. If something you can come up with something that's end of the day, for real, end of the day, I will use my tight money to put in there. Not that there are people that is benefiting, that being fed, that at least 2 square meal every day, that be given a medical checkup every day, even if the BP to read their BP, everything. What's killing Nigeria mostly are this, the high blood pressure on those women. Nobody's checking them. So please, I'm interested on the nursing home you want to implement. I'm very, very interested in that. So that I want to say. I compliment you. I will support in any way anytime you call upon me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think one of the things that really break my heart is when I see there is a guy that showed is in Ibadan. And when I watch his Facebook, I see how elderly women were suffering in Ibadan. And that breaks my heart. Because when I was growing up, I never saw that. I saw grandchildren living with our aged people. But we have thrown away our culture and take this Western world culture, and our people that get back to us are treated like trash. And that really breaks my heart. By the grace of God, we will be working with helpmewaka.com so that they can create insurance policy that people over here can buy that will support in the payment of the services we will be rendering in the nursing home. Because when I work in for Medicaid cover most of the payment for those who do not have, and those who have sell their property and pay down until 2000. Then those who are veterans are being paid. And that is why we want to work with Nigeria government. What plan are they really having for these our policemen and soldiers? Because at the end of the day, these people give their best to the country. And when they die or when they leave services, we treat them as trash. And that is not what we are experiencing here in America. So some of these things we enjoy here, it is good for us to also enjoy it back home.
All right, Madam Hecho, there are some questions online for you. One of them is from Chika. It says, how much is, you mentioned a kind of a profits part of what you're doing. How much are you getting paid for this? How much money do you make out of this? And there are questions like, you said you were going to turn Nigeria into Dubai in 10 years. How are you going to do that? So there's so many questions, but I wanted to address. We don't have so much time because we have to get to Dr. Kone Adeni.
Right now, everything is from my heart. I use my money to run everything right now. Not because I have so much. I've not been able to work for some time now because of some health challenges. And I said to myself, my passion is to help people. When I was working in the nursing home, I love it. At a point, I get struck with this terrible pain. That was the period I really wanted to explore America with my social work knowledge. To be a traveling social worker, most of this thing they will pay me about 2,800 in a week. And that was fantastic. I was looking forward to it, but I just get struck down. As I look back now, I realized that Papa God's hand was in it. Because if he had allowed me to enter into America to the gyrate with my first social work. I'm not going to come back to go help my people at home, and there will be delay. So you get to stop me down with this kind of pain that as a result of my crutches. First of all, I'm a physical challenged individual. I lost my left leg above the knee. 2 months I graduated from University of Calabar. That was 1988, 1999, January 19 precisely. The enemy came to take this life. There was no way I would have survived. Even me myself, I don't want to live with one leg. I beg Dr. Aramalete, I beg let me go. But they say no, they're not going to let me go. That there is a future for me. I wasn't seeing any future. How can I live my life with one leg in a society you have to struggle with able people? So I was ready to go. But you see, when God gets plan for your life, if you like, run like Jonah. He know how to catch you. So like Jonah, I run. Papa God say, where is the run go? You get to deliver before you come home. So he keep me. So for my sister or whoever that is asking that question, for now, I am using whatever are supposed to feed me to organize what we are doing. I am trusting God for the best. Because this is how I see life. As long as I have roof over my head and I have this cloth, even though not cracker, to cover my nakedness, and my car outside as mobility to drive around, every other thing I Clara. You know why? Naked I came into this world, naked I'm going back. What is that thing I saw in the Bible that really triggered this desire? I realized there was a time in the Bible, a woman called Dorcas. They say he died. When Dorcas died, every people begin to breathe. See what Dorcas do for me. This woman cannot die. Yo. We not go agree or see what Dorcas do for me. Then I was thinking, on that very day, it wasn't only Dorcas that died. But why is it that it is his story that came? It is the goodwill of Dorcas to his people that matters. There was no story whether Dorcas married or he not married. There was no story whether Dorcas born or he not born. But she was able to leave a legacy that motivated the people to say they must bring her to life. And they did. Then when I look at the story of Mary Celeste, she not married, she not born Peking, but her name is still on the book of history. Because the enemy fights me, I not marry. I can't be the think of marry. My family beg, get picky. I say, make me a get picky. Make it all suffer, waiting I don't suffer. It don't make sense. Papa God give me promises of having marriage, having children. But I can't discover, say, my children, they born there for Facebook. Anytime I enter Facebook, grown-up men, no, they be my children. Currently, I get 2 when they're for Europe, when they play football, when I want to sign up to play football. Then we get another set when they're for Egypt. And my desire in 2023, with your support and help, we want to be able to carry at least 1,000 of our children that are talented in football. Let us export them to Europe and use their money, their talent to make money and help their family and reduce this poverty we are crying about. I don't know whether I answer your question, finish.
All right.
Rudolph, can I ask her one more question, please, if you don't mind?
Okay, one more, then we're done. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Echo, this is just a simple question. I mean, if you are ready to answer, you can, and you don't want to, that's fine. Have you? I mean, I'm not familiar with nursing home institution in. I know you want to do other things, but when it comes to nursing home, I'm not familiar with nursing home institution in Nigeria. Have you done your investigation, and will you be sanctioned to do something like this? I mean, certified by the government. I'm not sure about nursing home in Nigeria. Do you know? Maybe you can fill me in.
What is really in operation right now is agency kind of structure. So they have people who goes to the home to care for the elderly. That is in operation. Then I heard I've not confirmed that there are some people building structure that called nursing home. But the truth is, in anything we take down, it is the standard we are enjoying here we want to build. We are not interested in quality. We are not interested in quantity. We are interested in quality. Because you know why? As far as I'm concerned, the black race they are king, they are queen, they are prince, and they are princess. So we want to treat them as God really created them to be.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate. We have to end it here because we have we do the rants. After the rants, we have the constitution with Colonel Adeni. We talk about the constitution he designed for
Now part one be this, so because they owe me 40 minutes. So
yeah, if you continue with your work in 6 months, we can bring you back and then you tell us more. Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam H.O. for all you do, and we appreciate you. Let's go to the next thing is the rant. Of course, people know how we do it. 1 minute, you have a minute to rant about anything. It doesn't have to be something that we talked about on this show. It could be something that is bothering you about Nigeria or your life, whatever. It's open forum for anybody about anything. So I will start with who do I start with? I think Ovia. All right. So rant, 1 minute rant. Ovia. You are first.
That me?
Yeah.
Nah, today no. I'm not ranting. Well, just so you guys know, Kunkozo is in Washington DC.
Oh,
you know,
why don't you bring him on this show?
I'm a big fish show. Yeah, I don't know.
He doesn't want to win then. If it's just a big fish that so big
yeah,
that
but no, well, I just
he won't talk to Nigerians. That's all he's going to do when he comes here. That's all.
No, Kunkozo is challenging all the pressure kind of for a debate. No, I'm not. I'm just saying that for a joke. I don't know him like that, though. I just know like I know every other person. All of them. None of them are I've met or I know personally. My politics just rhyme with where he's going. That's it. So I don't really. But yeah, he's in Washington DC. I don't know why.
Don't worry. I'll try to reach him. I didn't know this. I'll try to reach him. I know people who will.
Yeah, it was. But I don't know how long he's gonna. I think he's been there for the past 2 days now. So if he's back in the country, I won't be surprised. Okay. So those way they, always ginger when our president go for the land. The Almanjiri finally found himself in DC, and that's our next president, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. Okay, Rant, your time starts now. That's it? Ovie.
Oh, on Rants with the Rants now. Oh, I go follow my page, I beg. On our politics, as I said, Dr. Damage speak for the elites, the rich and the rich among the society. Come to my show. It's All Our Politics. That's the name of the show on YouTube. Follow me, subscribe. And we don't do anything different from what Damage is doing. Would they try? I'm following his footsteps. Anywhere where he miss road, I will shock you myself there. So it's all good, man. Follow my channel, All Our Politics. That's the name of the channel. Please subscribe.
All right. All Our Politics.
It's just share money,
No, it's good. It's good. Thank you, Ovie. If you wake up at night, 3 a.m. in the morning, and you feel like listening to Ovie, he's on. If you wake up, if you want to use the bathroom, he's on. Anytime he's on. All right, Dozie next.
I also talk about Obi. I don't just talk about Konkoso. I talk about Obi more.
Dozie next.
We are in an election season, and everybody wants somebody to be president of Nigeria. But I would tell you what you already know. The solution to the problems of Nigeria is not who governs Nigeria. I know we like to use the word rule Nigeria. It's different from ruling Nigeria and governing Nigeria. The solution to Nigeria's problem is law. The ability to obey law. It's not that there are no laws. It's not who governs. It's not whether Obi is the president. It's not whether this man, this Buhari, who I suffer for, is the president. It's not even whether this dead man is the president. I don't want to call his name because to call his name now is an insult to me. So the solution is, can we actually make laws and enforce them? If we can enforce a law, Dubai is a small country compared to Nigeria. The problem is that we can't enforce the law. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Dozie. H.O., you have 1 minute.
Those of you that when they write for comments, say I want scam una. Now don't give me 10 couple since when I start. As una colo like that, your brain dey inside your leg. I scam your papa. Since when I started this 3 years ago. Our first meeting was held in Calabar. Bishop Tunde Adeleye, the former Archbishop of Anglican Diocese, Southern Region, is my mentor and is one of my board of trustees. Dr. Uche, Professor Uche Amalu, the former DVC, Academy, University of Calabar. He was my lecturer before. He is my board of trustee and my mentor. Honorable Adora from Imo State. She's one of my board of trustee. So you when they wear papa for your nyash, when they call me scam, those are men of integrity. They put their VVN in my hand to register because they trusted me. You when like a Agama lizard, they thought that they scam. I don't scam your papa, idiot. You like the suffering of our people. Do you? Do you like the suffering of our brothers and sisters in Nigeria? Make thunder fire that your mouth. The land when you day, it will not. You will never prosper. The earth
It's
will
more than 1 minute.
That's the best rant so far. That's
the
the best
earth
rant
will
so far.
work against you. Father, I need that with my only need that you gave to me.
It's more than 1
Everyone
minute.
that have written something that is not true about me, I invoke the power of the sun. I invoke the power of the moon. I invoke the power of the universe, the power of the star, and the power of the sea,
Don't
and
forget
the
the power of
the earth and
Ghana
much more.
politics. It's very strong.
He begin
No
to
can
work against them in the land that they are living. Let the air they breathe, let it turn to acid and consume their liver, their lungs, their intestine. Let poverty, let it be their breakfast. Let poverty and lack, let it be their lunch.
More
Let
than
it
1
be their
minute.
dinner. Let the water they drink
Please.
turn to acid.
It's more than 1 minute.
This is the best one so far.
All right, thank you, H.O.
She forgot Amadio.
If you don't forget my own power, all my politics power, I forget my power.
Phone is ringing out the hook. Okay. Yeah.
We can't hear you, Rudolph.
Dr. Relogin, you muted yourself.
Okay.
Thunder on the walk. The God of thunder is working.
It's everywhere.
That
All right.
prayer was powerful.
Black, you are next.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Yeah, just what I want to say is that I tried to join the program when we were talking about Simon Ekpa, so on and so forth. What I want to say is this, right? No matter what is happening now in the East, let's consider the people. Let's consider what is the suffering, the pains people are going through. I'm not from the East, right? I'm not an Igbo person, but most of my, at least 96% of my friends are Igbo people, or they are in the eastern part of Nigeria. I know they are complaining, I know what they are, the pains they are doing. So this, it is good to agitate, but that doesn't agitate by destroying ourselves. You understand me? That's how I see it. So by agitation and creating problems, killing, destroying the economic strength of the East and everything is affecting that region. That somebody said that it's not affecting that part of Nigeria. It's true. Most Easterners are businessmen have moved from the East because they are destroying their business. So all these things, let's try and stop it. Let's agitate in a civic way, in a blood-free way. Let's stop killing people and destroying people, and also destroying the economy of the people. Staying at home does not help the people. It destroys the economy. And now in the East, it's only 4 days. Only 4 days a week they will go to work, go to school. What is the effect on the economy and the people?
All right. Thank you. All right, thank you. Man of prestige, you are next. Man of prestige.
He's watching football.
Oh, he's frozen.
Na thunder, they walk.
Man of prestige, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was listening to you earlier when you was talking about Simon Ekpa. I'm so annoyed. Okay, I know Kenny was talking about like he supported his initial idea and whatever he's doing right now. Believe me, I've never listened to that guy, but I'm familiar with the guy. Whether he was nominated by Nando Kano or whatever. I mean, whatever he's doing right now. I mean, who gave him the authority, the impetus to say sit at home? I mean, they are damaging. I'm going home next week, but where I'm from, which is Imo, Owerri, to be precisely, is one of the epicenter, maybe not necessarily Owerri, but the area surrounding them or law and all that. That's the epicenter of whatever is happening, in the Southeast. I mean, I'm just so annoyed about what he's doing to that part of the country. I mean, he's completely damaged. I don't even listen to his rhetoric. I get so mad. Okay, I don't mean to be so emotional. I mean, I don't know where Kenya is coming on that ground. I know. How are they helping the Southeast? Can somebody tell me? I mean, whatever he's promulgating there doesn't help the Southeast. They're just there killing people. I don't know who is doing it, but people need to stop that. I hope he come here next week. We can interrogate him. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Janaba, you're next.
Then make sure can I go around first?
No, I'm following the line. Otherwise, I'll forget some people. Go ahead.
How much rant can you rant when Madam H.O. don't pour fire on everybody who disagree? If this platform is okay for people to say that, some of these people that say that maybe they are miscount, you don't know people's experience. I have respect for my Madam H.A. and I support your vision, whether it's nursing home, people like Kene and Paul will go and die there when they get old. But
all right, you like to pull Kene's every time. Pull Kene into your conversation. Cornel Adeni, you are next.
Too stubborn.
Unmute yourself.
Well, yeah, thank you for the privilege. For now, nothing to rant about. I will just allow Kenneth to continue. Then I will come back and talk about the constitution. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Kenneth, you're next.
You see, my big brother will never get me angry, so he's free to get on me all the time. So this is it. In a sane country, right? Somebody like Aisha Buhari should be apologizing to Nigerians, and she'll be made to pay dearly for her excesses. The rascality is too much, and for her to even say that what case are you withdrawing? You have no case against the guy. Is the Nigerian in Nigeria? Is Nigeria as a whole that has case against you, Aisha Buhari? So you get what you get from Nigeria. On Simon Ekpa, right? Southeast is in chaos. Southeast economy has been destroyed, not by Simon Ekpa, not by Nnamdi Kanu, and neither is it from IPOB. For Imo State, for example, the governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodinma, has destroyed the economy of Imo State. Hope Uzodinma is the one doing the cleansing Olu area and other part of Imo State. When it comes to Anambra State, the current governor of Anambra State, he's the one destroying the economy of Anambra State. I will have more to say about him whenever the chance, is given. But Soludo is destroying the economy of Anambra State.
All right, thank you, Kenneth. Mr. Scribe, you're next.
Thank you very much, Dr. Damages. I just want to read one of our former guests, one of his Facebook posts, and I always remember it when the rights of others are challenged and we are called upon to defend the rights of others. And I say this, I am calling out Mazi Chika Edoziem, Simon Ekpa, all those in the IPOB and all those connected to this whole shrouded thing. Delefaru to me said, I accept my own rights when I defend yours. I desire nothing for myself and my loved ones that I would want to deny another. Any derogation of your rights tolerated by me renders me complicit in your oppression and leaves me vulnerable to the same injustice. What is this trying to say? No matter what we are, your agitation is about and everything, you have a right, just like other people have a right. I think to an extent, Kenneth too, I think I'm going to call you out as well. That people have to understand that, yes, you want to agitate, you're agitating for Biafra and everything. Do you even not know where that Biafra, from a historical perspective, do you know Biafra, how is Biafra literally, have you people even taken the time to think about that word? Do you know where it comes from? It comes from Mafra. It's a Portuguese, it has Portuguese. These are things that were given to us by post 15th century Portuguese exploration and misunderstanding of Africa. So sometimes when people I understand that Biafra is a metaphor and a call to sovereignty and citizenship rights. And that's the way I see Biafra. But I respect also that you people have a right to do that. But where I'm not happy, and I'm calling all of you out, is that your blindness, your clear blindness to the fact that people are actually being affected. Their livelihoods are being affected in one way or the other. It's good for you to say, okay, Soludo is the worst governor or whatever. Allow the man to finish his tenure and let's judge him, right? So that's my advocacy today, and I still stand on. It doesn't mean that I do not want to call for I still call for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, based on the fact that a competent court of jurisdiction has said he has no case. So we should also be conscious of that we continue to be conscious of what the truth is, and we stand for what that truth is. That when, just like Dare Fantomin said, any derogation of your rights tolerated by me renders me complicit in your oppression. And I believe that is the context of where we should be, in terms of what are we really doing as Igbo people. It is a shame. It is absolute. I don't know how to put this. I respect the fact that you want to do Biafra and everything, but think for a moment. Sit down. Look at the color of your flag. Think. Go deep. Really? Come on. I respect you guys doing your Biafra thing. I understand where it's coming from. We are all. I'm an Igbo man. We are all affected. There are uncles that I should have known that I don't know, right? And that's where I ended before I start going down into tears.
All right.
It's a very painful thing.
I didn't want to stop you this time because you may feel I'm picking on you, but you went.
No, doctor. You know me and you
don't beyond the time.
You're right. You're my elder
Only
brother.
your number you stop when it's not even 1 minute. I don't know whether I've been marginalized here.
All right. I just want to clear up a few things. Next, we're going to get Colonel Adeni to talk to us about the constitution he drafted for Nigeria, and we're asking questions because we talk about Nigeria all the time, and we know that some people believe that the structure, no matter who runs, who becomes the president, that the problems will not be solved until we change the structure. So he's proposing that there is a new constitution which he drafted, and some of you have seen it. And he's going to talk to us about that, and we are going to ask him questions. So we have 30 minutes for that. Then we'll go back to our regular program where we talk about Tinubu and so many other things going on around the world and around the country. But before then, let's take a small break. Let me play something that I'm hoping that we can get this girl to come on the show.
Rudolph, breaking news.
Yeah.
Obi just dropped his manifesto. So
Yeah. I know.
This news is brought to you by all Napoliti. So
Kulata already said that, but Kulata sent a message. So before we get to Adeni, let me play this video so that we'll take a break and then we go to Adeni. In 30 minutes, we talk about Obi and all the other things. So just
after making that video addressing why I thought Nigerian parents are one of the weakest things in the Nigerian diaspora, you guys came to the comments to even prove that you are not one, but you are the number one weakest link. The problem is you guys have run the country to the ground. Whether you did it indirectly or not, you guys run the country to the ground, because we all know that when Nigerian adults and Nigerian parents get to places of power, they don't know how to behave. So you guys have taken away the hopes and dreams of the youth. You have made Nigeria a desolate land, a country of survival of the fittest, but you demand respect. You demand respect when you lack accountability. Excuse me, what respect am I supposed to give to somebody who came out publicly to tell us, the whole nation, that a snake swallowed the money? What respect is that? You guys always make a mockery of yourselves and a mockery of the nation, and the only people who make Nigeria proud are the youth, the children. And many times this is even done against the will of their parents. Because to you guys, if your child is not a doctor, lawyer, or engineer, they are useless. You don't believe that a child can succeed in any other aspect in life. Instead of you guys to fix Nigeria and hand us a legacy to continue and to uphold, during your time of opportunity, you ran the country to the ground, making it worse than it was before. And it was the same foolish mindset. Nigeria is now everybody's national cake. There's nothing we can do. So instead of having politicians who want to improve the nation, we now have politicians who want to improve their families. I grew up in Nigeria for 16 years of my life. I've only lived in Canada for 2 years. I'm not that out of touch with reality. And I'm not that out of touch with reality that I don't know that there are people who are suffering, and that the main people who are suffering are the poor people and the youths of the nation. And it is because I have realized that I am calling African parents out on their stupidity. Because when you take your children out of the country, you feed them nothing good about Nigeria. How would those children want to turn around to use their success to improve Nigeria? I know that coming abroad is an opportunity. It should never be an opportunity, it should be an option, but it is an opportunity because of how bad Nigeria is. And because I am mature enough to think and reason even more than some of you old hags, instead of me deciding to be selfish with my success and opportunity, I've decided that the exchange rates can work in my favor, and there are things that I can do to help the Nigerian economy. And that is what I'm trying to say. I'm encouraging youths who have the privilege and opportunity, who have the success to improve their nation. Because honestly, it's left to us. Because you rest of you old hags are just money thirsty, power hungry animals who lack compassion for the people around them and for their kingsmen, who have blinded their ears and their eyes to the suffering of their people. So no, I will not stop calling out the foolishness of Nigeria, because that cycle will never end until people start breaking it. Not every day is for me to be claiming.
So, she's in Canada. I'm putting out a call for anybody who can help us get her on the show. We want to talk to her. Really.
Is that not the truth? The
Well,
Peter.
yeah, but we need to have conversation around that.
That's why I send it to you to get
What
her
is
for
the
me.
truth?
We need to have a conversation. Let's. I'm working on that too. But anybody who can help, if you're in Canada and you know how to reach her, I've sent messages.
Those are the people I want to work with to build a new Nigeria. Can you see her senses? And yes, all of us, it don't come call us, waiting we be. We be cargos.
Oh, nice.
Madam
Workers.
H.O. Madam H.O. Now let's say this. Let's put it in the practical now. The children of the elite that come to abroad, they go back to Nigeria and become head of one department or the others. It's us, the Talakawa, that stay behind, because when we go back, we're not going to get anything.
That's true.
So the notion that the Nigerian parents send their children abroad and then all of that, no, that is not even true at all. I understand the other side of it where she's coming from, but to be honest, most of us that stay back in abroad is that when you go back, your parents are even going to reject you because you are coming back to live the same insecurity, poverty. But the elite, they will go and become MD of this and that, and they will continue to lead the country. Some of them, they cannot even go hospital in Nigeria because they know their children that they say they are medical doctor cannot even give them injection in the right place. Rather, they will paralyze them.
Well, the thing is this.
Okay, hold on, guys. We are going off our
topic.
Wait, let me just. We have a plan on ground we want to work on. Okay.
Go ahead. You can keep talking.
We have a plan on ground to work on. We intend having children's club, teenagers club, youth club, old adult club. And what do we want to do? We want to bring children in Nigeria with children here in US or any other Western world. We want to register them in a group so that we provide the mentorship for them to discuss what they want Nigeria to be. So they will have a role in building a new Nigeria.
Okay, let's not go off track.
Happiness is here. That high prices is here. Is gone.
Yeah, that's there's a new plan. Anything going on? I think is the influence of
brothers and sisters. You know why we are commissioning the project? You know why? It's too much of it. I should ask you. If we can touch you, yes, so we can touch you. Yes, so we can touch you. Hunger go go. Now.
This Waldo. Now, wow. That is problem, oh.
Yes, so we can touch you. Yes, so we can touch you. Hunger go go.
So by next year, we'll have this kind of music playing. You know, there's something that somebody will say.
Rudy, Dr. Rudy, you know we all spend our precious time to come here. I want to ask you a question. Are you going to be mene? Oh, because this
by next year we have a playing video music like this, you know. All right, so let's welcome retired Colonel Denny. He has a constitution he drafted. We'll give him the same time we gave HO, which is maybe 10 minutes to talk to us, and then we have another 15 minutes to ask questions. You know. So Adeni, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you once more. It's a privilege being here. Yeah, like I used to tell some of my colleagues, everybody is concerned about Nigerian problem. Actually, everybody. And some people believe that it is when they become president of the country, that's when they will solve the Nigerian problem. Some believe that it is when their candidate become president, that's when the Nigerian problem will be solved. But for some of us who have contributed a lot to the country, and the country has even paid us for our service, and they keep paying us. Are you people hearing me? Is that there is a problem with?
Yes, we are here. We're hearing you.
Okay.
We hear you, but there's a noise where coming from.
Noise. Okay.
Somebody's.
So we believe. Some of us believe that Nigerian problem is fundamental, and it has to be addressed from the foundation. Right from 1999, we got in this system, this presidential system that we've been practicing now for almost 24 years, and we have seen where it has taken us. So I want to say it is not the people who have been the actors that are really bad. It is the system that gave them that loopholes and shortcomings that they are exploiting to their own benefit and to the detriment of the country. So if we don't address that system, and we are here again to elect another set of people to continue with this same system, we will get the same result. Because they say it's only a fool that will do the same thing the same way and will be expecting different results. So that's why I took it upon myself I studied the 1999 Constitution and all the amendments they have made in the House of Assembly, and I realized that it's not taking us anywhere. So I decided to go ahead to study other countries' constitution. At least I studied about 10 other countries' constitutions to come up with the best for our country, because every country has their own peculiarities. So based on Nigerian peculiarities, I designed this new constitution for the country, and it is for a parliamentary system of government, which will take care of so many things that are giving us issues in this 1999 constitution. First of all, it will reduce the cost of running the government. We all know how we have plenty of elected officials in this present system, and we know the amount of money we are spending to maintain them. Secondly, this new constitution we reduce the excessive powers that the federal government and the state governments are having presently, and we devolve most of the powers to the grassroots, to the local government, where they will be held accountable for service, for provision of services to the people. Thirdly, this new constitution removed all the immunity that are given to some of these elected officials that use the opportunity to become terror and emperor in their state and even in the country. Also, electoral process. The way we do elections in Nigeria is not helping us. It's too expensive. The politicians spend so much money for campaign, for political parties, and the election proper, we spend so much money to run it. The security of electorate, the time people will go out there to queue in the sun, in the rain to vote, they are all, it's archaic. We're not supposed to be doing that again. Though other developed countries are still doing it, but we can get beyond that. We can overtake them and do the right thing. Do a digital elections. You stay in your house, you are with your family, you are eating your food, you are drinking your beer, you are voting. Do a digital voting. Those are some of the things I put in this new constitution that I believe we all need to go over it and then decide to adopt it for the country before any election would go on. Like the way I talk of the parliamentary system of government. In that system, we all know how it works. We vote for representatives from their local government, from their wards. And when they get to the House of Assembly, it's among them that we choose the Prime Minister. At the regional level too, it is among them they choose the governor. At local government too, it's among them they choose the chairman. So with that, we don't need somebody to come and say he's campaigning all over the country. Don't telling us manifesto, telling us what you do and all those stuff. Now I will talk about all this issue of manifestos because it's like we are playing to the hands of these politicians. Now, when the government were created some years back, even before independence, government had been existing that time, and they've created institutions of government to provide all the services for the people that covers security and welfare. In the area of security, we know the institutions to provide that, the armed forces and the police. So we don't need any politicians to come and tell us now, for example, in the military, how to defend the country. We don't need the politicians to tell the police how to provide security within the country. That's that. And when you go to welfare is all encompassing. We're talking of education, healthcare, good environment, infrastructures, clean water, all those services. Government institutions have been created to provide that. We don't need any politician to come and tell us that he will be the one to give us healthcare or give you quality education. It's not your work. Your work as a politician is to just go there and ensure that these institutions are working. You are just to go there to oversee these institutions. So all these manifestos, all these party, the rest, we don't need it. It's just waste of time. You are not the one to come and form new government. Government have been existing. Your own is not to go there and oversee what government institutions are doing. So we've been getting wrong notion, wrong belief about politicians and politics in the country. We believe that politicians will give us everything, will fix the country. No, it's not your job to come and say you are going to fix the country. Where you are just a single person. How can you fix the country? You have to ensure that institutions of government that have been created from federal, state, and local government level are working. And there's that coordination among them. That is how government works. I thank God for the country because I've traveled all over the world thanks to the federal government. And that is why people like us will not allow Nigeria to collapse, because Nigeria has spent a lot on us to ensure that we go out there to learn how other countries are doing it. So if we do not come back again to do the right thing for the country, then it's just a waste. So that's why I took my time to go out there and write a better constitution that would limit the powers of these politicians. They have so much powers, and that's why they are abusing it. You see a governor today take state money, do what he likes with it. They are sitting on local government funds. You see the federal government accusing the state governor for not for being the ones encouraging poverty, and the governors are saying no, they are not the ones. The federal government should be passing from each group. But the correct thing on ground is that the governors are just like emperors. They sit on the local government resources and resources in the state and do what they like with it. So those are the things I addressed in the 1999 constitution, and I'll be able to come up with a new constitution. One of the things I did again is to ensure that there is no political parties again in this new constitution that I'm proposing for Nigeria. We don't need political parties. Political parties are the problems in this country today. You could see how people will leave one party to join another party. It's not that they have any ideology. They just want a place where they will be relevant and they will be given appointment and all those stuff. This is not what Nigeria needs. You come out as an individual, not under any political party. When you come out from your wards, from your local government, you are voted for. The government agency, the government press, and government media takes over from there. They will announce you to your people. If you are a criminal before, your people will know, and they will talk, and they will write against you that you are not eligible to go and represent them. So during screening, you are screened out. You are disqualified. So those who are having clean records will be the one that will be voted for. And when you go to the House of Assembly, if you are elected to be the governor or to be the president based on the arrangement there, then you are the lucky ones. So it's not a matter of somebody campaigning the whole country, carrying people, killing each other, cheat agree here and there, people attacking each other. It's barbaric. It's barbaric. So that's the brief summary I can give for now. Maybe when questions start coming, I will explain more on the constitution. Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Thank you, Adeni. Thank you so much. I'll ask Mr. Scribe to moderate the conversation around this constitution while there's a guest I'm trying to talk to who will join us.
Hello there.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you, Adeni. So Mr. Scribe will help moderate this conversation while I talk to a guest who is joining us for tomorrow and next week. Okay, so please, Mr. Scribe, take it from here. Okay, I will come back when I'm done. Mr. Scribe, unmute yourself. All right. Where is Mr. Scribe? Okay, he's gone. All right.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, good. So please help moderate this. Let me talk to our guests for tomorrow and next. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Colonel Denny, yeah, I think you can continue. Hello, are you there?
No, he's done with the
I
presentation.
think he has
Oh,
finished
okay,
with the
okay, okay.
presentation.
he's
We're
done.
not.
He's
Does
done. I
anybody
have
have
a
any
question.
questions? Okay, sorry, I was out for a second there. So does anybody
Yeah,
have
I
any
think
questions for
I
Colonel
can
Denny?
comment on some of the things he presented here about the Constitution of Nigeria. The Constitution of Nigeria is a big problem. Even those who wrote the Constitution, if they are still alive, they will attest to the fact that their theory is not practically working to the advantage of Nigeria effectively. I have a question for Mr. Denny, but unfortunately he's not here. He's not here. Some of the questions, he might be listening, but he's not here. Some of the question I would have asked him is whether he said he studied 10 constitutions of 10 constitution of 10 countries. I would have liked somebody speaking in the background.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I'm sorry.
Okay. The constitution I like the best within the context of Africa, not Europe, not America, is the South African Constitution. In fact, yesterday, the South African president, what is his name again, would have resigned. Ramaphosa. He would have resigned yesterday, but he was pressured to stay on. Why is it that he would have resigned? He would have resigned and be put in prison. These are things we want in Nigeria. We all want to work in Nigeria. In fact, even those that are IPOB want to work in Nigeria. The truth is that we want a Nigeria that works. That's why we put Buhari there and he went there to Pupu. We want a country that works. So the South African Constitution is what took out the former president, who was there he was just a very corrupt, a typical replica of what we've seen in Africa across the 1960s down to now. But he was taken out by the Constitution. It is the South African Constitution is not a unitary system necessarily, and it's not completely a presidential system. It's a blend that is unique to address the African situation, where the power to checkmate the power of a person. Those measures are slightly in the current constitution, the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria, but it is not made in ways that should work. Let me tell you some of the. I'm not a lawyer. Let me tell you some of the things that are missing from the Nigerian Constitution. In the Nigerian Constitution, which is emulated from the American Constitution, does not have prosecutors. There might be prosecutors, but there are no prosecutors from the federal government watching what the states are. In fact, the governors are given immunity from prosecution. In other words, let me tell you what that is. They can kill anybody, cover it within the time they are in office, and move on. You have promised that you will not even question them. That's true. They can steal any amount, infinite amount, within the coffers of their states and local governments, and nobody asks them. The Constitution tells them that they cannot be even questioned about it. That is, let me tell you what that means. You take your money, you give it to the bank, and you write an agreement and tell the bank, if you misuse my money, I'm not going to question you about it until after 8 years or after 4 years. That's exactly what we've been practicing. And we have been suffering from it. If you go back to how much that has been spent in the governors from 1999 to now, there is no country that would have been a better country than Nigeria.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. Tony Adeni, welcome back to the show. Hi, he's frozen again. Okay, is there anyone else who has a question or commentary? Those in the comment section, if you want to ask any question, and my eyes are peeled on.
Let me say something.
Let's go in chronological order. I'll go with OVA, then I'll go to HO, and then we'll start going in that order. Okay.
Okay.
Guys, please. All right, OVA, you want to say something?
Yes. Colonel Adeni, right? If I'm not mistaken, that's the guy that spoke about the Constitution. I kind of agree with him when he said that party democracy is not actually the best fit for us. It's going to take us a long, long time before we get to wherever we need to go as a country if we continue like this.
Democracy is not.
But however, I think rather than say we want to go for a total brand new constitution, which at this point, I don't know how possible is that. But I think we need to just start amending this particular one. But what I say we should be clamoring for, we the citizen, because the mistake we are making, we keep allowing the elite to determine how the constitution should be for us. Why us, we citizens, we should be asking for one thing, rather than this bogus wall of, what is it called? What is the word that they are throwing around now? To restructure the country, about the restructuring, rather than throwing that bogus word for us to be chewing restructuring, and everybody's bringing different meaning. Why don't we just ask for one single thing? We want every state should be given its own autonomy. By the time every state have its own autonomy, we don't necessarily need to go to Abuja to ask for money. Because what we are failing today, if you listen to what the governors and the presidency are going back and forth over themselves, they are blaming themselves who is not doing his or her job. The truth is that even the local government is not functioning because of me and you. That's the fact. Me and you either we don't understand how it works or we don't care. We are just focused on Abuja. So by the time every state have its own autonomy, I don't care. I just want to know who my governor is in and what is he doing with the state resources. Because all the state resources that are on top, aside the oil and all that visible, what about the humans? I'm from Edo State. The part of Edo State I'm from is covered with rocks. I don't think if my state government or with the people at Edo State focus on those rocks, what will be Italy when it comes to tithing and all that precious stone. But for the fact that every governor is running to Abuja and we keep cheering them on, no, nothing isn't getting done. But just look at today now, they are fighting. Buhari say he has extended over 600-something billion to especially the oil producing states. But none of them is accounting for it. Instead, they are saying, no, President, you didn't do your job. President, say, Governor, you didn't do your job. So what does that leave me and you? So any constitution that is going to come about that does not give states, every state its own autonomy, I think we are just on the long thing. This one that we actually prescribe in terms of regional or whatever you put it. We've been there before, although we only spent 5 years exploring that, right? And I totally agree with you. The way South Africans are doing it is the best way. A situation whereby our God, our president is a God. We can't even talk to him. Even the member of their parliament, even if they are the same party, there's nothing that can be done. In that South African setting, even the men within the caucus, because that's why I agree with Dele Farotimi. He also wrote the constitution. If you read that his book, Do Not Die in Their War, he prescribed a constitution that's pretty much a replica of that South African. There should be a state. There's a word he used there, but in kind of chiefs, where the presidency will be coming among those ranks, right? And they can be challenged and be interrogated at any point of his administration, just like the way he's doing in South Africa. But any constitution that deny me as a person to actually challenge my governor, what has it done with the resources, without the governor telling me, oh, Abuja has not paid, or what I got in Abuja is too small, we are not going anywhere. Because all of us are untapped. Every Nigerian, first we are miseducated, but still we are untapped. Nobody's actually challenged our intellectual capacity. Nobody's exploring it. The Southwest region, that's the Yoruba region now. They pride themselves as the most educated. Give it to them. But they are not exploring that. Why? Because everybody's running to Abuja. Everybody's running to Abuja. So give me a constitution that will gather me and my village people who will go meet the governor and say, how far? What have you been able to raise? This is how much my state worth without going to Abuja. How much did Edo State worth without going to Abuja? Nobody's exploring that. Guess what? Because we only focus on whosoever is sitting in Abuja. As a governor of a state, you are the chief executive. Your job is to attract investors. Your job is to exploit what we have, not necessarily what your country has, but yours as a state. What do we have? How can you exploit that? So any constitution that doesn't speak to that, we are just on a snail walk to our destination. It's not going to work.
Okay, back to. I'm sorry to just leave a 30-second word.
You know, people have to speak. I gave you a lot of time, though.
Okay, sorry.
You made good points, though. But yeah, quick.
The thing is, do we really know our right, even in the current present constitution? How many Nigerians know what the constitution entails and their right? Here in US, they let children know their constitutional right from even their mama belle. But in Nigeria, if you even meet the average Nigerian, say, what did your constitution say? They don't know. History has been taken out of our curriculum system. We know nothing. And at the end of the day, we won't write another one when we don't know. So
No,
I think we have to go back to our foundation. Our foundation is broken.
No,
Things we are
Nigerians.
supposed to be taught, we are not taught. Now I make the thought say, and we will not like reading. They say if you want high precious thing for a black man, put her inside book.
Right. That's true. That is very true.
We don't read.
We don't read. That's true. We do not.
And we have to come back to that culture of reading. Then too, just like my brother of you said, our problem not be presidency. Our major problem now we the people. Our governor will not sabi their role. We don't ask the question. In fact, we treat them like king. People when we employ for work, hey, we employ them for work. Oh, we not know so. Our local government, we employ them for work. But the company like say, now they employ for work. We go to do chairman, chairman, nonsense. So it is high time we teach ourselves our constitutional right. Why should we hold these people accountable when we send them into offices and they are not doing their job? What is our constitutional right to recall them back? Until we address this issue, we go nowhere. That's
All right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Scribe. I wanted to ask, what happened to Adeni?
He froze and gradually.
Nigeria
happened to him.
So you are discussing his constitution and he's not here. How is he going to respond?
The people's constitution, though.
He said we adopt it. All right. Where are you? Scribe, tell me where you stopped.
Well, so I was going in chronological order. So it was HO,
Okay.
but Dozie has something to pitch in if you want to give him some time.
Okay, Dozie, go ahead. Yeah.
What I said previously is that I wanted to ask Mr. Denny questions, and I said that that he, according to him, he studied 10 constitutions, and I was interested in knowing whether he studied the South African Constitution, which is a very fantastic model for a dictator. And I presented the issue, a fantastic model to get rid of a dictator and to checkmate dictators. The example has to do with the former president of South Africa that was really dealt with. In fact, he was trying to practice the African dictatorship, and he was actually dealt with using that constitution. So the South African system can be modeled, but it's not the best system. But we have to find a system according to the culture we have adopted and find a way to use it. Going back to what we just talked, the 1919 Constitution simply presented an elite, a club of elites who share money. And somehow, some amount of that money trickles down to the general population. It's a constitution that has no interest in business. It has interest in whatever the oil brings, how to share them. That's it. It doesn't have anything to do with development and how, just like Echo just said, Well, I would rather to differ with a little bit. She said that Nigerians don't know their constitution. A lot of Nigerians do know their constitution. The issue is you cannot talk about your right in Nigeria. You can lose your life so easily and nothing will happen. You can't stand up and speak. Just ask, what is his name? The young man running for president. He will tell you that he knows his constitution, but the thing is that they put him in prison. So the thing is, it's not that we don't know what the constitution says. It's not hard to buy one. The thing is that Nigerians are not practicing it. The clique that is formed by the constitution are not interested in even following the constitution.
Okay, thank you, Dozie. So maybe since Adeni is not here, and maybe we can talk about also how do, like Dozie, what you just said now. Why are we not practicing it? How do we make them to practice it? If the constitution is not really the problem, you know.
Okay.
Let me welcome Austin. Austin, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, good morning, everyone.
Yeah.
So there were some questions I had for Denny because I heard him speak. So I wanted to ask him, as Dozie asked, the constitutions he studied. Then apart from that, he mentioned something that nominations of he mentioned about nominating a person into the House of Assembly or something. Who does the nomination? According to him, there are no political parties. So who does the nomination? He also mentioned that the media will try as much as possible to announce that this person is the winner or something of that sort, if I heard him well. Can the media not be compromised? Then, apart from that, I have seen people, professors, who work in this part of the world, in Nigeria, who also studied outside. We have digital library. We can see books online and read them online, but there is still need for a hard copy. You still need a hard copy of every book. Because now, look, I try to be open-minded. Do you know there can be a situation where somebody can arrest the whole digital space and trap all the information and nobody sees anything? So what happened to those data? We lost all of them in 1 minute? No. So I still feel that even if we need to have digital elections, there is also still need for you physically being there to put your ballot somewhere. If not, I can stay with my computer and hack everything and make somebody the winner.
Yeah, I've talked to Adeni a few times, so I can respond. I'm not holding brief for him, but I can respond. I think what he's trying to say by abolishing political parties and nominating and somebody getting nominated. So he's trying to pay homage to the African system of how people, based on what you have done for the community, based on your antecedents, right? Then your community will say this person or these people will be are nominated for to go ahead and go do something. So in their age groups and things like that, I think that's where he might be alluding. That's where he's alluding to. He said, yeah, abolish political parties. I don't know how that's going to work, but I think when I queried him on that, on a one-to-one I had with him, and he explained, I think, something in the age groups thing to then naturally present sets of people that will go for that. And then what I think he means by media is that so now how campaigns are going on and everything. So you will now buy your media slots or whatever you deem fit, however you want to then portray it. But one other thing you have to understand in his system is that, as opposed to a unitary federal system, is that he's trying to relegate. He's trying to, first of all, advocate for representation in nucleuses, in micro nucleuses. So, say for example, where can I use Amuodofin, for example, or something like Lagos South or something like that, right? So that constituency will have somebody in the parliament. So now, what he's advocating for by saying that it will reduce costs of campaigns and everything is that now the number of people you have to convince is very, very little. You can go door to door within a day and try and rally your troops and convince people. I think that's where he's alluding to.
So in that light, I got the introduction. The preface of that is a presentation, and I think it's true. Going around the country to convince everybody is very expensive. And I'll always say this over and over. A man who has never been good from the day one will never be good if you make him the king. I've always said that before. So if we know in our house, maybe I attend the Umuna meeting, I talk with them. If you're a bad person, they will know that we cannot send this one because he's bad. They always know it at the Umuna meeting. If they say, let us do this thing, they will say that no. Who will collect this money? Give it to Ichie this, not to Ichie this. They always tell it.
Sorry, about that, I forgot one thing. This guy has a military background.
So,
let me remember. I just remember something he told me. In the military, they have a way of gauging performance. Now, if you are, it's in a graph. So the high performance, a graph of performance versus trust. So now, what they believe in the military is that if you are a high performer and your trust level is high, right? That they mostly see those people as they are not the top performers. They want a where you have a medium performance and like it's like an equilibrium point. So that's some of the things I think he didn't say about. He has something about how to actually identify the people in the communities, and it says something about. I think Simon Sinek has spoken about it. I think that's the closest person I know that has spoken about performance versus trust, and I think that's what Adoni might be going to. So just in case, I just don't want you to kind of go too far and misunderstand.
I'll end with this last thing. Look, what makes all these Western countries great are the institutions. The institutions are very strong.
Absolutely.
I'll always never forget the day that the Inspector General of Police, I don't know how they call it in the United States, told Trump to shut up if you don't have anything to tell me. At that day, I said, so a police chief can tell the president, shut up, you don't have anything to tell me today. So that is the kind of institution we have. I really want to see him talk about the judiciary. Did
you hear what he said? He said that the politicians have no business.
No,
he said. You remember? Or then he said that politicians are just meant to. That the institutions are supposed to run.
Yes.
Politicians. So he's saying.
You should not people contribute also now.
Permit me to interject. That his constitution can only be possible in Nigeria through a coup. As a military man, he knows how coup works.
Okay,
that is the only way it can be possible. I'm sorry.
All right, let's make sure that we share the time with everybody. Thank you, Austin. Let me hear from the Blackstone.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rudolph. One thing I believe that every written document is a document, and it is not effective or it's not active until people put it into work. First of all, we have to put the mindset of Nigerians into consideration in whatever we are talking about constitution. The mindset always is very, very important. And one question that always comes to my mind, why do Nigerians behave differently once they leave Nigeria to a foreign country? Because of this institution, right? So the strength, yes, because once this institution is strengthened, and the people who are in charge of this institution is able to stand and work according to the law. Like we have the police force, they have the laws and regulations of the police force. We have the criminal laws and so on and so forth. But people still bribe the police. Cases still go wrong simply because they don't have that integrity. The people who are in that office don't have that integrity. So at the end of the day, everything that works in the country depends on the mindset of the people. What do the people think? Right? And one thing I also come to realize that even the constitution, no matter how perfect, how good written it is, no matter the law, if you cannot implement those laws, it's useless. Nigeria political parties are only the members or the people who are elected always respect their leader. Let me say the president of the party, the president, this party members, his house members always want to go in line with what he says, which is very, very wrong. That does not make anything work, right? And so you can trickle this down even to the local government, to the chiefs, to the elders, right? You cannot tell me that all the elders, let me say it from the Niger Delta, the money that have been pumped into the Niger Delta, where does it go to? So they go to the community and they share it. So this is the mindset of the Nigerian people, right? Because we do not love the nation. We don't love Nigeria. We love ourselves, but we don't love the country. That is why we can take the country resources and spend it on ourselves, and they can still have the audacity to talk in a public place. And the richer we are, the more respected we are in Nigeria, simply because of that money power. So this is, no matter the constitution, no matter what the document that we have, it will hardly work if people do not begin to change their mindset, to think in a different way. So that's the way.
So Blackson, let me ask you, are you saying that is the people or is the constitution or is the institution? Which one?
It is all three combined together.
Where do you start? How do you start to change it?
First of all, okay, if I want to start,
because Adeni is saying there shouldn't be any election. We just have to fix the constitution first.
So if there's no election, so I you go to select people from what is presented to select people. That will not definitely work. People will still influence the people.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to Man of Prestige.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear everybody here speaking about constitution. I've not been privy to read the constitution, but every time I say I'm going to read it, I've not been able to read it. But I'm going to see that one day, see where all this palaver is coming around. I mean, people are praising.
Wait. Man of Prestige, are you saying you have not read the Nigerian constitution?
No, I'll be honest. I'm not going to come here and claim what I have not read. Not even a minute. I've not even opened the page to see, but I know they practice, federal democracy, which is similar to what we practice here in USA.
All right.
People are here. Want me to go ahead?
Adeni is back. Okay, go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah, people here keep debating about what is good and what is good. I don't think that's our problem. Okay, every year I have a lot of people here praising South Africa. I mean they practice parliamentary. I don't see the difference. I mean they have 3 branches of government like we do. I think the problem we have is the institution we have in that country. Period. The whole Nigeria needs reorientation because everything can equally be done. I mean, we practice the American kind of government and nothing has been accomplished. Corruption and everything. Are you telling me with somebody coming to power, let's assume will be coming to power, are you telling me he's not going to be able to cut the cost of government? Does the constitution have to be rewritten or amended for anything? Maybe amended to a certain degree. I don't think that's our problem. I mean, I don't even know where to begin. That's not our problem.
Okay, hold on, Man of Prestige. Okay, let's see. Adeni, have you been listening while you were off the screen? Adeni.
Yes, sorry, the network disappeared.
Yeah, well, have you been listening?
Oh, this network
it's still not
okay,
good.
I'm back.
Cornel, can you take off your video? Maybe that will help.
Will the constitution fix the internet in Nigeria? Because we approve that.
Well, that is something I wanted to say in response.
Yes, you can fix the internet, of course.
That's something I want to say.
So how many times are you gonna talk? Doesn't you've been talking forever? Give us a chance.
Yeah,
thank you, sir.
Yeah, but Spinner, I know I hear you, but let me handle that. Sometimes we there's no particular formula for this, what we're doing. We just want the conversation to
hear what you're saying.
Okay, Adeni, can you hear me?
I'm not hearing you guys.
All right.
Okay, I'm hearing you now.
Okay, I wanted to say okay. So did you know the questions? There were questions that were asked. One of them was the one I remember was, did you study the South African constitution before you you said you studied some constitutions. Did you study South African constitution? Then there was a question about you said that the media will be the ones that will announce the result. Am I right, Mr. Scribe? Okay. What do you mean by?
No, the media. Sorry, the media will be the one that will. Hello, the media will be the one that will propagate the candidate. That will somehow publicize them. You know, when you register with the INEC, electoral body, as an individual, the government media takes over. All is just to prevent you spending your money.
Hold on.
Because the moment you spend your money, when you get into power, you will want to recoup it back. Yeah.
Hold on, Adeni. Which government? If I'm an opposition candidate, why will the government media come to support me?
Okay.
How would that happen? How would that work? Right now, the government media is not giving media time for opposition members. Why would they turn around in this new constitution to give time to opposition members? All right, I think Adeni is.
I can't hear you.
With technology, especially blockchain technology, there will come a time. I know this sounds crazy, but there will come a time when decentralized media will become a thing, and if I am able to predict, this should be in place between 2030, where now you are able, we can how would I put it? It's the same way you can do crowdfunding, where once the candidates are identified, then they are allotted equal time slots, and then they can broadcast within that time slots. So
okay.
It may sound impossible now, but I think the answer to that lies in technology.
All right,
Mr. Scribe, I like your blockchain passion. Your passion for blockchain, I love it.
No, blockchain. When we don't have internet for Adeni to hear us very well. But Adeni, the question about where does Sharia fit into your new the constitution?
Okay, thank you. If you look at the constitution, I have restructured the local government. You see, presently now we have some local government that are not viable, due to low population and some other factors. So I propose that local government will be recreated to have around 500,000 population, plus or minus 100,000. So that at the end of the day, all local government will operate on equal footing. It will not be a situation where some local government will be about 1 million, some will be about 100,000. So if all are operating on equal footing, then they can contribute equally to the center. They can have the same resources from the center. You getting my point? So no local government will talk about marginalization or this unequal treatment that we are having presently now. That is that. The issue of Sharia, there are some local government that are predominantly Muslims. So it is based on what the people want. Sharia has to do with religion. So if the people in that local government prefer to have Sharia system instead of customary court system, then they decide that. So in the situation where they are predominantly Christians, we have the normal customary court. But where they are predominantly Muslim and they want Sharia court and they want also customary court, the two will operate simultaneously alongside each other. So that is the solution to that issue there.
All right. Is there any?
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Adeni, you just said something about the issue of Sharia and different religions, right? Have you studied some countries? Have you studied some countries of the world that mostly the developed countries, that most of them the government recognize one officially government recognize one religion, but you are free to practice other religions?
Mm-hmm.
And then did you hear him?
Hello. Can you ask the question again?
Okay, I said that have you studied some countries of this world, mostly developed countries, Europe, America, that the government actually recognize one religion, accept one religion, but you are allowed to practice other religions? Have you researched the impact of that decision on those countries?
Well,
because I can tell you in Europe,
well, Nigeria is a set. Yeah.
Go ahead with your question, sir.
Go ahead
with your answer.
All right.
See, I didn't get that question, but if it has to do with religion, Nigeria is a secular state, so there is no official religion for the country. But because of our peculiar situation, some people, majority, most of us are Christians and Muslims, so the two religions will operate, like that. In some areas, based on the number of people that have the same religion, the local government can adopt it. But it's not going to be an official religion per se. It's just what people, the means of you communicating with your God. So I don't really talk much about religion in this constitution. I made it open to the personality, to individuals to decide what they want for themselves.
All right. Any other urgent, serious question that we can ask? And then Spinner, go ahead. And that will be the last one. And we round up. Go ahead. Spinner, you have to.
Okay. Yeah, you took my chance. I listened to a lot of people, even the people in the West. The guy that just finished speaking, he said that the government adopt one religion. In the West, there's no government in the West that adopt one religion.
How about Asia?
Well, let me finish.
How about Europe? I said the government. I didn't say they adopt. I said they recognize one religion.
But you use it. That's the language. You use that language over here in the West. Listen, let me finish. You understand?
Okay.
Over here in America, there are a lot of mosques here. They have a lot of mosques here. You can practice what you want. The government of the United States does not.
That's what I said. I said you can practice what you like, but the government
recognizes. Can I finish, please? Let me finish. Just listen.
No, don't misquote me.
If you listen, you learn. You're just talking. So the Constitution supposed to deal with the rules, what they call the rule of law, the law that will apply to everybody. You cannot say let Texas practice Sharia law if they want to. That will create problem because when somebody goes there to sell alcohol, there will be problem. So I mean, if you're in America, in Europe, see how they do stuff. There are mosques in Europe. There are churches in Europe. Why is it that they exist? There's no problem. It's because they follow the rule of law, not the Sharia law. So, but one thing I wanted to also bring about is one person cannot write a constitution. Constitution is written by all the segments of the society get together and decide what to put in there, what not to put in there. And then the second thing is the lady, she left now. The lady was talking about the constitutional right. There's something called the Bill of Rights, the rights the citizen must have. In that right, they will include something like a freedom of speech, right? That's why somebody can tell Trump to shut up. Trump cannot do anything to them. So if you define all this stuff in the Constitution, there won't be problem. I notice the way we do stuff half and half, because our brain is always half and half, and then we end up having problem. He said the community should adopt whatever religion they want. They should practice Islam. But it's not going to work. It's not going to, I mean, they should practice Sharia. But I'm saying it's not going to work because when a trader goes there to sell alcohol, there will be a problem. How come such a problem does not exist in the West? You need to start learning. Open your eyes and learn. See what they're doing instead of talking like mad people. Anyway, let me leave it there.
All right. Thank you. Let me also, he's gone. All right. I wanted to talk to him and hopefully other people who are listening. You don't have to insult anybody. You don't have to. It's not necessary.
Sorry, Dr. Remedy. Yeah, doctor, just one point before we go. One point before we go.
Go
You
ahead.
see, I also addressed the status. Yeah, I addressed the issue of the status of Abuja, that's the Federal Capital Territory. I say, are you hearing me? Okay. You know the reason for that? When we were in Lagos, when the Federal Capital was in Lagos, we had the issue of this crisis between the federal government and the Lagos state government. The issue of congestion and expansion, lack of expansion, and the rest. So they decided to move to a neutral place where nobody can lay claim to. Now, Abuja at the center was right. But at the end of the day, they ended up including some towns and some areas that had nothing to do with federal arrangement, structure now.
This is so sad.
Dr. Rudy, let's move to the next program. I've been respecting your program. I've been sitting here. This man is not. This is
All right,
Nigerian
Adeni,
family.
I'll have to end it there. I'm really sorry, but
I'm
I
really
was
sad
saying,
because
yeah, I know, he had some interesting thing, and I think also we need to have this conversation now every now and then, beyond having elections. But there's time. I mean, let's concentrate on what's in front of us. At this time, we'll have this conversation going on. The constitution is not going to go away. There will be an election, and it's based on this constitution, and people will be sworn in to govern the country. All right, so we're going to move to our next topic, which is the Chadam House speech that we expect Bola Tinubu to make on Monday. Who can give us a background? Who knows what's going to happen?
I can speak all day about it.
All right, not all day. 2 minutes. Give us.
I think Chatham House is the front desk of. It's alleged to be the front desk of the real owners of Nigeria. Now, him going to Chatham House, it's actually a big thing. You shouldn't play it down. It's a statement, and whatever he had to do, the maneuver he had to do to get that thing, I hope Obi will get the opportunity as well. Now, him going to Chatham House is sort of like saying, hey, the West, this is who I am, this is what I'm going to do. And, obviously those discussions already happened. Now that it's been disclosed that he's going to address Chatham House, it's the front desk. And I think he's going to be, in my humble opinion, based on history suggests that he's going to be addressing how he would fit into the overall sort of like Western interests in Nigeria, from an economic standpoint, from a military standpoint, from however, foreign policy, all that. I believe that's going to be the overarching context of what he's going to be. He's going to be addressing in Chatham House. My own personal opinion, with everything that we've discussed here about the individual himself, it's insane that he's even getting that opportunity. How is that happening? I strongly condemn it. Like Obi should be there, 110%. So we should be looking at it.
Yeah, but who is? Hold on. Who is stopping Obi from going there?
I don't know. I don't know the process, but it's alleged that this is sort of like an exclusive club. It's the same. It's the same way when Nigeria was looking for independence. It's the same. The same front desk is the same front desk that the likes of Nnamdi Azikiwe and Tafawa Balewa were going to Lancaster House. That is what some of I listen to a lot of people like George Morboyts and things like that. And it appears, now I'm speculating here, so all of that I'm saying speculations, right? It appears that is some kind of sort of like front desk for, sort of like the interests that the powers that be would have in our it's sort of like colonial agreements and things like that. And if you look back at our journey to independence, you will see a similar pattern. If you look back at the role played in Aburi, you see a similar pattern. If you look back in let me look at other junctures in our history, the abdication of the Alake of Egbaland, you see this thing. If you look back at the Aba women's riot, how the aftermath of the management of Iva Valley and all that, you will see that the colonial secretaries were playing roles there. And if you look at the role of the Chatham House, howbeit it appears different, but there is a link here. And in this modern time, yes, things have been restructured, I believe, and it appears that when you trace the patterns, it appears to be that is what the agenda is going to be about.
All right, thank you. Let me play a few videos, and then we'll continue this conversation.
Happiness is here. That high prices is here. Is gone.
Hold on. This is the video of Buhari speaking at the Chadam House.
The 2015 general election in Nigeria is generating a lot of interest within and outside the country. This is understandable. Nigeria, Africa's most populous country and largest economy, is at a defining moment, a moment that has great implications beyond the democratic project and beyond the borders of my dear country. So let me say upfront that the global interest in Nigeria's landmark election is not misplaced at all, and indeed should be commended, for this is an election that has serious import for the world. I urge the international community to continue to focus on Nigeria at this very critical moment. Given increasing global linkages, it is in our collective interest that the postponed elections should hold on the rescheduled dates, that they should be free and fair, that their outcomes should be respected by all parties, and that any form of extension under whatever guise is unconstitutional and will not be tolerated. With the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989, the dissolution of the USSR in 1991, the collapse of communism, and the end of the Cold War, democracy became the dominant and most preferred system of government across the globe. That global transition has been aptly captured as the triumph of democracy as the most preeminent political idea of our time. On a personal note, the phased end of the USSR was a turning point for me. It convinced me that change can be brought about without firing a single shot. As you all know, I had been a military head of state in Nigeria for 20 months. We intervened because we were unhappy with the state of affairs in our country. We wanted to arrest the drift, driven by patriotism, influenced by the prevalence and popularity of such drastic measures all over Africa and elsewhere. We fought our way to power. But the global triumph of democracy has shown that another and a preferable path to change is possible. It is an important lesson I have carried with me since, and a lesson that is not lost on the African continent. In the last 2 decades, democracy has grown strong roots in Africa. Elections, once so rare, are...
All right, we're going to hear more of that. I wanted to get to the point where he talked about how he was transformed from a military dictator to someone who is born again Democrat. Of course, we all know that that speech or whatever speech they read there, or the one that Tinubu will read there on Monday, is something written by somebody, and it's something that they probably read in the plane for the first time on their way there. It's not something that came from them in any way. Buhari, if you watch that speech, Buhari has not, in the last 7 years, shown anything.
Anything. Sorry.
What he said there, nothing. If he believed that democracy was the right way, he should obey the rulings of the courts. If he believed, there's nothing, not a single thing has changed. So apparently that speech was written. And what is going to happen on Monday is that Tinubu will go there and read something. Hopefully he will read, because if he doesn't read, it will be a disaster. But I think they won't let him go there and not read.
Hopefully.
They won't let him. I don't think his handlers will let him go there and just speak. So, all right. So having said that, I want to hear your views. Omori, you're next. Are you looking forward to hearing Tinubu?
Yeah, Dr. Damages, I'm surprised how much the other guy tried to buttress the importance of going to Chatham House. I'm not getting it. I'm confused here. Is it the same Tinubu that has not been able to talk to us in Nigeria?
Exactly.
Is it the same Tinubu that has been arrogant? It's my turn. Is that the same message is taken to Chatham House? Do we need Chatham House to have a president in Nigeria? I don't get it. Somebody is talking about the Abarayot, how important they were, the Aburi Accord that brought Nigeria into chaos. How important? I mean, do we need to go to Chatham House to know the best we have, the best president that can take care of Nigeria in this precarious situation? Is it the same Milocom messages we're expecting? Who is going to hold him so that he does not fall when he's talking? Is Badabi are going to be behind him to push him the stage? Is somebody, two people going to get behind him so that somebody going to be behind him to be telling him when he's making his flip-flops? Have you listened to Bola Tinubu recently? If you give him opportunity to say 10 things, about 9.5 would be wrong. Is it the same Tinubu that is becoming? I don't know. I don't know what they are packaging. Who is going to read the speech, even if they write it for him?
Brother, I think I agree. I was saying more of what you were saying. I think when you missed it is I was looking at it from, I was trying to define the role of the Chatham House, and I was relating it to the role that Lancaster House played to the build-up to independence. And what it is.
I'm not against it. Buhari, he showed you a video of Buhari in the Chatham House. Why has that brought food on the table of common Nigerians? How has the speech of Buhari in the Chatham House, make any differences for the past 7, wasted years of Buhari administration? Is that what we need? We don't need that.
Sorry, please understand me. I never gave it any relevance of any of those levels that you mentioned.
I'm not accusing you. I'm not accusing you either.
Getting a feed from somebody, I don't know. Omori, I think it's from you. There's noise around you, Omori.
Yeah, my point is, if you cannot talk to Nigerians at home, if the message is, it's my turn, if it's not my turn, no other way, it's not my way or the highway, if going to Chatham House to talk, it does not make any difference. We don't need those colonial apologies to, you don't need to go to Chatham before. Talk to us on what you can do. You are avoiding media. You are avoiding mainstream media. You are avoiding debate at home. You are getting to go to Chatham House. Do these people really think we are fools? I'm not getting the message here. You avoid every debate, every opportunity to speak with the NBA. You avoided every opportunity to speak with to fertilize ideas, to talk to people, debate with your co-contestant. You preparing to go to Chatham House to go talk. It's all nonsense. It's all rubbish. It's like it's tantamount to putting the cat before the horse. It's callous, nefarious, and nonchalant in my own view. It doesn't make any sense. Is it the same Buhari? I mean, have you people seen how much? How much flip-flop Tinubu has been making recently? The guy is not coherent. You don't see the degree of incoherence in the person of Tinubu. I'm not expecting anything special. You know, going to Chatham to me does not make any sense to me. I can't comprehend it. You're supposed to talk to Nigerians at home. You're going to Chatham to talk to who? We should stop this nonsense. Or to wake up one day to say enough of this nonsense. We remain where we are. Thank you, Dr. Demi. I ascribe to the guy that was talking about the constitution. It's not the constitution that is our problem. Our mindset is the greatest problem we have. We don't have Nigeria in our mind. No sense of patriotism. We are looking for what to take from Nigeria. It's my opportunity, just the way Tinubu is talking. That is why a politician will come, you know, embezzle money without a conscience, without having any feeling. Everybody complaining about Nigeria's situation is a potential, you know, looter waiting for who to get for Nigeria. Nobody thinks of what to contribute to move Nigeria forward. They come here to say Nigeria is not helping them. Nigeria is incapacitated. If Nigeria is incapacitated, he's deformed. If Nigeria is deformed, he cannot perform and he cannot help anybody. But we come together to say enough is enough as a people. It is a vicious cycle. We remain where we are. Thank you, Doctor.
All right, thank you so much.
Dr. Damages, please. If somebody's watching soccer like some of us, please mute it. Okay?
Yeah, there's somebody. I think it's some
mute
environment. There's noise there. People.
So another thing, please. Where is Omoroyi from in Nigeria? Because the guy makes too much sense. Where is he from?
Well, it's my brother. It's my brother.
It's from Benin.
Brother, you didn't make too much sense. So
Doctor, I'm about to leave. I've hung out.
Okay, let's hear
Who they watch soccer again?
It's
soccer with the Amori. They say they make sense. Now I want to make another thing.
Okay, Janava, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'll be holding the chair for Tinubu to talk tomorrow.
On Monday.
On Monday, whatever the date is going to talk. It's a packaging. In my place, there's what is called Uba, and then there's what we call Mangi. Mangi is the English one. The Uba is the original one, the one we call organic. So, but the one smells so bad, but it tastes so good in the mouth. And once looks so... So, the Nigerian thing is not anything anybody should say it makes sense or it doesn't make sense. My brother will say it's all politics. Waiting they carry that man go there, no be politics. So the politics we're going to play end of the day. And we're all going to be fine after February, whosoever the lead and Dr. Damages speak. Dr. Damages also is part of the establishment. Tomorrow, if Dr. Damages since morning, he hold me to my chair. This place, my wife said, did I started wearing a diaper or pull up?
Anyway, Janava. Yeah,
no, don't cut me short. Now I'll finish now, we'll leave. So don't cut me short now because I've respected you. I have to go and prepare for tomorrow, Simon, and Simon to preach to the people. But I stand here now, you want to cut me off. When scribe they talk, you don't cut them off. Why are you marginalizing me? Allow me to speak for the other place. What give me this?
All right.
And I'm going to leave now, shortly. You know, I don't like to speak grammar here because when I speak grammar, it be like say I sell out my own originality. So I always start to speak. I can't speak fully Doma. I can't speak fully Hausa because you guys are going to say, what are you saying? I don't hear you. So, and if I speak grammar, it be like say I don't sell my own originality. I love you guys. I'll be seeing you again very soon. Monday, I'll be holding the wheelchair for my uncle. And the message will go down well. I'll see you again later. Maybe during the last rant, I will come. Okay, thank you so much. All of you, all make sense.
You need your own show, man.
I know, man.
No, you don't need your own show. You need to come my show.
You need your own show, man.
He's a very good
My
comedian.
show you need.
He's a good comedian.
All right, guys. I love you all. Stay blessed and enjoy your weekend. And I'm looking forward. My birthday is next year. I'm gonna bring Dr. Damages
Your
and
birthday
all of
next
you.
year.
Yeah.
I thought we all have one next year.
Oh my
God.
I thought we all have one coming up next
My
year.
own will come earlier than yours, man.
All right. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, brother. Bye.
So there's a good point that Omori made, which is why do we elevate? Why must our politicians go and show up, basically go and be vetted by the United Kingdom, because that's what is going on. Tinubu is essentially going there to be vetted for them to make sure. It's not even what we see on TV that is important. Whatever they show to us, it's not the important conversation that will happen there. There's some other conversations that will happen behind the scene. But it's very common. We see people do things like this. At a point, we have to ask ourselves, do the people in there, someone made a comment, I don't know who, on the comment section. I've never heard about Indian politicians go to Chadam House to go and talk before they win election in India. I've ever had people in Singapore run to Chatham House to go and do that. So it's a question that we have to ask ourselves. Go ahead, Obia.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Emory. Like, why are we glorifying this? That's why when I was talking about Konkoso being in Washington, I was kind of being sarcastic because it's not really. I'm not really for that kind of shenanigan that you have to travel. But one thing we should take out for here is, first of all, what is this Chatham House, whatever it's about? So if you live in America, they're what they call trap house, right, where everything goes. So in Chatham House, you can say whatever you want to say, but just like Rodolph said, all of that discussion that's going on underground. But there's a rule. You can say whatever you want. It's never going to be held against you. Nobody's going to quote you anywhere that this is what you say. The idea is to bring all this in some real issue on the table so that people can, talk about it and write policy about them and all that. That's another thing when I agree with the constitution guy that said we don't need this party politics, party democracy. This is a pure why. They are just taking us for a ride. But this is a big boy club. Has nothing to do with me and you. It's about them. So, and you said Indians don't go there. Yes. Because now people, now Nigerians go vote, and now Indians go vote, and they expect that. But who cares? Our own system, the men has been selected before us. Go there and vote whoever you vote for. It's still a win-win for the big guys. That's nothing to do with me and you. That's what we should be focusing on here. This man going to Chatham House, whatever, even let me go shit, right? If they have made up their mind that is the president, let me go shit for the public, do whatever. He's going to be president, nothing will happen. Because I remember even Buhari's speech, there was a lot of misinterpretation after I make that speech. But guess what? He's our president today. So to me, those are noise that come with the party democracy process that we practice. These are just noise. We should pay attention to the signal. If actually these men believe that our vote really matters, trust me, the man, what would they be doing abroad? What would they be doing there? But because whether I like it or not, the vote already been designated, however they are going to, play that for us. That's a disadvantage of party democracy. It's pretty much like the kingship that we practice. It's the same. It's all about that number one guy. Everybody has to focus on the king. The king is coming to town. Everybody has to prepare. Stop cooking. That's exactly how it's been done before. Now the same thing, they just put on for book. They say we know they really good. So if you see on for book, it's legit, it's right. But it's not. So at the end of the day, Moko ask ourselves, it is a game, but we are not invited. We are spectators. We are just spectators. So we need to start asking ourselves, everybody is angry. But are you going to leave the way situation is now for your great-grandchildren to come and continue? So that's the question we should be asking ourselves. We are not going to see a better Nigeria that we want. Let's face it. We're not going to see it. Why? Because we are not ready to fight. We put more attention in complaining and pointing out the hillbillies of the elite. Just like I cannot disagree with the little girl that spoke about how our leaders, blah, 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 blah. And you say you just left 2 years. What have you done? But you put out your message and you follow with insults. That defied the whole point that you are trying to make. And Sunday people that came before you, it's not going to do it. It's not going to change the situation. Use that hangout to talk to the next person talks to him. By the time you know it, all of us will be speaking the same language. But as it is now, it's just that way, we just entertain ourselves. That's why I call it all our politics. It's all politics. It has nothing to do with me and you. But this is a $1 billion business. It's a $1 billion business. How much are you investing? We can insult the people that want to speak in front of them. Guess what? They actually invest. Because you have to invest in where your interest lies. Our own, we talk about what our interests are. We can destroy ourselves talking about interests. But it's not about all that. Now, let's pay attention to the politician. They are fighting everywhere, disagreements. Wikis is going everywhere, show worry everybody. 48 hours to that day, I swear to God, they will all come together and agree. They will start trading themselves. This one will collapse the structure. This one goes in like the guy be that. And
Wait. Oh, okay, hold on. You mentioned Show, right? I read somewhere that his party and PRP, they are coming together.
Yeah.
What do you know about it?
I think we should pay attention to that place, because if you look at the people that actually came out on behalf of the respective group, you were talking about ideology. What PRP actually means, the welfare party and all that. The same thing they're trying to show it.
So hold on. So does it mean that Biola's son will step down for sure, right? Is that what's going to happen?
I don't think we get to that level. But what my fear is that they will come together and join one of these big parties. It's all about deals. Showore is getting old. Let's face it. Showore is going to change in 10 years' time.
He's a young boy. Come on.
He's a young boy. He's 50-something. 2 elections from now, he's closing to 60. 3 elections, 60-something.
50 is the new 30.
All right. Let's hear from other people about round up on this Tinubu speech. Can I see you are driving? Can you talk? Hold on. I want to play this. So maybe someone can help me understand this dead fish thing before we continue. That's Tinubu speaking somewhere.
A dead fish cannot be sweet in any soup. They are dead. We will share them.
Now, I thought Tinubu, this idea of okay, let me not speak on that. A dead fish and can
even damage is confused. He's alluding to how toothless, or how his opponents, how they don't amount to anything. So the context of that dead fish is like, what I derive from it is like like you don't have power. You don't know what
So he forgot that bonga the sweet. Oro pretty the sweet. He forgot
through the sweet. You get effect.
Obroko the sweet.
Is it possible to have a live fish in the soup? Can a fish be in the soup if it's not dead?
Wait.
Do you have a live fish? Has anybody seen a live fish in the soup?
If you grow up a village, you will know that there's a difference between monkey or animal that you slaughter by yourself and one where you trap catch with dead. There's a difference. The tastes are different. It's like eating a chicken.
So which one is the live fish in the soup? Which one is the live fish in the soup?
That's for Tinubu. That's for Tinubu. That's for Tinubu.
I beg. We are laughing.
They are speaking to themselves.
We are laughing.
No pay attention. They are speaking to themselves.
We are laughing
This is a coded language
about
between
this.
themselves. It's not about us.
We are laughing about this, but this man is likely going to be the president.
Yep.
We are laughing about this, but it frightens me that this might be the president. It frightens me so badly. I don't know.
I can assure you that don't be
So it's
frightened.
my turn, right?
Hold on, Kenny. Blackstone, what do you say? You can assure us.
I say I can assure you don't be frightened.
Hold on, guys. Let me hear Blackstone. He's assuring us of something. What
So
is
don't
it?
be frightened. Tinubu will not be the president.
Why?
Why? Because most of the Tinubu's, the crowd you say I'm going along with Tinubu, most of them are not organic crowd. There are many.
Nobody get organic crowd.
Wait. Hold on, everyone, hold on. So I thought we learned something on this show after many weeks that we passed the point of saying this is organic, this is not organic.
Yes.
If they if they are not organic, whatever brought them to the event, bring them to the polling booths and they can vote. So that's not important anymore. It's saying organic or not organic. You know, the point is that at the end, who will get the votes? So it doesn't matter. Nobody weighs whether your own vote was organic votes or you were induced. You know, that's not a factor.
The only people that have organic followers in Nigeria are the
but if you look at the demography, right? So you can see that Tinubu popularity is not all around Nigeria. It's in certain zone of Nigeria.
Who has it all around?
Who has it all around? Nobody has it all around.
Okay, so why are you then saying that he won?
Yeah, that's why I say, you know, so it will not be the winner because nobody has it all around. So
who will win?
Who will win? They're going to be a rerun.
But who will win at the end?
Who will go the two? Who are the two people that will do the rerun?
Yeah,
the two people. I guess LP and probably APC.
And then you think at the end LP will win.
Yes, definitely.
Why?
That's what I think. Because if you follow the programs, LP has had underground. You understand me? Like yesterday, they know the big tent. The big tent is a big program that is being pioneered by Professor Tomin that contains all the Nigerian professionals' bodies. The doctors, the engineers, all the professionals are in that body, right? So they are all in that body and they're all following that big tent.
Let me not interject. Pastor Tomi actually contested for president and even the governor of Delta State. How come the P10 did not put him in the office?
No, he said he doesn't want to have any offices. He's too old. He doesn't want to.
No, he did contest as a governor, as a president in the past. How come?
Yes, he did. Of course.
Where were the professionals then to head him to the office?
What you should realize that people learn every day. People changes every day. So let's not forget that.
People. Blackstone, there's something you're missing as well. APC is Akintola as an NNDP and NPC from a historical perspective. That is the composition of that party, right?
Mm-hmm.
You now have LP. LP is now like an NCNC filled with nationalists, supposedly nationalists, because the actual foundation of LP is actually grassroots. It's the Nigerian Titans Union and all those union groups, right, that came together and formed that one. So if you go to a historical perspective, those are the nationalists. But this is why I disagree with LP. Why would they, with their background, then go against the ideology and bring? Don't get me wrong, I'm not against the PDOB, but bring in two capitalists, right? Stray away from their ideology. Now, that is what I cannot explain. Now, the wind is behind them, right? How can they now fundamentally match what the legwork that Tinubu has done to present himself at a Chatham House? You see the disparity? You see where you're not looking at it. Wait, please, I'll just end with this note. In 1954, there was a census that helped frame Nigeria and the constitution of the House of Nigeria. Now, when you look at it, those things are still burdening on us down to producing a 1999 constitution and everything that we've been through, right? These are the reasons why what you're saying that Apatu told me, that is why Apatu told me how no matter how brilliant he has been with political economy, one of the best minds ever, has not succeeded because he doesn't have what I define as a penetrative energy to get through it. There's a difference between an Obama and a Bush. A Bush, if you look at a Bush tenure, even in the midterm elections, he could even push through a war, through a house that was supposed to be against him, right? So that is what you should look at when you're looking at how these guys will really win this election. And that's with Dozier. I am scared that this guy will win the election.
Okay, this is it, right? I have something to say about I have something to say about Tinubu in Chatham House.
Hold on, Kenny.
can we also
So
finish?
yeah.
That is why.
No, I didn't call you Blackstone. I said
Okay,
I
sorry.
wanted to make sure that we have a kind of.
It was my turn.
So that
No, I wanted to reply.
No.
It was my turn. You asked me to wait so that you play video.
I will.
So I
know.
waited.
I know. Can I know?
Okay,
I
sir.
will still have to call
Okay.
you. I know. But what I'm saying is that to make this look, smooth. People watch at home, and after the show, they call me and start telling me some of the things. I see them repeating itself again. So it's better that I call someone and the person will speak. I see all of you. Okay, can I go ahead?
Okay. About Tinubu's visit to UK, I totally agree with Mr. Omori. This is the same Tinubu that refused to talk to Nigeria, that refused to speak to Nigerians. The only time you see him speaking is whenever they go to rally, where you see the likes of Festus Keyamo whispering to him, what to say to the public. There he still make his gaps. But the thing is this, Chatham House or Chatham House, whatever they call it, is not a big deal because you can actually lobby to appear there and talk your nonsense. Tinubu isn't the only person that have been that will be going there. We had the likes of former governor of Niger State, Muazu Babangida Alihu. He was just a governor, but he was there. We did not forget how corrupt the guy was, but he was still invited to speak there. So it's about lobbying. If the likes of Atiku or P2B lobby and pay, because you have to pay for that session. If you pay, you'll be invited to speak. So it has nothing. I don't think it has any impact on who becomes the president. So if they are truly honest, whomever the organizers of that forum is, they shouldn't be inviting the likes of Tinubu. But it's okay for Tinubu to appear there so that the whole world will see, because he's going to stand one-on-one. He's going to stand alone to speak, regardless, even if he's reading it from a book. He'll be talking there. Nobody, Festus or his like to, be there to tell him what to say. Now, so let him go to.
Hold on, think about this. There's a danger in what you just said now, because if he performs credibly on Monday,
okay.
If he performs, then because we've lowered the expectation now. If Tinubu doesn't collapse, if nobody whispers to him and he reads a speech and he reads it well, people will say, you see, just to talk about this, because actually we have.
So it is a game now. It's a probability now. So there's a likelihood that he may not perform well there, and if that happens, I think he has done a lot of damage to himself than he expected. So yes, probability. If he performs well, fine, but he still has to come to Nigeria and speak to Nigerians. Let him go to channels or Arise or go for debate. Let him talk to us. For someone that has a malfunctioning, I don't want to use that word anyway, but we know he's not capable, upstairs. So let him come and speak to us. So I don't see anything. There's nothing special going to that house. Everybody can go there. Rochester Okorosha was there. So it's not a big deal, man. We have our vote. So Nigerians are to determine who leads them, not Chatham House.
Quick question.
It's very shameless, actually. They should be ashamed of themselves that every little thing they will run to UK. I don't know who they are there to impress. Are the UK are they the ones that would determine who becomes the president of our country? So you cannot convince your people, but you can run to a Igbo man's land to go and convince them on what?
Okay,
convince your people.
Thank you.
Can you clarify one thing that you said? Lobby to pay by paying for the session or pay for the lobbying to get there? Can you clarify that? Because I think that's
you can actually use money to lobby. So you can pay a payment. Yeah, money, giving money incentive is a form of lobbying.
All right.
Okay, fine.
Let me go to Dr. Dominic. Let me just also mention that El Rufai was there and he spoke. the question to actually ask yourself is, a lot of people go there to speak, but sometimes they will speak and they won't make any impact, you know. So it's one thing to have an opportunity. I was told that Jonathan spoke there in 2019, I'm not sure the year, but he spoke there. But it's about whether you make impact after you speak. Dr. Dominic, welcome to the show.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon.
Yeah, we see you.
I've been listening to everybody talking and ranting. Some people making sense, and some other people.
Mention names. Mention names.
Mention names.
Mention names.
Let me not say anything that will be controversial.
Come on, name and you see X-Men visit you in New York.
Two things pushed me to come here. I was actually the sentiment that the young girl made is the sentiment I made last week, and I've been making ever since. People are always pushing respect for elders, but elders need to earn respect.
Yes.
So, and that's, I only said that just because of the whole obedience, being belligerent, and all of that nonsense that's going on. When you've been pushed to the wall with the craziness that happened in Nigeria, there's no way you can remain sane. So I'm even surprised Nigerians are still able to entertain some level of sanity. It takes a lot to be able to handle being in Nigeria, living in Nigeria with all this craziness. When I left Nigeria in about 13, 14 years ago, dollar was what? It was 130. It was 113 naira to $1. Now it's almost 1,000. That's madness. That is real madness. How do you expect people to survive on minimum wage? The second thing I was going to speak to was the Chatham House. When I saw that, I was like, this is absolutely crazy. But Amori took the words out of my mouth. He mentioned the exact same thing I was going to mention. Why do you have to go to Chadam House? Right? I recollect a long time ago. This was after Obi's governorship. He wasn't really that popular. So whether I'm not going to talk about whether or not Obi did awesome work in Anambra State. I'm just going to just talk about Chatham House. He started showing up at Chatham House, international forums, talking and kind of selling himself and trying to let all other Nigerians and Anambarians know some of the work that he did. And I was like, this guy that is not so popular, I think he's getting onto something. Maybe this is some kind of a way to propel himself into a presidency. And I made that prediction to myself. I was like, let me watch this guy. Within a few years, now he's a presidential candidate. And Chatham House, I believe, was one of the first forums that he used to sell himself. And I believe, like you guys mentioned, other politicians have gone on to use Chatham House as a way to kind of put out their political philosophy. Some of them, they actually believe in, and some others don't actually believe in what they say. So I think for Tinubu, it may be like a rite of passage. Let me go, Emiloko. My predecessors have talked there. They've used that as a sort of a launching platform to sell themselves in international forum. That's one. On the other part, I find it quite insulting that you're not able to engage with your actual citizens and you are going to engage with foreigners. Let me just read this and then I'll end my time talking right now. It says, this is from Chatham House. The Chatham House is known as the Royal Institute of International Affairs. It's an independent policy institute headquartered in London. Its stated mission is to provide commentary on world events and offer solutions to global challenges. It is the originator of the Chatham House rule. So my thing is, there's a lot of challenges that you're facing in your country, and you're going to an international forum to offer what? What do you have to offer them? What have you offered Nigerians in the last 30, 40 years of your political life in Nigeria? Nothing. I know people sometimes mention Tinubu as being part of the democracy movement, but where was he when the rough things were going down with the military? Like, sure, what I would say. So I'll end it with that and I'll listen to other people talk. I see Kulata is showing half of his face again.
All right, thank
you. Kulata.
Yeah, thank you, Dominic. I wanted to also mention that there is the press club, National Press Club here in America, in Washington, D.C. It plays that role too. People come there and speak. The reason why most of our politicians don't go there is because you take questions after you speak.
That's correct.
So it's from international press, and this time you can't stop them.
Correct me if I'm wrong. The National Press Club are mostly American politicians, not international.
No, international. Yeah, international.
Really?
You can also go there.
I haven't paying too much attention to it.
Yeah, you can also go there. So there are other institutes and institutions in America that also play that role. And in Britain too, they go to you hear them go to University of London, Cambridge, Oxford. You know, they also go there. And there's this club in Oxford that they go there to speak. So I think it's a long tradition, you know, in terms of showcasing yourself to the international community. We can debate whether it's good to us, the Africans, but it happens. Let me also say this: I was in Kenya during the election in 2017, and there was an impasse. There were problems with the parties, and the American ambassador to Kenya had to essentially summon the candidates to come and meet him so that he would try to make peace for them. And I was thinking about this, you know, what other country can do that in America? You know, there may be someone Biden and Trump to come and why they were having problems. So we are weak. I wish Forefathers is here. You know, he will talk about this as a continent. You know, sometimes, but South Africans don't do this anyway. But we are weak, and sometimes it shows. Anyway, any other talk on this before we hear Kulaka read?
We're weak because we don't know who we are.
You say what?
I say we are weak because we don't know who we are, and definitely don't know where we are going. So we just are a bunch of confused people.
Yeah.
Another thing you skipped. You talked about why India. You asked that question: why India isn't going? Why Singapore isn't going? And then Nigeria is going. They had a Lee Kuan Yew and what's his name, Mahatma Gandhi, and look at compare the two with how we ended up with a hung election in 1960, and NTNC decided to go to merge with and all the fiasco that happened with Festus Okotie-Eboh. You kind of look at it and then you just see that we never had a Lee Kuan Yew. We never had someone who actually defined what it means to be a Nigerian. So that is the reason why we are weak.
Okay. Dozie, go ahead. I'll come to you, Kulata, next.
Okay. I want to make a plea, and please allow me to finish my 30 seconds.
Okay.
Please, I want to plead for Mr. Sowore, if he ever hears this, and to Mr. Kwankwaso to stop pretending. They should please merge. They know where to merge if they know the truth. Let us make this. In fact, after this, before we reach this new year, they should make up their mind and they join the queue. Don't start telling us that you are not in a hurry or you are not. You are relaxed about being president. If you are relaxed about being president, John Peter Obi, ho-ha. John Peter Obi and become just whatever. Make una go chop dead fish. Okay, make una go chop dead fish for Abuja. Make whatever arrangement, whatever formula you have it, so that we can have a real third force, so that we can actually prevent this person that I don't have his name not to even near the government. Because this is the presidency is what we are having in government, in the government, among the 36 governments, where you simply rent the government. People come in and decide how to govern, and whatever they give you is what you can't even open your mouth and say anything. That is what is going to happen. You will not see this dude. You will not see him. And the government is rented. And for another 8 years. How? Please, Kwankwaso, please. I don't know how out, but start doing something. That's all.
All right, thank you. I wanted to ask, but that would derail us a little bit. I wanted to say if Kwankwaso and Shore should join and PRP should join P2B, do you think that's enough to win? And also, I wanted to mention that we are trying to get Kola Abiola to be on this show. We are trying. Hopefully, he will come one of these Sundays. So Let's see. Let me go to Austin.
I just wanted to talk about going to the Chatham House. Sometimes when I used to talk with my friends back then as undergraduates, we are the ones who make all these influencers and all these celebrities to be popular. If somebody celebrity drops something online on Twitter, nobody comments, he will not even be popular, don't even do anything. But the one playing up, they go into the Chatham House as something good. I used to say this: if it's only me, I just thank God I'm not the only person in this world. All these people like me, if Ren or Mockery talks, I don't even know what happens. People will start talking and say, look, I don't even care to even read. Once I see his name, I don't even read it. For me, he talks rubbish. If you are not consistent, if today you are talking this, tomorrow you are talking this, next year you are not consistent, I don't take you serious. So going to the Chatham House, I don't see anything beautiful about it, especially as you just told me that they don't take questions. If you don't take,
who said that? Who said that?
I don't know. Somebody was trying to say.
No, I didn't say that. What I think, no, I know they take questions, okay, and Tinubu is going to take questions. I know that from inside stuff. I know some person things. The thing is, I don't think they televise that. There are some events like that they don't, because they don't have the right to do that. So we may end up not seeing what questions he was asked and the answers he gave, but he will take questions.
That is now the main point.
Or it might be edited.
No. They won't show it.
Organize questions from his handlers.
No, I don't think so too.
See, the rules of the house, the rules is that you cannot hold any of the speakers against anything he or she is going to say. So the question you asked them is pretty much of no use.
Okay, let me hear from. There's someone that wanted to say.
Let me just end up what I was saying. The only thing I somehow hear about Tinubu is this: he's never explicit in his argument, and he leaves a lot of room for interpretation. While I'm interpreting in a particular way, the next person will be interpreting another way. So that's why sometimes I always say that, look, if Tinubu was on a wheelchair, it could have been better. But he can reason, he's psychologically fit, fine. But this one is not psychologically fit. And as a commander-in-chief of the armed forces, if you are not explicit in what you are saying today, I, as the permanent secretary, will be thinking you are saying this. The next day you are saying this one. I don't even know what you are saying. I don't think that would be the best for us. I think if Tinubu gets there, trust me, to be a disaster.
If he can say, there's nothing he will be saying.
Okay. Let's hear from Blackstone. You wanted to say something before Dominic, and then we change the topic. Go ahead, Blackstone.
I just want to say something.
Oh, yeah, I know. Kulata is the next topic. I didn't want us to start about Obi and then go back to.
How can I be a topic?
You read the manifesto, so you are the man. Go ahead.
So I just wanted to say that why do Nigerians or these politicians run to the UK, or want to go and have a speech or give a speech in the Chatham House and so on and so forth? I believe the bottom line is because we do not have, we respect them more than we respect our people. So the regard we attach to the white people is not the regard we attach to our people. And this you can also see in the employment level when we say the expatriates, right? And you see Nigerians who are also of the same qualification, but they will prefer the white man, the foreigner, than the Nigerian, give him a better package and so on and so forth. Because this is because we do not respect our people. So if Nigerians respect, the politicians respect our people, there's no need for going to Chatham House, go and be pleading or go and be making speeches. Give your speech in Nigeria. Let the people who are going to rule, let them hear what you are going to present over there. So let them also come to us. Let them come and make speeches in Nigeria. When they are also contesting, when they are in the election period, let's also come to Nigeria, come and address us, because we can also deserve that type of respect. But because we don't have respect for our people, we don't have that value for our people, we belittle them because of I don't know if it's color, I don't know why they are doing such things. It's not good at all. That's why they run down to those people, those places, and go and be giving speeches.
All right. Thank you. Dominic.
I have so much to say, but so little time. Anyway, I think the Chatham House thing is just a sad note about how our politicians respect the voters. But that aside, so I heard the constitution talk. I'm not gonna delve much into it. I think what makes sense from what he mentioned, which is something I've seen in the UK and other places, is having a parliamentary system, because what happens is you don't have to spend so much money. Like I can't remember Mr. Denny, the military guy, talking about the constitution. You don't have to spend so much money on elections. Look at how they changed from the lady and changed to it's changed 3 times, right? Within the last 1 or 2 years, they've changed 3 prime ministers, and they didn't have this hula baloo of I promise I'm not Tinubu. They didn't have this hula, they didn't have this hula baloo of elections, runoff, this and that. Because at the end of the day, their focus was on leading the people and not in spending money. If you notice, a lot of people, I'm sure, politicians look forward to political season because that's when they get to make their income. The other times, all they're just doing is sleeping, either sleeping in the House of Reps or in the Senate or in the governor's house, not doing anything, and money is just flowing into their pockets. But then when they get to have extra bonus and make extra over time is when it gets to election time. And so these same people are the kind of people that we are hoping that they would help us change the system. We are still fooling ourselves. The third thing I wanted to say was on Shawore and Kwankwaso. Shawore is is an ideologist. He's inflexible in the way he does things. For some people, it may come off as
well, such leader will be justice.
What's going on?
Go ahead. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Dominic.
It's fine. Shawore is an idealist. He's inflexible in the way he has done things, and I don't see him changing anytime soon. I would rather have someone who is strong-headed and believes in his philosophy be my leader than have someone who is weak and flips and flops all the time. Remember what has been guiding Shawore for this long time. Remember, he hasn't been with family for 2 years. He's been going to prison back and forth. What is keeping him going, what is his energy and his activism, is his political ideology. That none of his positions can be trusted. There's a lot of mess. So if he capitulates now and goes and subscribes on that OB, now what is the worth of all he has done in the last 10, 15, 20 years? He's going to be a shadow of himself. So I don't think he's going to change. I personally would not want to support a Shawore who would change. I think at the end of the day, we need someone, a voice like that, just like John the Baptist. We need a voice like that. Even though he may sound utopic and idealistic and doesn't make sense, but you still need those kind of voices to push the envelope on what is possible in Nigeria. And so if we capitulate, then there's nobody else. Like, who do we really have is as a prominent political idealist who's always pushing the envelope on what is possible and who is as rugged as Shawore? No one. So why would we want to lose such a person in the Nigerian's political space?
He has a lot of energy.
Yeah. So let us not. I don't think, and I like Shawore because I don't think he's going to subscribe to the populist idea of, oh, this person it seems like a good third force. This person will end up winning. Maybe I should go and support him. No, he doesn't think like that. Sometimes I feel bad for him because he's just doing campaign, but I know he's not going to amount to anything. But I still subscribe to him because he's a necessary voice in the Nigerian political space. Sometimes you don't need certain people to win an election, but you still need them to be present so that they can still push the change that we want. You always need multiple people in a political movement doing different things, but they don't need not everybody in a political machinery need to ascribe to the same thing. They don't all need to be president. They don't all need to be prime ministers. But you still need those voices. Those voices are necessary and indispensable. And I think Shawore provides us. I don't think we can make the argument of belittling what he has done. Because I think in a way, with all due respect to what Dozie has said, I think it is belittling what Shawore represents and what he has been doing in the Nigerian political space.
I muted myself. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's change the topic a little bit. But before then, let me mention that people in the comment section, we appreciate you. We know we value your contribution to this conversation. I see many of you. Every now and then I see people who will come and say things like people who are here, all of us on the screen, that we don't know what we're talking about. We're stupid. I hope that they will one day join us and teach us and educate us. Go ahead. Yeah.
Just to be clear, I said hula baloo, not bulaba or whatever.
Don't worry, we'll play it. We'll play it later on.
Just making sure.
Play it.
I promise. I promise. I respect.
I want to go.
I respect.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Let me just drop my last submission, then I will leave. But before then, I beg. As soon as you guys finish here, I'll be
hold
live.
on, Ovie. Are you saying you are not going to listen to Kulata give us manifesto, the breakdown?
You have to stay.
Okay. I will stay.
Yes.
I will stay, but again, about the that collapsing your structure, Johnny, that will still happen within these political elements, because it's about the next 8 years. If you miss out of the system now, you are out for the next 8 years. So that is the risk most of these guys don't want to take. They know what it means to be outside the system. So people like Showore, I won't be surprised if he banned, but again, I'll be surprised if they think HD inside, right? But Obi as a person, I will not be surprised if Obi collapses structure for Tinubu. I will not be assistant Tinubu, sorry,
Which world are you living in?
I'm living in the same world. I'm living in the same world.
Wake up. The thing is this, right?
Listen now, we're talking about politicians here. We're talking about politicians. It's not about us. It's about what is in for them, right? Because these people are closer to the system than us, we can make noise about Obi and all we care, right? All is not well with those people. If he see clearly that nothing for him is about, am I going to go out for the next 8 years and nothing, or I can get something from this one? That's how this guy think. It's about the next 8 years, because whoever wins now, apart from maybe Tinubu, who, because of his age and health, we are not guaranteed of 8 years. But apart from that guy, anybody that wins straight 8 years.
So hold on. Ovie, hold on. What did Kwankwaso do when he lost the last time?
The last time he contested was during Buhari, right? He joined the party. He finished second beyond Buhari during the primaries, and he was in the party, APC.
Okay. All right. We have to
anyway. So this is it, right? Talking about Showore not collapsing or collapsing his party, right? I think the southern Nigeria, I mean, those from the south, the southern candidates, I think they are too greedy and rigid in their own views. And this is why I say this. The northern politicians know how to play the game. And whether you like it or not, these people always outsmart the southern politician. The same thing that happened to Wike may still happen to the southern candidate. Kwankwaso, I know for sure, will never betray his brother, Atiku. So talking about collapsing, I see that, okay, this is my own personal view. I think Kwankwaso will at end collapse his party to supporting Atiku. And when it comes to South, if anybody is asking Showore not to collapse his party, what that will simply do to the Southerners is that it's going to split the votes.
Who?
It's going to ruin. It's going to ruin. Yeah.
How many?
Showore has to collapse his own.
Hold on. What votes are you people talking about? Who has it? How many votes are just around Showore now in that way? So that's what I wanted to say. PRP. Hold on. PRP. Showore's party. Then if you're not in the top 3 parties, top 4, top 3, yes. What even Kwankwaso, how many votes are we talking about that will change anything?
So what I'm saying in essence is Showore and other southern candidates should look for a southern candidate that has more
influence,
more support, and support the person. Is about I'm speaking for the South right now. And when it comes to South, I'm speaking for Igbo candidates. Hausas have been there, Fulani, Yoruba, they've been there. So it's time for the Igbos. So there's never a way that you would tell me that Tinubu and Atiku, Kwankwaso will be there to the end. This will split the vote. It will mess the Southern vote up if somebody like Showore did not concede to somebody else. Let there be unity among them. Let them join forces and have one candidate up.
I like the way you are. I like the way you are seeing it. Right? If Kwankwaso wants to drop, let's say he wants to drop, it only makes sense for him to drop for Tinubu and make a bargain deal ahead next coming election because it's going to the South. Why would you make deal with Atiku that if he eventually win and spend 8 years, the deal will be going to the south. So it doesn't work out like that. But let's face the reality. Forget all this noise that we follow all these politicians. The reality is different. My guy, the reality is that's what I'm telling you. The question they ask themselves that, what am I going to be doing for the next 8 years? Forget that south or north or whatever. It's about interest. Where am I within the next 8 years? What is the reality? They know.
Okay. Ovie, no, we have to stop. Kulata, please tell us what you saw, what you read in Obi's manifesto. Let's start from there. We can join the conversation again, but let's start from there.
All right, okay. Obi's manifesto. I just did a speed read. Someone sent it to me like an hour or so ago, so I quickly read it. So I think what I can get from that manifesto is this is a guy that wants to do a lot of reforms. There's a lot of reform. There's some specifics in the manifesto, and the areas that everybody wants some on equivocation, they're pretty clear about it. So, for example, restructure. I mean, what's it called? Subsidy. Subsidy. It will remove subsidy. It will address the foreign exchange issue. It's pretty clear about that. And there are other areas where he kind of identified some executive orders or some specific laws that he would like to push to the House to get things done. So if I kind of look at it, I think there's some areas that impress me that I like. On security, it wants to reform security, have the military focus on external threats, the police focus on internal threats. These are normal stuff you find in every manifesto. Deploy state-of-art technology. But some of the areas of reforms that is going to do executive action is on regimentation, emolument structure. I think try and harmonizing salary structure across the civil service. And one other area that he wants to kind of like do some other reforms is to have a national minimum wage whereby work will be judged based on your hourly productivity, not necessarily your salary structure. And he wants to do this across the private and public sector. And anybody that doesn't conform, I think it wants to recommend laws that will penalize them. Another area that it was clear was it wants to implement Oronsaye reforms. For anybody that's aware of Oronsaye reforms, is they looked at different public sector organizations and look at the ones where they have similar functions so they can merge and consolidate them. He actively wants to do that. But his area of consumption to production really kept me, it was lacking. I expected a lot of work, a lot of specifics in that consumption to production area because we were just talking about generalities like food security. The way he does his interview, he came across like that in his manifesto, which I'll address whatever impedes banditry and one thing and one thing. I was expecting more targeted content in terms of like, okay, in this area of the country, this is the comparative advantage. This is what we're going to take care of in that area of the country. But he said, okay, we'll look at comparative advantages across the 36 states of the country. And he went on, he was repeating some of our problems in the manifesto. It's like filling up space. I was expecting him to address solving those issues, like restating our debt to revenue ratio is not giving me additional information because he said, okay, we will implement radical economic policies that will drastically reduce our debt servicing ratio. What exactly does that mean? So those areas I found those lacking. But on areas that I liked, on restructuring, he called out restructuring very well, talked about areas that needs, I mean, that you want to go out, I mean, that you want to restructure, and mentioned all the 68 items in the exclusive list. I talked about the Orasari report. going to strengthen the Supreme Court by increasing the number of judges. That's pretty specific. And it will provide reforms for paramilitary agencies. That's also specific. Now, on the area I like the most is the macroeconomic restructuring, whereby CBN, he called out CBN that CBN needs to do core CBN things. CBN should not be involved in, CBN should only be doing monetary work, not fiscal work. And so the core mandate of the CBN is controlling inflation, and they should stick to that objective. And then talked about removing subsidy, talked about the excess financing by ways and means in CBN. That is how CBN funds our deficits. They just print money and print money. And he addressed the exchange rate. So it was pretty specific about that. Fiscal, I mean, there's also a section on fiscal restructuring that he went on some things. And areas that I found lacking were areas like the fourth industrial revolution. Like he did mention, he talked about fourth industrial revolution in general terms, like talked about things at the high level, but it wasn't that detailed. So from a manifesto perspective, there are many, many areas I like. If you're going to read this, you know that this man wants to cut cost. It's pretty clear that it's going there to cut cost. He also talked about expanding the tax base. So at the very minimum, the things we care about, how are you going to fund your government? It's going to expand the tax base. It's going to cut costs. It's going to go after loopholes. It's going to do a lot of reforms. And he presented some of those with specific laws and specific executive actions that it will do. But the areas where everybody sings about consumption to production, fourth industrial revolution, it needs to get into more specifics in those things. Those are difficult things, let's not lie. Going from consumption is a jingle bell, but to actually get it done, there's so many things you need to do. Like, how are you going to fund all these things? Farmers, land reform, different details like that. They're not there, at least based on the speed reading that I did. They're not there. But at least this represents what Obi wants to do. There's going to be a lot of reforms. If it's successful, for him to be successful, it needs the House and the Senate, based on what I'm reading, because he can't do everything through executive fiat. But it's going to remove subsidy. If anybody removes subsidy, you solved maybe close to half of our problems, because that means money will be available to do other things. And if it's going to fix the exchange rate, you solved another big chunk of our problem. And if it increases the tax base, so the little details here and there can go into, will be resolved. Then he did address power. He wants to generate 20,000. Another good area that I like, the transmission part. He wants to liberalize our transmission. That's our biggest bottleneck in power, apart from the distribution that Jonathan messed up by signing shady privatization deals with people that don't have the capacity to carry the work. So from the power one, I like the fact that it wants to address power transmission, and it wants to get us to 20,000. And it's also going to change a law whereby I think if you are going to generate more than one megawatt or something, I can't remember the specific, but I read something about 1 megawatt, but I can go back and check. But all in all, it's a decent manifesto. But there are many things lacking, like he's not telling us what the GDP is expecting to get to after certain years, after he implements all his policies. And like I said, I didn't really find too many details in the consumption to production and the fourth industrial revolution aspect. Then he wants to do no child left behind in education. That's also, I saw that too. He wants to do no child left behind, like it was done in the US. What that means in Almajiri land, I do not know, but those are there. So, all good manifesto, like any manifesto, lacking a lot of details and specificity. Some specifics, but for the important things, he addressed them head on. The important thing is subsidy, exchange rate, and taxes. He addressed that to my satisfaction. So,
all right. Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you, Kulata. Thank you so much. Let me now ask you, so others will have the chance. Now that you've read some of them, I don't remember how many you've read. Who do you think has the better manifesto?
I mean, saying a better manifesto depends on your ideology.
No,
right?
you are your own, based on your own ideology, based on what you think will work for the country.
My ideology aligns more with Atiku's manifesto.
Okay, all right.
Because I'm a private sector person. I feel if government keeps running all these resources, they will just keep stealing. So just sell everything and let the private sector do it. But I just don't trust Atiku to execute it because I don't trust him. The time he did it, he messed it up. But from my personal ideology, I prefer Atiku's manifesto.
The private sector rarely works in Nigeria. I mean, privatization.
Let me ask you a question, Kolata, about the private sector. How many of the government, government something that are being privatized that today that are still existing that are working well?
Yeah, like I said, it depends on how you implement it. Atiku messed it up. So from a privatization and example is telecommunication. The liberalization worked. MTN is still there. The other companies are still there, but Nitel is dead. Nitel was privatized. They did not run it well. Nitel is dead. But the other companies they brought in to liberalize the space, they're still working.
That's what I'm saying.
Actually, those ones were private companies. They came in, right?
Yeah, so privatization needs to come with liberalization, so you can open up the space for competition. If you just privatize, just for privatization, it will fail.
But Nitel was a government paracetamol, but today is dead. So that's what I mean.
Privatization doesn't work. Just give way for private companies to operate.
Yeah,
privatization is not working in Nigeria.
I disagree with that.
Hold on. One person, one at a time, please.
So what I was saying is this. That most of the Nigerian private parastatals that have been privatized today most of them are dead. Look at the Nigerian newspaper, right? The Nigerian newspaper. Look at the power sector. Look at the
smelting factory.
Yes, all these things are all there because they give these things to their own cronies. People who are not qualified to run those parastatals, right? That's right.
Thank you, Blackstone. We got it.
Can I comment on it?
Yeah, go.
I mean, Kulata, I think I disagree with the idea of we should go private. A situation whereby we don't have institutions.
Hold on, it's not an agreement or agreement. It's my own ideology.
Okay.
Yeah, what are my core beliefs? I prefer private-run things. Your ideology will be different from mine.
So, at a situation whereby we don't have institution that will hold these people, anybody is accountable. What will happen is that just like Naltel, the people who sold Naltel, they left office after 4 or 8 years. Now, is it that their friends are coming back, which if they misappropriate or misrun the whatever that you sold to them or put in that amendment, if you cannot hold them responsible, just like what almost all of them are saying, there will be Konkos and everybody, they are not coming to either hold anybody accountable or arrest any past deed. So what do you expect by the time we sell all these things to their friends who are not serious anyway? The idea is to run it and get the money and leave because there's nobody to hold them accountable. There's no institution to hold them responsible. So if we keep selling all these things as we go, you sell them, you live 4 years, some people come and running down. We are not going anywhere. I think that's what I kind of disagree with totally selling everything.
Yeah, you look at how the privatized things, even look at the electricity system, how it happened up to this point. I think look at the manifesto. Does it address the legal system? Because that is the core problem.
Yeah, there's some digitization of the court system in there. I mean, it wants to do some reforms in the judiciary. I said it's also going to increase the number of judges in the Supreme Court. So there's some judicial aspect, I mean, in the manifesto. I can get more specific if you guys want me to.
All right. Thank you. Any other?
Okay. So, yeah. So when it comes to, I don't know, I've been searching for the manifesto. Not been able to find one, but thank you.
A link to
okay, thank you, Kolata, for already, summarizing it, But this is it. in a recent interview with I think Arise News, they were trying to um, make P2B to explain in detail how he is going to fight terrorism. So and this is what he said, that even at the point of even at a gunpoint, he's not going to say it. So he's not going to reveal his plans on how to fight terrorism. So he would rather leave it as a secret, right? So for those areas that you stated that he was not specific with, I think those are kind of more classified areas that shouldn't be allowed. I will use that. Shouldn't be. Shouldn't be. Shouldn't be made public for pressurizers to pressurize, because in Nigeria we always wait for somebody to label and then we copy and paste. So I think.
Hold on, Kenny. You don't have to defend everything. If you support somebody, if there's something that is missing, it's missing. So, for example, the production and from what Kolata is saying, production to
consumption to production.
There's nothing secret about that. Nobody's going to, even if they steal it, it's for Nigeria.
But we know the likes of Atiku. They make their livings from their earnings from importation of.
Don't worry about Atiku. He will not win.
Nobody will beat you up if you said that. Okay, he has nothing.
It doesn't work that way.
Yeah. Okay.
From the security perspective, is the tactical aspect of security you don't make secret. If the US builds this warship, they'll show you, oh, we built this warship. It doesn't mean they're not going to tell you when they're going to strike you or the formation they're going to use. Those are the things you keep.
Yeah, but he's not building anything.
In defense of Obi, he
hold on. Let's have order, please.
Is it what?
Hold on. Can I thought you were saying something? I was stopping Dozier for you, but all right. But can it just like Kulata was saying, the American military just revealed that they built B-22 bomber. I think B-22 or B-21. Is the first time in 30 years that they revealed one aircraft. And for people who know, before they reveal this one, they're already building a new generation of another one that will make sure they keep them ahead of all the other people. So what I'm saying is that there's no reason why you shouldn't reveal some things. It doesn't mean that you are telling them the tactics, how you are going to come and attack or anything. Kulata, thank you so much for this. Dozie, go ahead.
If my football will allow me. I think what Obi has been talking about is state police, regional police. That is part of the things he has made known. All these defenses about why we should not have state police does not make sense. The only one that seems to make sense is the fact that you cannot have state police or local government police with immunity to governors. You have to take out immunity from governors, allow state police to exist, so that if the state police is used against the population or against individual citizens, you can actually sue and prosecute a governor. I look forward before I die to see governors that are prisoned for 30 years in local prisons. I want it. If you are looking for something that I really want in Nigeria, I want people that will actually go to prison. After 10 years, they are still there. No immunity, no pardon, nothing. I just want governors to go to prison. I love it.
All right. Thank you. Hold on, guys. Femi has been here with us and quietly listening. Femi, welcome to the show.
Femi is bad, so that's why.
Don't make him angry from the beginning. Femi is never angry. Femi, welcome to the show. You can talk on anything you want to talk about. You've been watching.
I just wanted to put just a little note below what Kolata had said about the manifesto rather. Like a lot of manifestos, oh my god, Um, a lot of times I tend to take manifestos with a pinch of salt because you can, like they say, talk is cheap. It's easy to, it's easy to write things down, but when you get in the heat of it, then when you actually get there, you begin to realize, this thing is not be the way where I think I'm. But on a more serious note, I look at it from the perspective of him as a person, Obi specifically now, it could have been Tinubu's manifesto versus Tinubu, or even Atiku versus Atiku's manifesto that we're talking about as well. But anyways, with respect to Obi, I look at him as a person, as an individual, and the fact that when you juxtapose it with Nigeria as a whole, the way things stand, and I particularly want to reference the restructuring aspect. Again, it's easier said than done in the circumstances he finds himself, because keep in mind he's not going to be doing this in isolation. Whether depending on what falls in play, whether it's going to find as many PDP members, for example, in the House that are, because whether we like it or not, in addition to the fact that there could be PDP members that might be willing to work with him, especially if he has the numbers, as things might be considered going forward. If he has the numbers and he has the support, if there's some kind of coalition, versus also how many of those numbers are from a north or from a south, because whether we like it or not, a lot of things are continuously going to be judged by ethnicity and religion and interests. That would also depend on what is able to achieve moving forward if he eventually does become president of Nigeria. So basically, I guess again, I'll just round up by saying I just take manifestos with a pinch of salt, and you're not gonna necessarily put everything you necessarily want to do, if at all you're able to eventually do them in one small piece.
All right.
Yeah,
Let
I
me.
want to clarify one thing though. There's nothing wrong with this manifesto. Like there's so much detail you can write before you lose everybody. But I think maybe some specificity that you can measure, because there's some kind of like platitude statement that is written like we will develop. I mean, I can even read one for example, just to show that okay, can I hold this? Can I hold this? I mean, how can I grab what this guy is saying like quantitatively? There's some aspect that are not quantitative enough that you can't like. So there's word salad in there. It's not that there's no words in there, but it's not specific enough for you to kind of like, okay, I can hold this guy account to this. So don't get it wrong. Almost everything you will expect if you don't read in deep into this is there in terms of words, but it's just like what are the specifics? So that's it.
Okay.
I
Let me
have a
just
question generally.
hold on, guys. There's something that Femi said about the difference between what is written down and what they end up doing when they get there. Just to support that, let me play this video that I want to make sure that we keep seeing it until we stop trusting politicians when they say things.
But I will try to be simple. Power generation is not rocket science. It's just generator. So just remember and imagine that your I better pass my neighbor in 1 million times its capacity, but in one place. So if you can make that size of 1 kilowatt, you can make a power turbine of 1,000 megawatts.
This is how they deceive
And
us.
this is a lawyer.
This is
A
how
lawyer
they
telling us
deceived us.
about power generation.
That was a lawyer.
A lawyer telling us about power generation. What does he know about engineering? Nothing.
Kenan, that was a lawyer way of understanding power generation. So don't blame him.
I remember at that time they asked Rudolph Okonkwo. They asked him on Sahara TV whether it is possible.
All right.
Play that thing.
Austin, go ahead. Austin, go ahead.
See, the first thing we maybe I want to respond to what Kenneth said, maybe trying to defend Obi. Look, no manifesto is 100% perfect. There will always be loopholes. That is why in this science and technology we do. Whenever I want to defend my PhD, they will tell me that if the will is perfect, then why are you reinventing it? So it therefore means you look at the weak point of every research, then you now use that weak point as your hypothesis or your aim to do this present research. So even if Obi sits down for 1,000 years and get a manifesto, if I read it, I'll still see weaknesses. So that's just the main thing. If government was perfect, then there's no need of us going for this campaign. So generally, he has done his best. He brought us to us. I have not read it. I'll go through it because I like getting things firsthand. Then the second thing, we always look at the two sides of the coin. Obi will not, maybe let's assume that Obi wins. Obi will not work in the isolation. He needs the house. Then some other arguments will say that the president is too powerful. So sometimes I used to look at this thing. Why are we looking at it from the two sides? Yes, it's true that there are things you need the house. Let's say no Labour Party person is at the house. And secondly, sometimes there are some things that executive orders can do. The ones that executive orders can do to make them better, especially in maybe the state police and all the things we do. I mean, any other thing, I'm not, there are some things I know about the concurrent list and all those executive lists, they call it, but I don't know everything. But if a case where there are some things that somebody can give an executive order and it will be effected and makes life better, then good. So there are things that can be done, some cannot be done. You need to go through the house. Then the last thing we always say about is the issue of these members of the house not passing this or passing that. There was some days I was thinking, I saw somebody online say that even if Obi wants to do something or if somebody wants to do something and the members of the house don't agree, then it won't be done. The point is that sometimes I used to see that all these things are not done because people are not transparent and open. If you are very transparent and open and make Nigerians that this is what I want to do, this is how it benefits you, people criticize it, and after criticizing, you have a solid document. If you go to the house, put your matter very well, and you are transparent and have no interest, sometimes out of shame, they will be forced to do the right thing. There are ways you force people to do the right thing, even without using a gun or putting it to their head. Okay, let me say, I was asking myself back then that if it's you and you are the president and you have something very good you can benefit Nigerians, which you are very sure that those corrupt at the house will not do, what will you do? That was a question I asked myself. I told myself that I'll write this thing down. If I write this thing down, I call a press conference, call every civil society, everybody somewhere. This is what I want to do. This is what I want to do it. This is how it's going to affect Nigerians. All of us stand in a row to work on food, go to the National Assembly during the sitting and put it on their bench. Do you think they will take that? They will not take that seriously. If Nigeria moves to your bench at the National Assembly together with the president and drop a bill, that bill will be looked at because you know that people sent you there as senators or House of Rep members. They'll be watching you, and that is why you see even this Electoral Act we have today. There were some things that they wanted to remove, but you remember the outcry from Nigerians. They had to put it back by force. So Nigerians have a voice. It's just that sometimes we just misplace the voice. That's just all.
Thank you. Alvia, go ahead.
Two things here. We're talking about the video you just showed about Fashola. I think it's Maria Matthew Cuomo that says politician campaign in poetry and govern in prose. So it's a different reality when you get to office. But I hear everybody keeps saying, a lot of people by the way say, oh, because of the manifesto, we can hold him accountable. We can hold him accountable. My question is how? The institution that you rely on to help you terrorize these people, they stand on those institutions to commit whatever they want to do. So this idea that hold them responsible, I don't understand how. We live in Nigeria. How do you want to, if Konkozo says it's going to be 500 schools, which he promised, if you know do, how do you hold him responsible? If Obi could not turn the consumption to production, how do you hold him responsible? Or you not go vote for her? As if you 4 years ago you say now Obi now go vote for. You started chanting Obi Kongozo 6 months ago. So the idea that we're going to hold them responsible, maybe somebody will make me understand how it's going to happen. Then
well, it's gradually coming. We have now a PVC system. I hope they expand it to involve a larger group of people. I hope that the legal system, that's one of the things I wished I could talk about. We copied the American system. We did not copy the legal system. We don't have prosecutors across the country. Okay, the network of prosecutors around the country does not exist in Nigeria. Okay, we should have something like that. Nobody should be immune from persecution. Nobody. Okay, build better prisons, invest in them, and put good-looking people in prison. We need it. That's why we live in America and we're living happily. Go and ask Ekweremadu. Somebody like that is in prison, and I'm so happy.
Are you saying that Ekpa is good looking?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I wish he was in Nigerian cell or prison. Would have been better.
Because a young lady just showed up to be one of the panelists, and you just started talking about being
exactly. I was about to.
Can we stop about
Rose? To call on Rose and talking, and then she left. All right.
I just want to respond quickly to Dozier. What he said, that we didn't copy the legal system. Each state has an attorney general and also has those prosecutors under them. Maybe it's not we don't have a CIS Joe or something like that where you see Nigerians doing prosecution stuff. But if you are, if you commit a crime, you're going to be prosecuted by the state, right? Or in the UK,
who is the Attorney General?
It depends on who committed the crime.
Who is the Attorney General of Anambra State? Is he allowed to speak?
Come on,
if
man.
I don't
know the name of the guy, but Osibajo was Commissioner / Attorney General of Lagos State at some point. So that structure exists. That's my point. Not necessarily.
And that's what produced that. He worked under Tinubu. How far did he do?
Let me continue reading this manifesto.
With all the kidnappings going on in Nigeria and all the killings going on in Benue State, have you ever heard Malami speak anything about it?
So Malami is the wrong person, the wrong place.
Okay, guys. Hold on.
I need to leave. Quick one. I need to leave in like 5 minutes. So I just wanted to say, I think what this manifesto shows is, there are areas that are very specific, like is recommending laws that needs to be passed. So in the case when it becomes a president, that means it will need support of all Nigerians to be able to pass all these things into law, because it called specific laws it wants to pass. It called laws that were passed like maybe in 2018, but maybe Buhari never signed. So there are a lot of those in that manifesto that it will need the support of all Nigerians for them to be able to get it into law. And now, because he wants to cut cost of governance, it's very, very clear in that manifesto. That means for him to implement a report, there's going to be, I don't know how to say it, but there's going to be war, because that is cutting civil service, reducing, there are many agencies that do the same kind of things. It's going to, Oronsoye's report recommends that you streamline them. So if you streamline them, people will get fired. So if Obi gets in, he needs the support of the entire country to implement the bold reforms that are in that manifesto. Because the great part of the manifesto that is doable is all those reforms, cutting costs. The man wants to cut costs. It is very clear in that manifesto. So how does he execute the cut costs with what we have in Abuja in our civil service? And then the people that need to support him, which is the Senate and the House. These are the real realities of what's in that manifesto. It's a good manifesto. To an extent, you can write the manifesto.
Today, all you get today is love. Nobody is cursing you out today. So you are the hottest cake now. Please come to my platform and analyze this thing. You are needed after this one.
He knows I sick. I just recover
a platter from you.
Oh, Zia, you they're jealous.
I am.
So those are the things. Look, Obi is hitting the right notes in the fundamental things. Forget about the details of consumption to production. Let's forget all those things. The main things that he wants to do: subsidy removal, forex, and increasing the tax base, and then reforming the civil service. Those are the things we need. The rest will fall in place. Power will fall in place. All those things will fall in place. Because he wants to also reform the power that you don't need to go and meet the federal government if you're going to generate more than more megawatts. He wants to increase it to 10. So that will also involve legislation. So all these things that require legislation, it will need help.
All right.
Those are serious. Yeah.
Thank you, Kulata. Thank you so much. We enjoy having different people come on these shows. People bring some things that are unique. I don't know anybody else who has read most of the.
Doctor, look at the thing. Simon Ekpa is asking that he wants to address
Is that him? Guys, bring him on.
All right. So we'll bring him on.
If Simon enters, I can't say anything. I've been quiet
Okay.
the entire time.
I think we should just leave him. I'm going to exit, so we just watch him. Let's see what he's going to say.
I'm going to exit. All right. Okay.
Plata,
So we let that
when we finish from here.
I'm exiting too.
So, okay, let's
make my comments.
Should I send him the link?
Or let Simon enter.
Send him the link. Yeah.
I'll send him the link.
Is that him though? Is that real Simon?
That's his. I looked at it.
If he shows his face, we'll know whether it's.
Well, Rudolph, let him enter and show his face in the.
Yeah, no, I know. I will see.
I'll let you handle this.
Okay. Please, anybody else who is, we want to make room for Simon.
I will. Yeah, we too. Sign off. No problem.
Okay.
Yes,
so,
people here.
Talk to you guys later. See you tomorrow or next week.
All right.
When I subscribe to my platform,
I wanted to announce that. Okay.
Yeah, he's here.
So Simon is here. All right. Simon, welcome to the show.
The Odogo himself.
Rudolph, do you want to lay some ground rules, or you want to?
That's him.
Simon, welcome to the show. Can you hear me?
Good morning.
Go ahead, Simon.
I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good. Yeah, we can hear you.
I've been receiving a lot of messages from people that I don't know. My voice is coming out twice. I don't know where it is coming from.
No, you have
more than one device.
Close the other website, the other side.
One moment. Can you hear me now?
Hear you. Oh.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. It's still coming out, the voice.
No, we can, unless on your end. I think we don't have any echo. Do you have any echo? Anybody else? I don't hear anything. We can hear you.
So what about now?
Good.
All right.
Yeah. So welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. I was actually thinking about booking you for next week, but it's good you came today. It's been a while. I have not seen you in a long time. How has it been going?
Well, it is very fine. I have just like few minutes to spend with you guys here.
Okay.
And it is a nice thing to see that the conversation is going on. I've been receiving a lot of messages from people, and so I decided to take out time. As you know, that we have fundraising for Voice of Biafra, which I don't even have the time to be in that fundraising because I have a meeting going on. So that meeting one of the meetings just ended now. So I decided to join you guys.
Okay.
So is there any question you would like to ask me?
Oh, there are so many.
I have a question.
So there are so many. But the first thing,
Simon, I have like 10 minutes with you. So go ahead with any question.
So 10 minutes is not enough. So Simon, we have to first agree that we'll book you for another day.
I'm not promising that yet, but let us handle the time I have here.
Let's start at the beginning. So today we talked about what you said. You put out a statement that there should be lockdown, sit down at home for 5 days next week. We wanted to know what is behind that. Why do you think that people in the Southeast, they need to sit down at home for 5 days during this Christmas period? What are you aiming for?
I think we have been celebrating Christmas for as long as you were born. Every one of us here have celebrated and continue to celebrate Christmas for as long as we were born. I don't think that Christmas celebration in 2022 is the most thing that we need. People are being killed in Nigeria. People are being kidnapped every day. Military, police, DSS, killing our people, and nobody is talking. Not the governors, not the elite, not the elected leaders, not the UN, not the international community. Nobody is talking. So it is time. We have to take this responsibility by ourselves and speak in a language that everybody in the world will understand. we are not interrupting people from celebrating Christmas. We are Christians and we value the Christmas celebration. But what we have to do is that the 5-day sit at home is preparation for what is to come in 2023. We are believing that 2023 is the year that Biafra will come. I will say 2023 is the year of Nigeria disintegration. The disintegration of Nigeria will give birth to either Biafra or whatever that the disintegration have to offer. Freedom of many nations within Nigeria. So our idea is to prepare the people of Biafra, and we are focusing on the Igbo-speaking part of Biafra at this point, because we know the history behind the Eastern region. After the Biafra War, during and after the Biafra War, the Fulani Caliphate succeeded in manipulating the other part of Biafra. So we are still battling to liberate them from the blackmail propaganda that were said and they sold to them against the Igbo-speaking part of Biafra. So now, you know, we have suffered the most of this Nigeria construction. So we focus on the Igbo-speaking part, which we are now transiting to the part of the coastal region. This sit at home is going to take place not just in the 5 Igbo-speaking part of Biafra, but we are gradually taking it to the coastal region. So it is a preparation to what is to come next year. Our focus is that we are not going to allow election to hold in Biafra land. We will not allow Nigeria election to hold. And what we are trying to do is to make sure that we do not validate Nigeria again. That's number one. Number two is that those people that have been elected and that have been enjoying the Nigeria entity, after electing them, the people are being killed, Fulani are invading villages, and they refuse to speak. We are not going to allow them to occupy any political position again. So we are going to, first of all, bring them back and down to the level of an average Nigerian, and by extension, an average Biafran, by making sure they do not have any vote in Biafra land.
Okay.
And after that, we are going to take it off from there. So this is home.
Hold on, Simon.
This is home. Listen, this sit at home is to prepare the mind of Biafrans to what is to come next year. Because next year, we may end up having first 2 weeks sit at home, as the case may be. We are going to be revealing the situation, as time goes on. So that's the reason why we are ordering the sit at home, and we are going to enforce it.
Okay, Simon, thank you so much. It would be unfair to our viewers, many of them all over the world, that you will just come and speak and you won't take questions for us. And that's why I have issue with the 10 minutes only that you have. But let's see what we can do. I will let Ovie go ahead. Question only, no comment, please, so that we can get as many as possible.
All right. Simon Ekpa, let me say your early days, your teenage days and your early 20s, it's not complete without the adventures that the Nigerian state offer you by representing Nigeria. You were under Coach Babati while I was under.
We don't need to go into those histories. We are living in the present.
Yes.
Nigeria has deprived me the life that I'm supposed to live. Nigeria has deprived me the opportunity that I'm supposed to have. I'm not supposed to be what you think I was. I was supposed to be better. So
okay.
My question is,
if I was born in the United States, I would have been one of the best in the world. Nigeria deprived me of that. So do not bring my past. We want to talk about.
No, I'm not bringing your past. I'm saying that the country that gave you a launching pad, why do you want to destroy it?
Nigeria did not give me anything. I have actually offered Nigeria and more than what they have given to me.
Okay.
I struggled by myself. Nigeria did not give me anything. I was the one who gave to Nigeria. I brought the name of Nigeria by my activities in sport. Nigeria did not give to me. I offered myself to Nigeria. I served Nigeria. I suffered for Nigeria. I sacrificed for Nigeria. So you do not need, what you went through, you yourself, to become what you are today. You suffered by yourself. Nigeria did not offer anything to you. The only thing they gave you is a green passport that is cost. a green passport, and when you went to America, you were subjected to all manner of degrading treatment, including using a telescope to look your image. That's only what Nigeria offered you. Nigeria did not give you vitamins. Nigeria did not give you medical treatment. Nigeria did not treat you when you have muscle pulls and injuries. Nigeria did not offer any of those to you. You suffered yourself, and your family treated you whenever you have injuries. So do not come here to tell me about Nigeria. I was the one who suffered and sacrificed for Nigeria. Nigeria did not offer anything to me. Thank you.
All right. Hold on. Dominic, you're next.
I'll keep it straightforward. Nice to meet you, Mr. Ekpa.
Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome. There's a lot of suffering that is going on, and different political people in the past in fight for independence or something of freedom have used different means to achieve it. Gandhi used this non-violence strategy. What strategy are you employing to achieve your aim? And do you think it is a very good strategy, given the amount of suffering emotionally, physically, and economically it is having on your own people? Because those people who are outside of the Igbo land and Biafra are not suffering the same thing. You are the one who's suffering. My parents and my extended family are the ones who are suffering economically. So how do I, as an Igbo man, gain from having economic suppression for however amount of days that sit at home happens? And how is that supposed to achieve some form of advantage for us? I don't understand it. It's like bringing war to your own area instead of taking it out of your own area.
Thank you very much. I want to inform you that what we are doing is a multi-dimensional approach. We are using what we call a multi-dimensional approach. The way other countries got their independence can never be the way the Biafra people are going to get their independence. The way India got their independence can never be the way Biafra are going to get their independence. And what we are doing today is not just about the liberation of the Biafra people, but it's about the liberation of every ethnic and the nation within Nigeria that they are being oppressed. So we cannot fight the way other people fought and get Biafra liberated. We have first of all researched on Nigeria. We know the best approach that we are going to follow, and that's exactly what we are doing. The reason why you are saying that people are suffering is exactly why we are fighting it the way we are fighting it, because the system, the poverty that we are being, the people went into poverty, people become poor in Nigeria because of the policies of the nomadic and the caliphate system. It was being deliberately orchestrated so that you can never rise up against them. So we understand that. And because of the fact that we understand that the reason why they make you poor in Nigeria is so that whenever people try to rise up, you are going to remind them how poor they are, how they cannot feed themselves, how they are not. And that is why for the past 1 year, after the abduction of Mazin and Bikano, we have been able to condition the mind of Biafrans to overcome that particular narrative of you are poor, you are bringing poverty, you are bringing hardship. We have been able to overcome that. That's why Biafra people can sit at home every Monday, and it has happened for the past 1.5 years. Now we are stepping it up. At a point, we went sitting at home for 3 days. The reason why we have sitting at home for 3 days is to demonstrate the Nigeria loss of integrity, territorial integrity to Biafra. We are demonstrating that the Biafra people are no longer taking orders from the government. We are demonstrating that the people that are ruling the southeast part of Nigeria are no longer in control of the people. We are demonstrating that the people are no longer interested in taking them as leaders. We are demonstrating that the people have liberated themselves from these particular shackles of the bondage of Fulanis. So it is not just about economic issue. It is about we need to demonstrate to the world that we are no longer taking these leaders as our leader. That's why when they came and they threatened the workers in the southeast that if you do not come out to work on Mondays, you are going to be sacked, we are going to seize your salary, people still did not come out. So we have demonstrated so far that the governors, the leaders have lost the territorial integrity of the southeast to Biafra.
All right.
We control the territory. That's what we're trying to do.
Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on. No, you can't go. No.
That is going to go down in the history.
By
as we
force.
are building up to break out of Nigeria, it is going to go down in the history. It is going to be, recognized by the United Nations, but that Biafrans sit at home, civil disobedience lasted for as long as we fight Nigeria until we get independent.
Civil disobedience by force.
Yes.
By force.
You can call it by force, you can call it by whatever nomenclature, we don't care. But
Simon, we
what
don't
we know
agree.
is that every Monday Biafra sit at home and they want their freedom from Nigeria.
Can I ask a question?
All right, hold on. Hecho, go ahead. Hecho, after you, one man.
My brother, Simon, I'm going to speak from a mother perspective. From the question of they try to raise, it triggers something. And as a counselor, I can realize that there are bottle anger inside of you.
It triggers anger, my mother and my sister, and I don't want to hear anything emotional. This is not about emotional. This is a struggle for freedom. Let me finish my
question.
Go ahead.
There are bottle anger because of what Nigeria has done to you, and it has done to many of us. But
And you can't sit down and watch that.
So, Hecho, can you make your question?
If we want our people to sit down at home, what foodstuff have you people arranged that will sustain them for that number of period? Because this Western world we all live in, when they have a cause for us to sit at home, they make sure they make provision for health, for emergency, for food, for water, for all these things. If you people have not made provision for this, I will say what you guys are trying to go into, it is evil, it is wickedness, and it is callous.
May I ask you one question?
Never do that. He has never done that when he was out of the prison.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, God.
Can I ask you a question?
Hecho, hold on.
Do you have a
Can I ask
question?
you a question, madam?
Go ahead, Simon.
What country are you? Which country are you? I think she's muted.
Yeah, she's in the United States. I know. She's here in the US.
No, let's her answer by herself.
Okay.
I'm in the US. I'm in Aurora, Colorado, US.
Okay. Thank you very much. Do you know that the United States got independent from Britain? Are you aware of that? Can you unmute her, please? Can you unmute her? Very, very important.
Okay, go ahead.
Because she asked me a question and she made a comment, so I want to respond by asking a question. She has not answered me. Is she aware that the United States got independent from the United Kingdom?
United States fought the India to take over their land. That is the history of
So am I wrong when I say that the United States got independent from the United Kingdom? Are you saying that I'm wrong?
The question I'm asking you, I'm not saying don't tell
I know the question you ask. Can you answer me?
What provision have you made to feed them for 5 years to stay at home? A lot of them feed for the daily mission.
Can you answer me?
They are not providing food, shelter, and emergency for them. What you are doing is evil and it is callous.
Agreed. You are going to your question. Your answer will address what you are saying.
I come from Delta State, so notice I far from Una.
I know, but you stand in the United States. You
provide food for them. Provide water, everything they need so that they can sit comfortably and obey your dictatorship.
Thank you. So
you are not even better than the people you are condemning.
Thank you. All right. Now, can you answer me? Do you agree with me that the United States got independent from the Great Britain?
I not read history reach there.
Oh, you are living in a country where you are enjoying the security, you are enjoying everything. And you are telling me how the United States.
I am not saying do not do your 5 days, but make provision for food, make provision for emergency. In case woman when get belly won't born, in case my grandmother fall down, make provision for that. If you don't make provision for it, you are evil and you are wicked.
Can you now not be hypocrite?
I am not hypocrite.
Okay, now can you answer me?
What you do, I will make food. I will make provision for food. I will make provision for medical emergency. If you cannot do that, you are evil.
What's going on, Rudolph? What's going on?
Since she cannot answer me, I'm going to address her because it shows this is exactly example of Nigeria. They are never truthful. Now let me educate this woman. America got independent. I will respond to her. America got independent from the United Kingdom. Before that, they fought wars. During the time this war was being fought, there are different mechanisms that America used. And in a state of freedom fight, you do not expect everybody that is fighting for freedom to get everything right. And I do not believe that during the time America was fighting in Great Britain, they were providing for the people of America. This is something I want you to know. And so
they were providing. They were providing.
Were you there? Were you there? They were not providing. They were not providing. Now, the point here is that this woman is living in America, where America fought a very brutal war with the United Kingdom, with the Britain.
And I provide food for my people.
Dr. Damage, I think you are not being, I need to address her.
I muted her. Go ahead.
Because this is history. When they sit like this, they will tell you the Western world is providing for people, yet they do not want to go through what the Western world went through. They do not want to go through what America went through before they can provide for their people. America did not fall from heaven and start providing for their people. They went through just the way diamond and gold went through the hell, the fire, 1,000 degrees of fire to become what they are. They went through those things, and that's what we are going through today. So the day you wake up is your money. America did not start providing for their citizens, yesterday.
All right. Simon.
That is what we are doing now. So we are going to make sure that we fight just like every other nation fought and they got their independence. We are going to fight that way. When we have succeeded in getting our independence, we can now talk about providing for our people.
Okay, Simon, thank you.
Whichever way we want.
Nobody speaks until
Dr. Damage.
Yeah.
Now, it is not issue of providing food, because that is the weapon the Nigerian government have used to cage people like this. It is not about food. If you talk, they say food, food, food. Is it not people that is alive that are going to eat food? Ask people in Benue. I don't know I don't know Nigerians. How many times have this woman talked about thousands of people that are now in IDP camp in Benue State? Yet, the government could not provide security for them to go back to the ancestral land to farm so that they can eat. This woman is not talking about that. So what we are talking now is not about feed.
You don't know me.
The Bible says you cannot live by bread alone. And we are going to fight after we have gotten our independence.
Carry your load, go Biafran land when you go to 5 days with them.
Somebody else, please.
Okay, Simon, yeah, thank you. One man, you're next.
Simon is twisting history here. And
Simon
is twisting history.
Sorry.
Let one man. Hold on.
One man, please. One man. Go ahead.
All right. Apologies. But Simon, sorry, Rudolph first. We have a moment to address Simon, and he told us he has limited time. So let us be a bit pointed, just so he doesn't leave before he takes on our. But Simon, well done for doing this. And necessarily, you must be doing this more, engaging with a wider audience. Because, of course, the space that I'm hearing feedback. The space that you speak is already a captured audience. So you're pretty much looping around in a circle if you continue to just hibernate in that space that you do speak. So necessarily... all right, let me take you to the point then. Let me go straight to it. I am a Yoruba man, so I'm somewhat outside from the outside looking in. But the one thing that I do see...
How long have you lived in the United Kingdom?
Long enough.
How long? Can you tell us how many years?
I can't. Long enough. That's suffices.
So you are not being truthful to yourself. I want you to speak like a Nigerian you are. Proud Nigerian. Do not come here and give me an accent. Speak like a Nigerian if you are a Nigerian. How long have you been living in the United Kingdom?
I just answered that. Long enough.
Well, how many years?
Long enough.
Were you born there?
Well, what does that have to do with anything?
It has to do because your voice irritates me.
Oh, God.
Your accent irritates me.
Well, why is that? Does it irritate you?
I don't want to hear from you if you cannot speak like a Nigerian.
Are you intimidated?
Intimidated by who? By you?
By my voice.
Please, somebody else. I don't want to hear this man. You need to speak like a Nigerian, a proud Nigerian. Talk to me like a Nigerian.
Simon.
Yes.
You talked about.
I come here boiling.
I'm going to take. Wait, let's go.
I'm boiling because Fulanis are killing you people, and you are here speaking accent to me.
It is
and
not
I come here by myself. So ask Vice
All right.
You know, I'm a freedom fighter.
Sorry, Dr. Damage.
So one man. Let's move to another person. Dozie, go ahead.
Sorry, why is that?
Okay.
Why is that?
One man.
Speak like a Nigerian. That's what he said.
Okay.
Like a Nigerian.
I can be very arrogant and very civil at the same time. If you cannot speak like a Nigerian, I don't want to hear from you.
Mr. Ekpa,
you don't have to be intimidated. You don't have to be intimidated by my voice.
I am not intimidated by you.
Now?
Please. Dozie, go ahead.
Mr. Ekpa, it's my pleasure to speak to you. I have listened to you sometimes. My question is very simple.
Go ahead.
It's very simple, and it's not directed to what you and your organization intends to do. Given that Igbo is greater than your organization. Your organization is just a nuclei of the general. So my question is simple. Have you ever read the biography of Emmanuel Ifajuna, also called Emmanuel Arinze Ifajuna? The reason I ask that is because your story and your biography is very similar to his.
I don't need to hear anything. Ifejuna have been profiled. I was not there. You were not there. Were you born when Ifejuna was profiled? I'm asking, can you tell me where you born?
Just answer my question.
You were just giving the history of America of 1860. Were you there?
No.
The same you profiled Ojuku. Were you born when Ifejuna was profiled?
No, listen, you don't have to know all my details. Simply answer my question about the Emmanuel Ifajuna.
Were you born when Ifejuna were profiled?
I don't have to answer that. Just answer
you don't have
my
to answer
question.
that. You expect me to answer your stupid question. Please, somebody else, please. Ask me about something that is happening now. Why we should leave Nigeria. Why Nigeria should disintegrate. Why we must stay as Nigeria. That's the question I want you to ask me. Not
all right. Let me go
ahead.
Pansat.
Please.
Yeah, hello.
Please,
Does
I have
you hear me? Everybody mute yourself. I want to talk to Simon Ekpa. Mr. Ekpa, so far, you have been exercising your right to self-determination. So don't let some detractors who come with arrogance and ignorance to sway you from your mission. Now, I come from your right, not your left. Our people in the Southeast are being killed, even before you were born. And they keep killing us up to today. And they've extended it to killing others. My question to you, which is also kind of rhetorical in a way, when are you going to start going after the culprits themselves? Not just their foot soldiers, the horsemen.
We are doing that already. We are liberating Falconer.
Exactly. So
yes, we are liberating the Hamas.
Pathway here. We have a political democratic footprint, just like our opposition.
All right, he's gone.
Okay, I think I can address him because this is the only reasonable question so far.
Okay, go ahead.
Where should we start going after the foot soldiers? And I want to tell him that we are already doing that. We are engaging the Fulani terrorists that are coming to kill our people in a Hamufu. We are chasing them away. We have liberated the Falconer. For the past few days now, you are not hearing anything about Falconer. But it will shock you that while we are fighting the terrorists in Falconer, the commander of 82 Division are summoning a security meeting and asking, who are those fighting the terrorists in Falconer? Does that not worry you? If that does not worry you as a Nigerian, then you have a problem. Because we are engaging them. 3 years ago, Nobody can go to their farmland in Biafra land and in peace. Today, people can do farming. Even though after the kidnapping of Mazina Bikano, the Fulani herdsmen, killers, are trying to come back through the leaders, and nobody is talking. When these people were butchered, when the Ebonyi State people were butchered, Omahe cried on national television. Everybody saw it. Did it stop them from invading a Hamufu again? No, but we take it upon ourselves. It is our responsibility now, because Nigeria, as a failed state, who cannot provide the security for the citizen, even in Abuja, the Nigeria capital, security alert were coming from left and right, and people were running away. You can't travel from Abuja to Kaduna. In Biafra land, even though we are engaging the Nigeria terrorist army, because that's what I call them, we also engage the Fulani foot soldiers, and so they can testify to that. So we are engaging them, my brother.
All right, can you next?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Simon Ekpa. I'm happy that you are here, and I would like to encourage you to keep doing the good work that you are doing for the people of the Southeast, and specifically the people of the Igbo race. Now, I would like you to clarify some misconceptions here. Earlier today, some people were alleging that your activities is actually crippling the economy of the Southeast. They even made mention specifically that your group is killing our people. So, and I begin to wonder, because this is not what I know. And what I know is that there is an ESN, and the primary objective of ESN is to protect our people, protect our women in the farm, protect the lives and properties of Ndibo and Biafrans at large. And also there is another group created by the Southeastern governors called Ebubago. And I understand that Ebubago are actually working with the Fulani terrorists in kidnapping and killing our people. So please, because you are here, I would like you to clarify this, to maybe associate or disassociate yourself from the activities of the kidnappers, the killers of our people, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenneth. I think this is one of the most reasonable questions so far in this particular forum, because it borders on the life and the security of our people. So we are funding, arming the Eastern Security Network. And I'm not hiding it. We fund, we arm them. And there is no reason whatsoever for any security personnel of the Eastern Security Network to go into criminality. It is one of the things we despise. So we are against anything criminality. So what you see them saying on social media is just a way to blackmail Biafra freedom. They have called us all manner of names, and sometimes I don't go into responding to all those nonsense, because we know our activities. We raise funds internationally to fund the security of the Eastern Security Network and the security of Biafra people, especially the Igbo-speaking part of Biafra land. So anybody that is telling you that the Eastern Security is killing our people is just out of, it doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense, and that's why I don't normally address them. Now, I have just made a point here. I said we are engaging the Fulani terrorists that actually have surrounded the southern Nigeria, not just about southern the Biafra land. They have surrounded the Yoruba forest. And remember that before Amotekon was formed, I was the one with Onyendu raising alarm about the surrendering, about how they have surrendered Yoruba forest. And the Yoruba people went to investigate, and they saw themselves. And they saw that the people killing, abducting, kidnapping people in Yoruba land were all Fulani terrorists. It is not a rocket science. Everybody saw it. Then Amotekon was formed. It was because of our exposition that led to the formation of Amotekon. Now, having said that, when you hear them saying that, oh, the Eastern Security Network are killing Biafra, it is something that is, I do not know the rationale behind the Eastern Security Network to start killing Biafra. Whereas we are funding them. We raise funds for them to be able to protect our people. Now, in a Hamufu, you saw that for some time now, there has been a lot of killing in a Hamufu. There have been a lot of kidnapping in Four Corner, Enugu. It is not only there. There have been a lot of kidnapping in Anambra, between Anambra and Abia State and Imo State and Abia State and all that. Now, this outcry came where people you see the vehicle movement, you know, they stop the vehicle and start attacking travelers for days. And people were shouting, oh, where are the governor? Nobody was talking. Now, do you know what we did? We said, because when we come out to fight these people, the military protect them and fight us. So when you see them, Ebubago that you just mentioned now, Ebubago has never paraded any Fulani terrorist that they have captured the Fulani. Have you ever seen anything like that? If you see anything like that, you tell me, because I have not seen and I'm supposed to see. So what the Ebubago was doing is to go after the Eastern Security Network. Every day, it is going to the camp of the Eastern Security Network. They are hunting for where our securities are. They have never hunted for Fulani kidnappers. But every day, tens of millions of naira is being paid to the Fulanis as ransom. And they know the forest where they are. The kidnapping is taking place just 1 kilometer from military checkpoint. So the military give them cover. And that is why we say we don't want to see any checkpoint anymore in Biafra. Now, if we see the checkpoint, we are going to attack that checkpoint. It is on record, put it on record today, because the checkpoint is being used as kidnapping den, and we are fighting them. You don't tell me that you are in Nigeria, where military will have checkpoint, and the kidnappers are kidnapping people 1 kilometer away. They come to give testimony, victims. The time the Reverend Father, the Bishop, or the prelate, you know, in Anambra or Imo State or so, were kidnapped. He was kidnapped just 2 kilometers from the military checkpoint. If you do not value or respect the testimony of an ordinary Nigerian, you respect a testimony of a prelate. He's a very high-rank person in the Christian faith. He was narrating how he was kidnapped. It was just 2 kilometers away from military checkpoint. So we don't want to see them again. Let us know where our problem is coming from. Now we went to Fokona Enugu and engaged these people. We captured many of them with their arms. The commander of 82 Division called a security meeting. You know what the man said? He said, who are those who went to attack Fulanis in Fokona? But the time these people were committing all manner of carnage, killing, kidnapping, the commander of 82 Division did not ask question, who are these Fulani that are kidnapping Biafrans? But immediately we confronted them. They begin to ask questions. And I don't need to tell you that there are many times that helicopters are dropping arms for them. So what do you want us to do? What we are doing is that we are protecting the life of our people. And now we are gradually shifting to liberation of Biafra. It is no longer about security, because it is obvious that Nigeria government are funding these terrorists, which military personnel, including the Yoruba man who was one of the high-rank officer at the NIA, you know, he came publicly to confess that he has interrogated many prominent Nigerians from northern Nigeria who were involved in funding Boko Haram. You know, the testimony is there. Why are these people not talking about it? Why are these people not talking about the killing in Benue? Is it orchestrated by Biafrans? Why are these people not talking about the killing in Zamfara, the killing in Niger Republic, in Niger State, the killing in Katsina, the killing in Northeast, Northwest, Middle Belt? Why are they not talking about it? Are they being orchestrated by Biafrans? We have decided to protect our land. And because these nonchalant individuals who do not know their left and right will come here out of their, I don't know want to insult people here, but they will just come and start talking about Biafra, ESN is killing Biafrans and all that. We're not killing that. We can't kill the people we are fighting, having sleepless night to protect. So disregard anything they are reporting. We don't care. We don't give that room for that propaganda. It doesn't sell. It was before that kind of thing can sell, not now. Thank you.
All right, Simon, thank you. CM.
Thank you very much.
CM, your chance to ask him a question. Go ahead. All right, CM, we are line is
Indian network, Konkozo network is there. It's free.
Okay,
subscribe.
Network.
Subscribe.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Simon Ekpa. I just want to take you on some of your historical claims here that you were making about 1776. Now, I know you also know about Oliver Cromwell, right? And how the beheading of the king led to the revolution that made him Lord Protector. Now, if you equate that with some of the things that you have done so far, don't you think at the end, just like Oliver Cromwell, that you will end up saying the same words? Oliver Cromwell said this thing. He said, "I became what I fought against."
Can I ask you a question?
The context what I'm putting to you today. That I just want to know, when are you going to strike that balance?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Which country are you?
I live in Canada at the moment.
You live in Canada?
Yes.
You know the history of Canada?
I know the history of the Canada.
Can you tell us a little bit about Canada?
The Hudson, it started by French people coming down here through the Hudson Bay. And through the Hudson Bay, they came in, they met the Native Americans. And at some point, the British came into the picture. And when the British came into the picture, there was several battles, from Citadel.
There were battles. I want to hear that we are battle. Did they sit down and say that we Oliver Cromwell? Did the people in Canada sit down and say there were people in France that we have to watch them and see them kill us?
The context is what I have equated to. Forget about
it can be different. We don't need to do exactly what the Canadians did.
But you forget that in Canada, Queen Victoria in Canada had to strike a balance by situating Ottawa close to the French. That is the question I'm asking you. When are you, answer me directly, when are you going to strike that balance? There's nothing wrong with your agitation. Nobody's saying you don't have the right to agitate, but history suggests that after the forceful this thing, everyone had to come back to the table. The 1776 had to come back to the table and declare that all men were created equal. My question to you: when are you going to strike that balance?
I don't like people living in full paradise. All men are created equal. How many people in your village are represented in the Nigeria system?
Oh my God, are you fucking serious?
That is very simple. I have a representative at the State House, and I have a senator representing me. That is the answer.
Which region did you come from?
That is not important.
It is very important because I come from there.
Oh man, I know. Listen, my representative is Jerry Ugokwe. I believe that's his name. So how does that make sense?
Your representative is
the question. You haven't answered my question. You're dodging my question. When are you going to strike a balance? So because I see you on this coalition course, you will end up saying the words of Oliver Cromwell. I became what I fought against.
In Africa, we answer question with question, and I'm not exempted. So you say that your Joe Ibokwe is your representation, is representing you. Joe Ibokwe, is that right?
No, it's not. It's not Joe Ibokwe. Joe is something, but Ibokwe is the Lagos guy.
He said he mentioned Joe Ibokwe. He said
Jerry. Oh my God!
It's not Joe Ibokwe.
Sorry. Now I heard you well. Ugokwe. Sorry, Ugokwe.
You just
not Joey Bokwe. No. I never said Joey Bokwe.
No Joey Bokwe in this matter.
Anyway, listen.
No Joey Bokwe in this matter.
Yeah, listen to me. First of all, I want you to understand that you asked about when are we going to balance what we are doing.
When are you going to realize that you are affecting your own people? Just like Dr. Dominic asked you, when are you going to realize the effect of what you're doing? And you
listen, the effect of what we are doing is not even to be compared with the effect of the Nigeria system, what the Nigeria system has done to our people, including you. Because that is why you are thinking the way you are thinking. You cannot be living in Canada if you are thinking rightly and you want to sit back to watch your people go through this carnage, go through the annihilation, go through this kind of killing being orchestrated by the government.
I don't agree with you.
That is very absurd.
Listen, listen. Let me tell you why I don't agree with you.
Let me tell you. Now we are going to have the balance.
In Finland, wait. Let me take you on Finland.
Can I answer you? Can I
live in
answer
Finland.
you?
Wait. Let me tell you about the Finnish. In the same Finland that you live in, when in Scandinavia, when the wars were happening, didn't the same Finland had to? When they were separating from the what's that the whole thing about Scandinavia?
You don't know.
Why did I can't read it off the hot top of my head.
So don't talk something.
But it is listen, the sovereignty, listen. The Biafran question is about sovereignty and citizenship rights. That is what you're fighting. That is what I think you're fighting for. Biafra is just a metaphor. The Biafra that you are talking about.
Listen to me. Biafra is not a metaphor.
It is a metaphor.
What we are fighting for is freedom. Biafra has existed for 3 good years, recognized by many nations within Africa. So you cannot just come here and tell me it's a metaphor. Country that were recognized by certain nations within Africa cannot be a metaphor. That is the mistake some of you are doing. And yet you say you are educated. You cannot be calling yourself an educated person, and you are calling a country that has been recognized by a certain nation within an African nation, you call that nation metaphor. It is not right.
Mr. Simon Ekpa, context is very important.
No, I just corrected you. It's not a metaphor.
All right.
I just corrected you. You call Finland. Let me mention something
very
about
important.
Finland. Let me educate you about Finland, please. Hold on. Finland fought war with Russia to become an independent nation that you are referring to today. They fought brutal war, Cold War with Russia. They did not sit back and watch the Russian people to kill them. They did not sit back and watch and say, "Oh, our people are dying of hunger." Do you know that in Finland during the war, people were not eating food? Do you realize that during the war, people did not go to school? Do you realize that during the time Finland was fighting war, people in Africa, especially in Nigeria, already saw civilization? The Benin Kingdom, for example. Are you going to compare the two? They know what is freedom, and they fought for it. And many people pay the price. Some of you today are sitting in a country where people died for their freedom, and you are there talking about Nigeria. Nigeria that was just formed in 1940.
Well, Simon Ekpa, you're also outside of the country now. You're also outside of the country. When are you going to join the war front?
That is why I am fighting. That is why I'm fighting, because I have come to
fighting from afar?
Yes, fighting from afar. A lot of people fight from afar. And a lot of people, we did not start what we call the government in exile. It is not from the Biafra. The Spanish people have government in exile. So many countries in the world have government in exile. Go and Google it. So we did not start fighting. It did not start from Biafra. And it's not going to end in Biafra. So we are fighting from afar because many people fought from afar and they got their independence. So do not even go there. That is why some of you need to go and get yourself acquainted to history. So we are fighting from afar because a lot of people have fought from afar, and because of the fragile situation in Nigeria, this nomadic system that some of you don't want your mind to get liberated from is the reason why we are fighting from afar. And that is why we are going to get this freedom from afar.
All right, hold on, guys. Let me. McBoy is here. McBoy, you haven't said anything. What question do you have?
Yeah, I think I have just one question based on what I heard from Simon earlier, that there's a plan in place which will begin from first week of December to begin the liberation of the Biafra land from 2023. So, and he also mentioned something about the coastal area. So my question to you, Simon, is if the coastal area rejects your ideology of this Biafran state, what will you do? What will your people do? I mean, the Biafran, your section of the Biafran, what would they do? Would they invade the coastal area or just let them be?
First of all, you should ask yourself, what are the percentage of the people that made up the coastal area? The coastal area, as we see today, is not a geographical area. It was artificially created because of what happens from the Biafra War. Do you agree with me on that? Before, you do not have anything called the coastal region or the South-South. We do not have anything like that. What we have before is what we called Eastern region. During the first Biafra war, we had a map. So if anybody today comes to say they don't want to be part of Biafra, we're not forcing anybody. But remember, there are majority of people in the so-called coastal region that want to be Biafrans. It is not must that we are going to be Biafra. But what we are telling you is that we want to get ourselves liberated from Nigeria first. The Biafra issue, the name, what is going to be, is something that the majority of the people are going to decide. So you people should not hang this thing on Biafra. Do you understand me? First of all, you need to recognize the fact that you are not welcome in Nigeria. Whether you are from the hinterland, whether you are from the coastal region, the name is not what we are fighting. We are not fighting to liberate a name. We are fighting to liberate a nation. And the nation is Biafra. If you do not agree on Biafra, fight to liberate your people first from Nigeria. Are you happy as a Nigerian? Do you want to continue to be a Nigerian where you are going to be a pipeline guide? Is that what you want? Don't you want to be like a country where you live in? All of you are residing abroad. You know how the system is being.
Say all of us.
All of you, all of
us, including you.
Including all of course, that is why I'm fighting. Because I have come here to know the truth. I want to take this thing that I'm enjoying here back to my people. I want to take democracy back. And before you can enjoy democracy, you have to fight for the liberation of the mind of the people and whoever that is involved. The liberation of the mind. And then you begin to talk about democracy.
Simon.
Okay, hold on.
He is deceiving himself. I have exceeded my 10 minutes.
I know. That's why I don't want you to leave, Simon. There's a question that people are asking. You said in several videos that there won't be election in the Southeast.
Yes.
What do you expect will happen? You think Peter Obi is wasting his time running for president?
Peter Obi is not just wasting his time. Peter Obi is, I don't know any derogatory word that I will use to quantify Peter Obi. Peter Obi is not running for president. Peter Obi is only in this race to distract Biafrans. That's all. They want to get somebody from the Southeast who will now come as a Biafran, so that it will be on record that in 2023, a Biafran ran for Nigeria president. That's all. So he's not running for president, and he himself knows that.
What if he wins?
Why is he going to win? Is he going to win from your vote?
What if he wins?
We are not even talking about winning, because we can't allow election in Biafra land. So if he is going to win, he is going to win from the election voting from the northern Nigeria, because his running mate is a Mauritania. He's from Mauritania. Are you aware of that?
So Simon, let me ask you this question also. I'm looking at it in the comment. Someone said that during one of the sit-at-homes, on Monday sit-at-homes, that a family member had an emergency, medical emergency. They couldn't get anybody to take that person to the hospital, and the person died. Do you feel, when you hear things like this, how do you feel?
We feel bad, but let me tell you, first of all, you should ask yourself a question. Do you have a hospital in Nigeria? Is it in Nigeria?
They manage the one they have. I mean,
they manage a hospital where somebody will get sick and you have to pay thousands of money before the person can be allowed to treat himself. Is that the kind of country the person is talking about?
But what I'm saying, and the question the person is asking is this: is it right that they wouldn't even have opportunity to go and try to see if they could get a treatment because of sit at home?
I am telling you that it does not matter whether person die. People die every day in Nigeria because of lack of medical attention. The people that are dying every day in Nigeria because of there is no hospital, there's no medical attention, there is no money, there is poverty everywhere. When you take people to hospital, they ask you to pay. You don't have that money to pay. So what we are fighting for now is to make sure that we have a nation where you can have access to free medical treatment, irrespective of your status in the society.
Okay.
And those who did not die because of the medical attention will be they kill them with the police bullet and military bullet. So, and it is happening every day. Okay. Everybody is equal. So no death is bigger than the other.
Okay.
Do you understand me?
Yeah, I will hear. We hear you. CM is there, Prince is there, but before
and let me tell you one thing.
Yeah.
Igbo Adage says, "Anahe wongbabu larog." I think I'm going to end it here.
Okay.
No. You can't.
Also, Igbo Adage said,
"Hello,
Simon, you can't go yet. Hold on.
No, my time is up. You do not know how prepared we are. So shut
last
That's the same word people use.
No. Hold on, guys.
How do I get out of here? You do not know how prepared we are. So you don't say, or whatever. You don't know how prepared we are. You are not part of the movement, so you do not know how prepared we are. You just sit back and watch. Okay. Thank you.
Simon, one small question. Okay, you are fighting a G4. Where is he? All right.
Rudolph, Simon just left.
Yeah.
I remember when he was going to sign on, I told you, do you want any ground rules? Obviously, there were no ground rules.
There was no way you can have ground rules with this.
I think you have to make you have to schedule with the guy to so that he will know that he is a guest, right? Just plan it ahead of time so that you will have more time to answer questions and
he has to respect us.
You know.
He has to have.
He has to respect us. He has to have.
Yeah, so that's why I said Mr. Rudolph should have a discussion with him so that it will be arranged in a more formal way.
If you know him, he needs to respect the guests. So that's as simple as that. It's not hard to do.
So, Mr. Rudolph, it's up to you. So make the arrangement and let it be more formal, that everybody will respect each other. Both the panelists and the guests, will share mutual respect to each other, So yeah.
I have two comments to make. I found it surprising, and this is, whenever I say something, on this platform, I always try to stay neutral because I feel sometimes when you inject your emotions or be too opinionated, people don't listen to you. So I felt objectively that one man went to Mo, his accent or however he spoke was almost exact same way that Nnamdi Kanu will speak, trying to project a sense of authority and command in the way he speaks. So I found it quite interesting that
very disrespectful from one man.
Mr. Scribe, wait. So I found it quite surprising that he even focused on the way the message was being passed rather than actually listening to what the question is. The second thing which I wanted him to address was how you will be saying we and you are fighting for something, but you haven't yet convinced your own people to buy into it. How many of us here? There are a lot of Igbos here, but he hasn't convinced a lot of people to buy into his idea.
Okay, this is.
So wait. Can I wait? Okay. You have to convince people to buy into your philosophy of how you want to fight a struggle, and then they can agree to do the sit at home. But you are forcing it on people, and so you can't be coming on a platform to answer questions, and you cannot humble yourself enough to answer these basic questions.
This is it. I think we are trying. Yeah, we are trying more than debate, right?
Don't speak. Don't speak.
If I was allowed to ask him more questions, I would have simply asked him this. I would have asked him whether IPOB still believes in referendum.
Okay,
that's important.
Okay, hold on. Let's hear from CM. CM was having difficulties, and CM, you have to do something about this. I don't know anything.
Move back to Enugu.
Yeah, CM.
Okay, am I coming out? Am I coming out loud now? Am I coming out loud?
Yeah, it starts that way, but then you sit down. Yeah.
Yeah, it's better now.
Okay, since I'm better now, the question I wanted to ask Simon is, when Nnamdi Kanu was outside, the structure was Nnamdi Kanu, then DOS. How come since Nnamdi Kanu is in detention, why is Simon not taking instructions under the DOS? He's trying to usurp the power of the DOS. That's what I wanted.
I will answer that. The little I know, right? And this is what happened, right? Before Nnamdi Kanu was abducted, his deputy, what's his name? Somebody, Uche Mefo, right? Thank you. Uche Mefo betrayed him. Uche was bought over by the Nigerian government. And Uche has his own group in that caucus, right? So as soon as Nnamdi Kanu was abducted, his caucus, Uche friends, friends in crime or partners in crime, immediately kind of hijack the leadership. And thank God that before Nnamdi Kanu was abducted, he instructed Biafrans to follow Simon Ekpa and listen to him. And that was what gave Simon Ekpa power to continue with the media processes, right? So now the Uche group in IPOB continue to mess things up for Nnamdi Kanu. Whether we like it or not, let's tell ourselves the truth. They went as much as the Dozier, Chika Dozier brother to the prince. They went to Nigeria. They went to Nigeria, sat with Nigerian politicians, gave them their own court. I wasn't there, but this is what I heard. But if you are a freedom fighter, just like Nnamdi Kanu, and you step your foot in Nigeria, why didn't the Nigerian security arrest you? They didn't arrest any of these people. They went to Nigeria, got whatever they want to get. And they partner with Asari Dokubo. Asari Dokubo was the one that, and he later betrayed them. He later, didn't give them their own part of the share. So that is what is happening. So somebody like Simon Ekpa taking instruction from the DOS is like following them to betray Nnamdi Kanu further. So when it comes to the elections, talking of the election, honestly, everybody here knows that I'm rooting for P2B. But I wouldn't, because of that, ask Simon Ekpa and Biafran agitation to stop what they are doing. They've been doing that before P2B came. So I don't know. Personally, I would prefer them to let P2B let the election go on, right? Personally, I would prefer them to let the election go on, but I don't have power to influence anything. I can only sit down here and make noise, and what will happen at the end of the day.
This will not have an impact on the Labour Party. Will have a serious impact.
Are you saying? Yeah, I know, and that's why I'm saying that I would. For me, I would prefer them to let the election, go on, right?
Dominic.
Because all I want, my interest is for the good of mankind, the good of everybody. The Igbo people that are being subjugated and marginalized, I want the liberation. That's it. So if Nigeria is working, nobody should be talking about Biafra, right?
Dominic.
Rudolph, what is it? No, it's just I was quite surprised.
He doesn't want to talk about this.
I expected full composure in answering the questions. I know he's time pressed. Maybe you should have chosen one or two questions, but calling people's questions stupid and things and answering questions with questions is not very productive. I didn't find it interesting. And if you are trying to pull people in to even be more to ascribe more to your philosophy, I think it was more of a negative than a positive.
And also the way he exited the place. Come on, so, what merit, what respect is he giving us? Like he just badged out.
I tried to stay neutral.
No, remember he has been begging for insufficient time. He doesn't have time, so he has been begging to let go. To let him go.
15 seconds or 15 seconds or
no, I would prefer Dr. Damages to invite him back so that he will come here as a guest. But give him ample time, let him talk whatever you want to say. Then we'll ask him questions. I think it's even more. And Chike Doziem too. Let the DOS camp, let them be invited as well. So that we'll have a balanced argument.
That doesn't fly. If you calculate cumulatively the amount of time he spent calling people names or asking questions with questions, that way enough time he would have used to answer the questions.
But you know that something provoked him. I call referring to him as being wicked. Somebody said that, and I think that was when he got provoked. That was when he got heated up.
That's why I think we should have laid ground rules so there's respect on every end.
So somebody here insulted him and he has to respond, and that was when he now got hot.
Who really
insulted him? We can't be making
calling him wicked. When you refer to somebody as being wicked, you are maligning the person's character.
Do you know how you feel to make case for Tinubu? That's exactly how you look like now.
No, it's not true. It is not true. You are not getting it. You are not getting it.
Are you serious?
You are not getting it.
I have something to say.
I disagree with that.
I have something to say to Ovie.
No, hold on.
Aisha insulted him. Let's tell ourselves the truth. In as much as we regard some people as elders, they should
Okay, hold on, guys. We have to get this right now. Why everybody talking at this?
Rudolph.
Yeah, hold on. I'll call you now. I saw you. Man of prestige.
Yeah, thank you very much. I left. I just came back.
Yeah.
I was listening while I was in the car, with the family. I didn't want to speak. Believe me, I'm so very upset. I'm calling him a moron. I don't care what he is. Let him come out there. He's a coward. Let him come back and face us. He's messing up the economy of the Southeast and coming here and giving us all those moralic statements. I don't care who is he supposed to be. He's an idiot, a moron. I don't know what, Kenny, I'm disappointed in you. I will just let you know. What? I thought you're more educated than this. I didn't know you're like an educated sucker. Yeah, I mean, you're cowarding to that idiot. I'm just damn. I just came here to to give it.
We have our personal opinions, right?
I've been listening.
I must not.
That guy, Rudolph, don't give that man any more space. He's coming here to use their platform as a publicity. Please don't give him any more space.
Everybody should respect other people's opinions.
Kene, you know better than that. I respected you, but I didn't know your thought.
Because I support Biafra.
No. Okay, hold
because
on.
I support Biafra. You should actually control your tongue here, right? I have the right to support Biafra, so you should mind the way you address people, please.
Okay, very good. My point is, for me, everybody, hold on. For me, okay, this is have your say. You should have your say, okay. And I'm happy that all of you stood up, and including HO, stood up and responded, gave the feedback to the guest. He wasn't a guest officially, but gave feedback to him. That's why we're here, But what it's not it's not to let people speak, and it happened a lot. People should just be calm. You get a chance to speak. It doesn't help if 10 people are speaking at the same time. At the end, we waste the time that we don't have. But I thank you all. Thank you all for coming. And let me hear from people.
Let me in here for a minute because
it's happening again. Nobody should until we call you now. We talk. You will talk. We're not running away. Can
you remind them? I'm removing people who don't show their face.
Yeah, that's. I don't know who is bringing people up. I don't bring people up.
It's like I'm
and then we have to do something about CM.
I'm being marginalized.
CM, it's not us. Nobody's doing it to you. It's you. You have to change your system. You have to buy a new computer.
I'm marginalized. I'm marginalized.
CM cannot CM.
Move to Kano.
Go to Prince Charles' home and connect your internet from there. You should get a good connection. Whatever
go
you
to Chatham House.
Go to Chatham House. I called him Prince Charles, King Charles. I keep forgetting the man is in charge now. All right, Uzo.
You say you have a question for me. What was it?
Oh, who has a question for you?
Yes, I have a comment. Yes, okay. Stroke question. Earlier on when we started here, he said about Nigeria is not losing on this agitation. That's not true. Absolutely not true. They know they are losing. That's why Nnamdi Kanu is somewhere where he is. And let me tell you, that Nigeria is like a dry grass with an inflammatory fluid all around it. All it takes is a spark. So don't say Nigeria is not losing. Nigeria is in a precarious situation. That is why I have a problem with the man I can't call his name. If he was another Yoruba man, like Sibajo, or even the man that gave us false promises, the lawyer man, the former governor, I would be very lukewarm about Obi, whether he's Igbo or not. The issue is that we have a problem. We have a Nigeria that is in fire from the north on both sides and in fire from the west and the east. And we are opting for a bat. That's a big problem. I mean, I can joke and make jokes here, but fact is fact. Nigeria is in a very precarious situation. Nigeria is in trouble. Believe it or not. Thank you.
All right. So, Uzo, welcome to the show.
No, I don't come back.
Yeah, to speak.
We'll go get children to come on, we'll come back again.
What brought you back?
All right. This thing is that this platform plays the way some of us start standing, we'll start standing as man dead again. Because calling people's name and shouting at people is the same thing someone is doing. You know, we should not also be doing the same thing. I just have two things to say. One is that I think my man, one man, he fired his match today. He couldn't even say anything. You know, that's the thing triggered me. I was like, okay. And secondly, I said it earlier on when I talked about this Simon Ekpa and the stuff. The IPOB is not taking the guy is waiting. He's looking at the election, trying to stop election. Yeah, that's where he's going. And I know is for me, for Nigeria government, they should start find a way to dialogue, you know, to put a stop to all these known state actors that have nothing to offer, just to, you know, bring people something, bring things and so many things to people. And at the end of the day, I also blame Nigeria government. They are the cause of it, you know. Before the Kano start or Simon Ekpa, there is 3 years ago, as he said, there was a lot of killing. Even in my village, a Fulani man kill a Fulani man, 2 minutes from my house. The whole village packed out. You know, they are packed out around because Fulani men are coming with police and army. That was the level of this security that was 3 years ago. But everything now is not, it's looking bad. And we are entering to election season. And this is the opportunity, you know, actually, they won't this time around, they cannot hold Nigerian government this time around. At the end of this election season, they can, if Nigeria if they allow Nigeria to go after the election, that is it. So they're trying to hold them, get them, every chance of agreement. Other reason than they cannot, or that's where they are going. So all hands came. Everything is that the election, people will vote, but the fear when people will not come out, you know. So my own thing is, they bring him back, allow him to speak, allow him to talk. Then we should also be some level of more intelligence than him, because the way when we talk, he look the way we talk. It's okay. We're all the same category of not being intelligent. Then he reply with the same thing, you know. So we should just forget what we had about him, because some of us are talking because we have negatives about him. Emotion we start asking questions depending on our emotion. So next time he's come, we should cool down and ask him questions. Cool down and ask him questions. Then if you understand, we see the way you answer. We ask questions about our emotion before you even came to this place. You are already holding it that if he comes, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. You know, I don't buy that idea. So let's calm down.
You know,
let's calm down, please. Thank you.
What disturbs me is that everybody, please, Doctor.
Doctor, you have to wait. I'll call you. It's not good. You know, it doesn't help us. You know.
Understand? I just wanted to push something out.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. The thing is that we are all intelligent. We are all smart. We are all educated to go against Simon Ekpa and whatever the IPOB are doing. But we are not that smart. We are not that intelligent, and we are not that educated to condemn what the Nigerian government, what the Fulani terrorists have been doing in the southeast. Do you know that an entire village in Enugu State was cleared off by the Fulani terrorists, and nobody addressed that issue? Not the state, not the federal government. Nobody's talking about the constant subjugation, constant killing, and constant torture on the people of the Southeast, Igbos especially. Nobody has ever discussed that on this platform. The Court of Competent Jurisdiction entered a judgment for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. The Nigerian government keeping Nnamdi Kanu in the jail. Nobody is advocating for his release. And today, his group are now saying that there won't be election. You want to conduct election in a region where where you send out your people to continue to kill them, and you still want to conduct election there, right? So now they are saying that you are not going to conduct election. Releasing Nnamdi Kanu, and nobody's talking about that. Like I stated here several times, I've made mention about it. I've said this multiple times here. I am not against stopping election in the southeast, in that region. Allow election. Continue with the agitation. After all, the Yoruba nation is agitating. right? The Niger Delta Republic are agitating. The Arewa are agitating. So what is it so particular about Biafra? Why is everybody's eye is against Biafra? What is the problem? Can we discuss the issue? Can we gang up against the problem instead of ganging up against a particular set of people? Let's discuss the problem.
Have we ever in this platform stopped anyone from generating a topic?
No, we never. I didn't say that.
You have no issues bringing up social. So if this is news to me, I didn't know that. So you could have brought it up and we could have discussed it.
Somebody like Alexi have been saying that whatever he said that he will be shut down, like by some people. And then the next thing is they will start playing the tribalism card here, right?
All right. Let me welcome Tunde. Tunde, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
All right. Before you speak, Tunde, let me hear all our politics. Ovie, you wanted to say something.
I mean it's. You know, when remember my first time on this platform and I was being blunt, they asked me about the presidency going to the Saudis, and I said, man, it's not going to happen. It's just clear. Simon Ekpa just come and put it. How is Obi going to win? That's because the greatest Obi rival here, it's not even Konkozo, Atiku, Bola, Tinubu. It's the guy that we just see played out. That is what's his name? Obi's rival. He has to defeat that guy first before he even start a chance to even contest for the election to become Nigerian president. You can clearly see. But I mean, I've met Kene. I'm calling you out because, as I say, I don't meet you before. You know if you beat me, but I met you before. We're friends anyway. If I've not met you before, I was like, oh, this guy. But I've met you. And the way we interacted, this is not the Kene that I know. But again, you are giving the Biafran 100% energy. At the same time, you are giving Obi 100% energy.
No. Let me clarify this. Honestly,
you respond.
Okay.
This is what outside Southeast are saying. You understand? This is what the North are saying. This is what the other part of the country are saying. There is no way we can have things like that going on. Then we are still projecting Obi. I'm not saying nobody should support it, but this is. Well, let's face it. True. This is just it. This man came here and played character. He did not answer my question because he know where I'm going with it. I know him personally. Yeah, I don't train for the same stage or many times. Knowing coach. So when that is when the goal is going good, because all of us represent Nigeria. It was good, right? That's why I say why. My question was, why do you want to destroy your launching pad? How did he end up in Finland? Now with Nigerian passport, because it was Nigerian athletes. Right, so you understand where I'm going with it. That's why he shot me down. And he's a character. He come here, so I want to spend 10 minutes and get everybody around now. So all this is a character. He has a script that is following. Because if you go in deeply, there's no substance in everything he's saying. There's no substance. So that's why I'm kind of baffled how people are actually following this guy's order.
That's why I asked him about Tifa Juna.
Obvious. Before Peter be right, I was 100% Biafra.
Can I hold on?
I was.
I see that people don't hear me. Please, can I hold on? I want you to calm down. I want to hear from Tunde Justice, because when you speak now, we have something to say, and then we go back. And so, Tunde, we'll come back to you. Can I just think about, collect your thoughts. When we come to you, you'll be able to put it in. Tunde, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
All right. So, You've been watching. It's been dramatic.
Yeah, I've been watching. I've been watching. Even the man, I was surprised when the man disappeared. There was something that someone I saw a man being interviewed about Peter Obi and all that. This is the angle where I want to come in from, and I took my time to pay attention to the man very well, which it was in line with me. The whole world have known who Peter Obi is, what he stands for. Like what this my brother say, all na politics. Well, even if he did not win that election, the whole world will know Nigeria has missed another opportunity. The truth must be told. If the Igbos are agitating, no one can blame them. If the Yorubas are agitating, no one can blame them. Yeah, like you said, someone said maybe Arewa too. That nation is not working. It's not working. It's full of lies. For those of us that have the opportunity of moving out, we know what is, happening outside. And let's even face the fact. What is happening in that nation is affecting some people outside the nation. That is the truth. You can be insulted, you can be, and you still just to take it like that, because where are you going to? Where is the home you want to go to? How many of us are planning to go and, but the truth is, even if it did not win, but my own is that the Igbos should take it slow this election period. You never can tell. I saw some Fulanis saying that it is Peter Obi they will go for. I was shocked. I saw some Hausas saying that it's Peter Obi they will go for. So why it is now this same time as some people are now discrediting him from the east, trying to bring him down, saying there will not be election, there will not be this. At the end of the day, you will not be surprised if they use that as a card. And now you can see even is from the east that they are destroying the INEC property and doing that, while every other places have been protected doing that. So I would appeal that they should shield their sword for now and see where the grace will take him. Because even if it does not, he has shown that thing. I took time, I listened to Dati when he was addressing the issue of Aisha Buhari and some other, the way people, that guy spoke well. It shows to the rest of the world that we still have people that can do this job. Nigeria can still be fixed. Only that it will take a long time because some people have been feeding on it and they will not want to let go. So Igbo should talk to their, their children. After the election, you can still continue. If what you are seeing is not still palatable, you can still continue. The other doers are agitating, but they are not destroying anybody. They are not killing anybody. They are going to places. They are still mobilizing. They are doing. I myself, I support them, because if you marry someone and the marriage is not working, and if the marriage is going to take your life, that is the only place when the Bible says that you can let go. You mustn't die there. So please, if you're not sending the message to them, they should shield us.
Tunde, thank you very much. Thank you again.
Hold on, guys. Dominic,
7 hours and 30 minutes. I just wanted to bring your attention.
Okay, thank you, Dominic. We are rounding up. Let's welcome Justice. Justice, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, please, Justice.
People are making comments. Why are we highlighting evil comments? We are trying to show you people that this is actually have your say. So we actually see your comments, even the ones that are attacking us.
Yeah, of course. Go ahead, Justice. Okay.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. I greet all of you. Let me just go straight to the point. You see, I've been keeping quiet, hearing others saying something. And I see that everybody is saying from what they believe. And my last brother that just spoke said that he heard Fulani say that they are going for P2B. He heard Awusa say that they are going for P2B. And you the same say that as well, that Nigeria is full of lies. So how can you balance that? That is number one. Number two, how old is Nigeria? How old is Nigeria? For how many years? Up to 60 years. They have been telling you Nigeria will work. When will it work? Check the foundation of Nigeria. If some of us are Christian, the Bible said that if the foundation is faulty, what will the righteous do? The foundation of Nigeria is laid on lies and deception. And as such, there is nothing you can do. Even P2B. Look at what is happening in the East. People, they are killing people. They are making sure of it. Even your government is, the body language of your government is showing that they are playing a long line with whatever thing they are doing. And you are blaming people agitating for Biafra. And I heard you saying that if P2B did not win, they can continue. Does that make sense? It's a show that you are not even serious.
No, you don't get what I'm
You
saying.
understand?
Right?
That is a wrong statement. We are not here to play a card of try and error. This is a matter of survivor.
No.
You understand? This is a case of survivor.
No.
You understand? People have been killed. The reason why I see sometimes when I see people talking about all these things, I see it from the view that there is an Igbo adage that says, if it has not happened to you, you may not understand. If it has not happened to you, you will not understand. You will be speaking English. You will be giving analysis. Yes, you will be giving analysis, theoretical analysis, but what practical things are we seeing?
No, but can I say something?
Agitation and what Master Simon Ekpa is saying, I 100% support that.
I've been a victim of the race.
Let me tell you, I've been listening to all of you. None of you have even asked him any question. You are just here to make caricature of the whole thing. But this is a case of seriousness. This is a case of survivor. If you have not heard what happened in Afghanistan, people, even the intellect, have told you that this is the same template.
Have you been a victim of the Nigerian state or the Fulani race? Because
I have been.
So we can talk one-on-one. I
have been a victim. I have been a victim.
Justice, you are quoting me from a wrong angle. Please.
No, I'm just picking words from what you said. I'm not interpreting what you're saying. I'm just taking your word.
No, hold on a second. What I'm saying is, let us even assume that Peter Obi win the election. That doesn't stop the agitation. That's where I'm going. Even if wait. Even if Bola Tinubu win the election, the Yoruba nation continue. What we are not saying because somebody win the election, then go and stop. No. What we are saying is,
you see, that is the contradiction. That is the contradiction.
No, that's what I'm telling you. That's why I say you didn't get what I'm saying.
What you are suggesting is that the Biafra agitation should go on strike to wait for Peter Obi to win or lose. Whether he wins or lose, that they should continue.
You know why I'm saying that? Why I'm saying that is this. See, when you are agitating at this period now, they use that against him. That's one. Two, it's not helping the matter. Three, after the election, it becomes more problems for the Igbos. Because you are not the only one that is agitating.
Like he rightly said, before he left.
You are the only one that is agitating for freedom. There to be understood. We are talking of a region where almost everywhere they are agitating for we want to go. So when you are saying you want to go, you continue dialoguing, you continue making your intention known.
Okay. Let me ask you a question.
All right, sir.
The problem of Nigeria, is it election?
It's not election, but
then what is the problem of Nigeria? What they should be talking about now, since you have said that everybody are saying that they want to go, what they should be talking about now is referendum, not election. Yeah. Election should come after.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, of course.
Wait.
That is to prove the stand of people, even all of us that are here.
That is if the people that are there now are ready to listen. Hold on. If the people that are there now are ready to listen, then they come up referendum. But let's also assume that Peter Obi win the election, and you bring in the agitation.
You are still assuming. I don't believe in assumption. I don't assume.
Somebody must win this election, right? Now, if he wins and you bring out the agitation, then the table continue. We are not going to stop that nation today and kill everybody today because
I just asked you a question. What is your suggestion? Are you asking the Biafrans to stop for the election to take place? Then after that, whoever that wins, they still continue. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is they should continue the agitation, but not to disturb the peace of the nation in doing that. The Yoruba nation is
disturbing the peace of the nation. You see the problem. You see how we see. You see the problem. You see the problem. We do not have the courage. The problem is that we don't have the courage to face what is facing us.
No.
You have left the real problem of your Nigeria. You have.
Okay, guys. Hold on.
Dr. Damages, hold on a second. When you say people
should need a better tone of interaction.
We
need a better tone of interaction Mr. Justice can express himself with enough respect and lower his tone so that we can actually hear him. He is making sense, but when he speaks, he has to pause and wait for others to express themselves. We cannot have a situation where people are ordering the air and expect others to simply shut up. That doesn't make sense. That's not logic.
Thank you, sir. What I'm trying to say is that you should just listen to me a second. When they said that people should not go out and vote, that is chaos. Because you cannot determine the right of everybody when you are not in government. We have some people there that they are opposition to your view. That's a view. Peter Obi will not come on here and say, okay, don't go on the election day and go and vote. That's what I'm saying. That the people that we are doing. I can show you my cap. I have my cap here. I have my T-shirt for Oduduwa Nation. We went to the White House. I was there myself. So we will not say because of that, seize our opinion on everybody. Are you with me? So what I'm saying is this: using the election to be the point of the war is not how it's going to go. It's going to be bloody. At the end of the day, the side is going to lose completely.
Okay.
Because at the end of the president is going to deploy the soldiers there. They will deploy the soldiers, do whatever they want to do, use that to manipulate everything. At the end of the day, failure comes.
All right. Tunde, thank you. Thank you. We have to round up. We're approaching 8 hours. Kene, what do you want to say?
So I still want to clarify myself here, right? So some people here say that they are disappointed. You should be disappointed. That's not my business. But this is it, right? I have my opinion. Prior to Peter Obi's emergence, I was for Biafra 100%. There is nothing you could tell me that time about Nigeria that I will agree with you. I championed Biafran agitation then. But as soon as Peter Obi emerges, that threw me in a tight corner. I was like, no, I know this guy. I know how he handled Anambra. In as much as not everyone will agree with me on his leadership when it comes to Anambra, but I still have hope in Peter Obi. So I was like, okay, it's very difficult for me to actually decide. But on looking on the other side, I was like, okay, now why the Biafra agitation even started in the first place is because of lopsidedness, marginalization, subjugation, and all that, right? But if we have somebody like Peter Obi that will be able to fix Nigeria or put Nigeria in the right direction, then we shouldn't be talking about Biafra emergence. This is my own personal conviction, and that was why I began to support Peter Obi, right? Now, I wouldn't ask them, the IPOB agitators, to stop what they are doing. The government is actually subjugating the Igbos. Let's tell ourselves the truth. Now, and what IPOB is trying to do is to strike a balance, is to strike a kind of even distribution of resources. Now, this is it. When they come up with prevention of election in Anambra State, personally, I've said this earlier today. I will not buy into that. I would prefer them to let the election go on. Continue with what you're doing. However, how are you going to let the election go on when they now allowing their people to come to the Southeast and continue to kill the same people you want to come and conduct election in their vicinity? A community in Enugu State was sacked completely just 3 days ago. In Imo State, Olo is completely under siege. Anambra State, Spain. So can we address that issue? Nobody is actually. I wouldn't want election to be stopped in Anambra State. I would like the election to go on, but there is a fundamental issue, which is the continuous killing of our people, and nobody's addressing that. So this actually is leaving me in a tight corner. Do I want Obi to win? Yes. Do I want Biafra issues to be addressed? Yes. So let's find a way to address this issue.
All right. Thank you, Kene. Thank you. Let me welcome Ralph. Hi.
Greetings, Doctor, and everybody. Hi, Nade.
Yeah, it's been a while. How are you?
Good. I'm good. Why not call me when Simon was here? My good friend was here.
Oh, I forgot that you knew. Oh, I forgot. We didn't plan it. It just
miss out.
You know.
It would have been good for you.
Some people are not happy to say, you know, I think people would have seen a different side of Simone if I came on. But miss. It's not my miss. Not me miss.
You know, answer you. I was trying to draw his part into it. He just shut me down immediately.
Yeah. You know, Sabi, me and Simone, we are good. We used to be, but if I had come on, it would have been different. But it's not about. My only question for all these one-way solution people is I don't hear people ever offering the right answer, because Nigeria is not. It's easy to be in America and would sound as if the democracy is 100%. Like Nigeria still believes. You have pastors saying COVID is it's from the devil, so people cannot go to church, and you have the other one saying it's from the devil, so people cannot go to mosque. And we'll be here talking as if it's just easy to have people go on one, you know, you will just go with one message, okay, one Biafra, one this. When this flooding that just happened, 29 states were flooded, you know. I watched the program and I saw how everybody was still doing it's only my east, it's only this side of the country. I'm like, 29 states got flooded. 2012, you had an example of that. Rain fell. Your country, my area of Bayelsa, in the capital, it was at the ankle. That's where the water was. People's properties got destroyed. But people are like, thank God, oh, I know that, thank God. You know it's coming. The rain is still going to come. What is your plan? You don't plan for the future. Then in 2022, the rain came and then the levels went higher. My grandfather's house was covered with water. And now everybody is like, hey, only my but everybody still rotates back to only my area. Okay, so what is the solution? Let me hear a solution, because I need to start hearing solution from people, because I think too many of you just lead people astray. People will follow you to their death. You know, when I call people chaos agents in the past, you know, that's why I just took break from hearing from a lot of you, because it just doesn't make sense anymore. People just be, oh, well, if you're never watching, but please give Rudolph more money before you never watch his show. You know, keep doing that. Before you go, drop more money. We like that. You want to give money, and that's Nigeria. But anyway, it's come with solutions, okay? All this ranting for the sake of ranting because you have a platform to rant on is garbage. It's 2022. If you don't have solutions, say I don't have solution. You can be like what's it called? Burkina Faso, where they are saying bye-bye France, and then you are waving Russian flag. Is that independence? Some people are saying Nigeria has existed for only 60 years. Meanwhile, your country was formed over 100 years ago, Abi. All right. So how old is Nigeria? You pray every day. If you are a Christian, you are singing hallelujah, praying God will save the country. The Muslim is doing the same prayer. Everybody, is so easy to control a whole bunch of you. Far too easy. At the end of the day, rainfall, you are flooded. When the rain fell, did the rain choose Biafra to flood? Did it choose Nile Delta? Did it choose Fulani? It flooded everybody and killed how many people? We still don't know the number of people that died. We don't know how many people have died from COVID. We don't know how many people would die tomorrow. But hey, everybody want to fight your own fight. So at the end of the day, tell me the solutions and I will pick the one that works for me. Like I always say, we have options. If you don't believe in the elections, then give us the right options that you think is perfect. And if people have the right to say, this option you are providing for me, I will go with it, or I will choose the other option. So people say they want to go with Tinubu, they've made their choice. People went to Buhari in the past, and now they're leaving they got to taste it, right? So they made that choice. People need to make their choice, and you live with it. That's all I say.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Damage, I think somebody want to come in, so I want to leave now so that somebody can come.
Okay, we're rounding up now. So anybody? All right. So who else has a comment? There's somebody I wanted to get to. CM, yeah, sorry. CM has not. Let's try CM again. Let's pray first, everybody.
Well, the Concosia network is still very much available and it's free from between now and 2020.
Okay, hold on. Let's pray for CM and see if that will go through. CM, okay, you have the floor.
CM, you could go council tax again to
CM, you never pay royalty tax to King Charles. It's not Queen Lizzie.
Before we go to
I'm a flat for you.
Hold on. CM is on. We may get something from him today. Go ahead.
Actually, his network is not treating him right.
The thing about you see, some
I have a free flat in Kano if you want to relocate.
I give up on CM.
You will have a better network in Kano.
Anyway, Rudolph, I want to say something before you go to...
Why is everybody smiling? Why? What happened?
Because you are 2 days behind. Everything they talking about where and tomorrow.
CM, say something now.
It's when we hear him tomorrow.
When we close the show, we go and play and hear CM talking, you know.
Oh my God.
Why most times I don't contest issues about Biafra?
It's what?
Why most times I don't contest issues about Biafra is because people talk out of hypocrisy. I always say that not everybody has the same Nigerian experience. When people in the Southeast are complaining, people will say, why are you agitating? Like I heard Tunde say, Southeast is under siege. You cannot be bringing army between main market Onitsha and the OP wake and be collecting money from people. You tell me I shouldn't agitate. There is no place, not even in Lagos, you will see army collecting money on the road. Say between Tejuosho and Yaba or Ojuelegba, you can see it. But go to the Southeast and see what people go through. So when they agitate or people say, "Oh, look, this," you see, that's why I don't stretch myself, because the thing about Nigeria is they know the truth, but they don't want to address it. If you really want Nigeria, even if you don't want the Southeast to go away, remove all the police and the army. There is no way you can move between Nnewi and the Onitsha. You see police everywhere collecting money from people. Why? People pass out of a police academy in Kano. They are lobbying. They go and pay bribe to be sent to the Southeast. Why? For what? We are in one Nigeria. So that's why when people say sometimes it's better to keep quiet. Really luck Nigerians have it because the Kano is behind the bars. Otherwise, by now, only God knows where it should have been. So I don't want people to come and be being hypocritical. They're without the Fulanis coming down to cause it. It's as simple as that. Southeast is a peaceful state. The Igbo they don't they are not violent by nature. They go about their normal business. They enjoy life. Why bringing Fulani from Kasena down to the Southeast, Sokoto, Benugri, everywhere? Soldiers are supposed to be in Sambisa forest, but when you go to Abad or Nesha or Lo, they become a 10 for 1 kobo. Why? Why are you posting soldiers down? What did they do? And when they come there, they only taking money from people, traders, moving about, in people help them. It's only in the Southeast you will see people traveling from Enugu down to Oka. At a point, they say checkpoint, you come down and do about 100 meters or whatever distance before you rejoin your boss again. Why are you punishing people? We all know the truth, but the thing is that when Nigerians start to paint this or that, I just laugh at them. Why I'm supporting Obi to be president is this, and I keep saying it. The way things are, it's only Obi that when he comes in, that we move for the that we remove them. Without him, it will continue to be there. I say this because I know want live. An Israeli journalist, Amos Oz, says when there's a conflict between right and right, a value higher than right ought to prevail, and that value life is if are fighting for survival. Let Obi get in so the siege in the Southeast we first of all start so that we can breathe air for and we continue from where go president for the next 50, it won't stop freedom. So they are wasting their time. Why I support to be just that. So this sort of all this siege. If you are traveling to the southeast, you are afraid of the army arresting you. The police will arrest you. They will seize your goods. They will extort your money. They will take money from their Papa Wharf when you import goods. They will follow you between a Papa Wharf till Orisha Head Bridge. Every junction, they are taking money from you. Even if you go to main market, army is still coming there to arrest you. What did we do? Michael Zekome, senior advocate of Nigeria, wrote a piece, said the southeast is not Nigeria, it's under siege. Yet people are doing something in a what is it called? In Sambisa. All these ones, they are talking of kidnappers. Who kidnapped the bishop around the Simon Ekpa was talking? Is it not the Fulanis? The man said it that they are not Igbos. They are the Fulanis that kidnapped him in Aba, Panta, around the area in Abia State. So when you know the thing, that's why sometimes when some of us keep quiet, it doesn't mean that we don't know. We all know the truth. And you can never hold Igbo man down. What is holding Nigeria down is when you hold a man down, I think it's Booker T. Washington. If you hold me down, you will be down with me until the day Nigeria leave in the Igbo to decide their future. That is when Nigeria will get up. All this idea of using different tactics, if you like, let them put Tinubu or Atiku. Nigeria is not going anywhere. We all know this, but we pretend. All we do is that Nigerians will pretend that as long as Igbo man is the footman, nobody cares. They feel that later they will say they don't love themselves, they don't do all this. All these things are not this. You can never bring republicanism and the feudalism to coexist. Even if whether you go to school or not, feudal system and republican value system can coexist. But pretend and then do this. If you do, it's a lie. It can't work. Cannot work. Somebody with 80% to wait so that somebody with 5% can be admitted. It's not done anywhere. It hasn't helped. Has it helped? So when you see, that's why sometimes it's better to keep quiet. That somebody did not talk does not mean that we all know, we know the truth. Everybody knows the truth about Nigeria. So holding Igbo man down is just a waste of time. If you hold Igbo man down for the next 50 years, okay, they denied Igbo presidency since Ekwueme. Where is Nigeria today? Every day things are getting worse. Now they are trying to put Obi in. If Obi goes in, they manipulate it again. Then they come out and say, oh, this is a waste of time. Every generation, according to Frank Fanon, addresses a problem that faces them. What our forefathers tolerated, the present generation will never tolerate it. When the time comes, they address it. If you like, what you tolerated, your children may not tolerate it. It's as simple as that. So if our forefathers if our forefathers has addressed the issue of Biafra after 1970, that's what I'm saying. But that is just for us so that the army in the southeast will clear, because Obi cannot be in Aso Rock. There will be army all over.
Yourself and mute
everywhere.
Yourself.
You see them carrying gun. So that
first.
is the first thing. That is the reason.
Hold your Igbo. Let Obi win first.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll come to Ike. Just joined us. I know, Dr. Dominic. I know. Let me just show people this. For tomorrow, we have Dr. Kole Shetima. He's joining us tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa. He is the country. Okay, all right. This is country director of Mercator Foundation. So he was joining us 10:30 a.m. New York time, 4:30 p.m. Nigerian time. For those who are interested in knowing what the foundation, what they do in Nigeria and all over the world, it will be a good conversation to join. All right. Dominic, go ahead.
I noticed that as soon as Simon Ekpa was about to join, I looked at the number of people watching, and after he joined, it increased by more than 150 or so. And so I know there are a lot of people who came to watch this show because he came on this show. And one thing I found interesting in some of what people are saying, especially in the comment section, is that they haven't watched this show for many months. Some of us have been here for 6 months or more, and so they don't know our opinion. So they just assume things. So when we talk about things that are unpopular, they assume, oh, you're an Igbo man, you're a sellout, which I find quite funny. But sometimes you always feel like defending yourself, but you have to hold yourself back and just laugh at some of the things that people say. A lot of us here, especially myself, have expressed our political opinions. Some of us have expressed support for Obi. Some of us, like myself, have stayed neutral and said, you know, Nigeria needs much more better leadership than Obi has to offer. But sometimes I try not to push my opinion on people. So when I find things on this comment section talking about people being sellout or insulting others, it is not productive. If you want people to believe in your philosophy, you have to convince them. And so the point I was trying to make by asking my question to Simon Ekpa was, is the method that you're employing, I'm not saying your agitation is not right. I'm not saying that we should not agitate. What I'm saying is your method the right way? People are suffering because of your method. That is my question. And so people attacking me here, whether I'm a real Igbo man or not, whether I'm a real doctor or not, it's just a distraction and a waste of time.
Never mind them. Thank you very much. Mr. Rudolph, it's already 8 hours. I've given more than I needed to. Thank you very much. Let Obi win first, then we can Igbo later.
All right, thank you. Just let me get Ike to say something, and then we do the final what keeps you up at night. Ike, say something.
Good evening, everybody. You can see I'm still working in the office, but as I was listening to the conversation, it was interesting. But I just want to line in what Mr. Raphael was saying before I joined in, I think. I want to advise my brothers from the East, Justice and Kene, everybody from the eastern part of this country is feeling the pain of everybody. There is no two way to say it's not true. No matter however you want to express it, it is the true fact, the pains of the Igbos. But there is something CM just said here that always encourages me as an Igbo man. There is no amount of how you want to hold an Igbo man down that they are going to succeed. Because an Igbo man will always be an Igbo man. An Igbo man will always succeed, But when we're talking about agitations in the East, let me remind us, I said it in this platform most of the time. No true Igbo man or no true Nigerian is against anybody that is agitating for anything. But it is the manner and the process and the way the agitation is being carried out. I want to tell you, like what CM was saying about the police and the army everywhere in the East, people are bribing themselves to go to the eastern state to stay. But I want you to know that the problem is the governors in the eastern Nigeria. It's not the federal government. It is the stooges that we have in the eastern Nigeria, the so-called governors of every state in the eastern Nigeria. They are the people that are being used against their own citizens that they claim to rule.
Federal government is in control of the police, not the governors.
I know. Listen, the same thing, all those governors you have in the East, Wike is not a governor in Rivers State, the governor of Rivers State. We have so many governors that stand on their ground for their people. But the people we have in the East are the people that are being used by the power that be in the Sorok. So because of this, the killing, the destruction in the eastern Nigeria is a manipulation of the political class in the East for their own political gains. Kenan was talking about Olu the other time. I'm from Olu local government. I said it here before. I'm from Olu. There is no more young man in Olu local government. Because if you're a young man from Olu, and the Bubagu people pass in your village or your town and they see you maybe just like evening stroll, or they find you in a restaurant, you have become an ESN or Mossop member. And they take you, nobody finds you anymore. So what I'm trying to say is this. I'm not saying that we should not agitate. And I'm totally against people who are saying that we shouldn't have election in Eastern Nigeria. Why wouldn't we have election? election or no election should not stop you to have the agitations. But there is an opportunity for every one of us as an Igbo man from the East who are crying for Biafra, who are crying for marginalization, who are crying for lopsidedness of the federal government of Nigeria. It is an opportunity for us to say, okay, let there be an election, free and fair election in Eastern Nigeria. Nobody is going to say we're going to stop agitation. It is on the table. There is something Mr. Tunde said here that most of you don't try to didn't want to pick, but because of emotions, he didn't want to pick it. What he's saying, what I understand what Tunde was saying is this. If Peter Obi wins, for example, it is better that he wins. But if he doesn't win, another person wins. The same military and the police that we are talking about will come back in times 100 in Eastern Nigeria. So there is no solution. We don't have a solution to it. So if all the people that are, I am a Biafra in the spirit, because Ojukwu said that the Biafra is in the mind. You cannot kill the spirit of Biafrans. You can kill me, but the spirit of Biafra lives on. So, but if we allow that there is going to be election in Eastern Nigeria, free and fair election, where everybody in the Eastern Nigeria will be allowed to go and cast their vote, you create an environment whereby there is going to be an opportunity for dialogue. Because P2B has said that, listen, there is no how you can solve this problem by killing people. You have to meet and sit down with the people that are agitating. Find out what is the problem of the agitations. And let there be discussion. Let there be talking. It is not by imposing military and the police. Impose the whole military in Nigeria, they will continue to kill the people, but the problem is not going to be solved. So what I'm trying to say is this. Anybody, look at the burning INEC offices in the Eastern Nigeria, and we want P2B to win an election. I mean, how can anybody in the Eastern Nigeria be planning something like that, that they should burn INEC offices? It is the political class. Because everybody will come here and tell you, P2B is not going to win. P2B is not going to win. P2B has no structure. P2B has no... But why is everybody after P2B if he's not going to win? Why don't you tell Nigerians your program and leave this man who doesn't have a structure, who doesn't have anybody following him? Why don't you allow him to do his campaign, because he's not going to win? But when you call all the political parties on any Nigerian television to come and talk about their manifesto, they will change it to P2B, and you're saying he's not going to win. So we should be smart. We should be smart in playing this politics. So I don't like the idea that in the Eastern Nigeria that INEC offices is being destroyed. We should be wiser enough to know that it is the politicians, the governors in the Eastern Nigeria, they are the people that are causing the confusion in the East, because they want to satisfy their paymaster to say that Eastern people are not ready for election, so that they can be able to manipulate this election and bring back APC into power. We should be wiser than this. We should be smarter than this. The governor of Ebonyi State and the Imo State and the Ibazu in Abia State, who are they serving? Are they serving the people of their state? Or are they serving their pie masters? So I am begging everybody, listen, put your sword in your bag. Let us not kill ourselves here, because all of us are living outside. Somebody telling you, let's continue to do. It is your mother and your father, your grandchildren and your brothers and sisters that are being killed by the same people, by the government in the state, using Nnamdi Kanu as a platform. But we know that it is not the people of ESN that is doing what is happening in the Eastern Nigeria. It is the government that are planted in the Eastern Nigeria that are being used by the power in Aso Rock that be. I am living outside Nigeria. I am telling you, I am from my sister, my junior sister, that he and the husband that lives in the village for over 2 years now. She has not, her business is closed because she cannot do business. Now they are planning to relocate to Warri. I mean, we should be honest. If you don't have anybody that all these things that is happening in the Eastern State is affecting, you can say anything you want. But if you have your family, you have your friends, people that are being killed unnecessarily, I'm not just telling you now, there is no more young man in Olu local government. Able young men are no more in Olu, because if you are there, if they catch you, you are a member of Nnamdi and you disappear and nobody will find you. I'm not saying people should not, Odudu what they are doing their own. Sunday Igboho is doing his Odudu. They have political understanding. They are doing the Odudu. But nobody is saying that there should not be election in the western state. The people of the Middle Belt, the Benue State, a lot of people in the Benue State are agitating for their own freedom too. But they're not saying there should not be election. Why should it be in the East? And you want an Igbo man to be president. Now that we have the opportunity for an Igbo man to become president of Nigeria, the same Igbo people are working against the same man. The same Igbo people that have been crying, that have been marginalized. The same Igbo people that are saying that PDP betrayed the trust that they have with the Eastern people. Obi came out. It is the same Igbo people that are being used against their own son. And tomorrow you blame the Northerners? Tomorrow you blame the Yorubas? No! We should tell ourselves the truth.
All right. Thank you, Ike. I wish we have more time, but we have to go. We've been here for a long time. I really appreciate your
Thank you. I came very late, but
thank you. Ndubisi, thank you for joining us. I will start the what keeps you up at night from you. I know you have not had a chance to say anything, but we will give you another 1 minute from that. So you have 2 minutes. What keeps you up at night?
Okay. Sorry, I have been listening almost from the beginning, but I've been very busy. Good evening, everybody. What keeps you up at night is everything we've talked about here. It's so worrisome. All the discussions, particularly this new plan by Simon Ekpa led team or group to declare 5 days sit at home. I listened to the man and I was just shaking my head. I said, this man, he wants history to repeat itself in a negative way. War has never done anybody any good, because what he was saying clearly is that, like, he has declared war against even his own people. So anybody who resists to sit at home, the person may be dead. So I just hope that some well-meaning evils who may know him personally, who can talk to him, like Mr. Ike said, like, to shade the sword. We speak with him and let him shade the sword. Like Mr. Ike said, other people are agitating too, but if we continue this way, we are giving more weapons to those who don't know the way things are in the East, to say, oh, you can see them. They have always said that they are always against themselves. And that is the opinion. And of some of our people who are back home, who don't have the knowledge to decipher truth from lies, we just take it all and sinker and begin to go with it. And for you know it, even some of these supporters, maybe their spirit will be dampened by this talk by Simon and his team. I just hope that somehow, somewhere, no stone should be left unturned. We can achieve a united Nigeria and an equitable Nigeria where the Igbo man will thrive. We can all come down to it. But I know that at some point, we'll have to all sit down and discuss Nigeria, how we're going to live, because clearly there's injustice not only to us Igbos, but others as well. It's just that some people speak from other angles because they benefit from the system. The thing is blowing around now. That is why you see many people are gravitating towards it.
So I just hope that Simon Ekpa will be called to, will be talked to and called to order. Not as if many people will want to stay at home, but people will always have fear. That is why this Monday is worse. I have a friend in Onisha. He tells me what happens during the sit-at-home days. Me, I'm from Olu, like Mr. Ike. I'm even from the part of Olu where the government, where the army usually go to chase people. And yes, I'm from Osun in Itukwa, in Osun local government. That's my hometown. And it's a town between Anambra and Imo. We have Osumu in Anambra and we have Osun Itukwa in Imo. These areas are very hot spots. Not just 2 months ago, my sister-in-law, my elder brother's lost his son, his younger brother. So, but what I'm trying to say, if all our support to at least those of us who believe in Obi support him, the man is different from Bola. He will do what he says he will do by the grace of God. All the same.
Right. Thank you.
We don't want bloodshed in the East. Simon Ekpa should be called to order. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So for the rest of us, 1 minute for what keeps you up at night. Mr. Scribe, you're next.
Thank you, Rudolph. I think I've said when I had my exchange with Simon Ekpa, it was very emotional. I mean, I don't know, man. But I hope we get another opportunity and hopefully it just be you and him. And so that way he can explain. I still don't agree with you. And I just want to, again, say that, yes, he has his right to do what he's doing, but come on, man, stop twisting history. You know, I don't know, he never really wanted us to get down to it, but if you analyze every war, it always ends with regrets. And that was the point where I was trying to drive into, right? If you analyze everything, so now that we know that it will end in regrets, why then are you doing it? It doesn't make sense. Your people are going to still suffer. So on that context, I do not agree with him. I respect the right that he has the right to, or those in the Biafran space have the right to do what they are doing, but in moderation. There are ways of doing this. Why don't you look at how we can, if that energy, why not channel it into electing people so that they can do what they're doing? So I would end with Delefaro Timi's statement. I assert my own rights when I defend yours. I desire nothing for myself and my loved ones that I would want denied to another. Any derogation of your rights tolerated by me renders me complicit in your oppression and leaves me vulnerable to the same injustice. Everyone should always remember this. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Scribe. Kene, you're next.
Okay. Well, this is what I have to say. Just like Mr. Ndebisi stated, personally, what keeps me up at night is the chances of the Simon Ekpa's group allowing the election in Southeast. Like I stated here, I am for Biafra. I was for Biafra, and I am still for Biafra. However, Biafra emergence or the agitation for Biafra is because of the injustice in Southeast, and it keeps me worried. Why is it that the governors, our political leaders that we have in the Southeast, cannot stand up and protect the people that they are governing? What kind of evil possession has possessed these people that they cannot reason for a second to do to begin to do the right thing? Why are they allowing Fulani invaders to invade Southeast and begin to kill the same people that they are meant to protect? And they allow this to go on without any intervention. Now, are we going to allow Fulani to take over our region? No. Are we going to say, okay, because of this, let's stop the election? No, because whether you like it or not, there will still be election. Even if you don't want to participate in the election will still go on. So why not participate? Give your brother a chance to win. Let's see if he will be able to correct those injustices. If those injustices are being corrected, I don't see the need of the secession in the first place. So there is my stand. Thank you. You muted yourself, Dr. Damages.
Ralph, go ahead.
Okay, Ralph. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for having me. Nigeria always gets us emotional, and a lot of history is twisted. I've made mistakes in the past, and I own that. However, we are supposed to look to the future, and I think it's very careless of most of us to come on a public platform and, for whatever reason, try and act like it's only me or only my people that are suffering and only my people that deserve answers, and so I will just ask a quick question. How many people on the panel have heard of a show called Andor? It's on Disney. So nobody raised their hands, so nobody has seen it. I recommend you watch it. It's a Star Wars show. Andor, Andor. It is a Star Wars show, and it doesn't have the Jedi and all that stuff. It's more realistic. It's the war side of it. When you watch this show, some people who come here and say you're about rebellion, some of you want revolution, you see discussions about what it takes, the people who are willing to sacrifice, what they are doing, the lengths they are willing to go. And I don't believe many of you are willing to do that. It's easy to say that. It's easy to, my brother CM always points to hypocrisy. I've seen a lot of things and I've met a lot of people, and we don't know how similar we are to so many people around the world. It's easy to think you're an island unto yourself. And there's a reason why I always tell people, look around you. Some of the answers you're looking for is right across, is from your neighbor's place. So go check out Andor, and some of you will find what you're looking for there. I'm still, if I were to be in Nigeria in February, I would have voted for Peter Obi, but I'm not coming to Nigeria, but I still support him. So that's it's common sense. It's not, I don't need any big speech or anything. It's just common sense, All right, thank you for having me.
All right, thank you, Rob. Ike, you're next.
Well, what keeps me at night is Nigeria. What keeps me awake in the night? Nigeria, my country. And my hope and my dream, my desire for my kids and my grandchildren to go to Nigeria anytime they want to go to Nigeria. They can walk to go and pluck oranges and mangoes, or go to the farm to enjoy themselves, enjoy nature, walk around the villages and the kindreds without molestation, without fear of being kidnapped. It keeps me late at night that my kids cannot go home to Nigeria. Any honest man, whether you Igbo or Yoruba, wherever you come from Nigeria, you feel this pain as I feel it, unless you don't have a conscience. No matter how you want to train your children, wherever you think you live, they have a home. And if they cannot go home and feel safe, it keeps me late at night. God bless all of you.
All right, thank you, Ike. Just before we go to Ovia, can someone calculate for me 100,000 times $2,000? What is that? Anybody can anybody do it quickly?
100,000 times what?
Times $2,000.
Just add the 3 zeros to it now. So 100,000, and that's 100 million. 200 million.
200 million.
Yeah.
Okay. So if on average, if someone, because Ike is not alone in talking about this, I've been hearing from a lot of people that they can't go home because of the situation in Nigeria. If there are 100,000 people who will have gone to Nigeria in maybe 6-month period, that's the amount of money that the country is losing because they didn't go. So there's an economic side to that issue that nobody thinks about. Anyway, CM, you're next. When we call CM, we'll have to pray that he's,
we have to.
Yes. Anyway, what I want to say is this: sometimes it's not that what keeps me up awake at night. Usually, it's always the cost of living in Nigeria, which is getting out of hand. However, I would like to add recent development concerning P2B's presidency and the effort some, people call them leaders, but to me, they are not leaders. Some typical Fulani politicians in Igbo land are thwarting P2B. These were the people that told Nnamdi Kanu, drop your Biafra agitation. By 2023, we will elect Igbo man as the president to address whatever marginalization or disadvantages imposed on Ndi Igbo. Nnamdi Kanu was trying to tell them, let them do something. Now, this is not the time, and they are the people thwarting it again. You see, that's why sometimes when people blame the youths or the young ones for asking for Biafra outright, they should understand that the people you call politicians or the leaders of Ndibo were the people that told Nnamdi Kanu, don't do this, drop Biafra, we will get presidency. Now the presidency is at our beck and call now, and they are the people going again to Tinubu to go and impose APC on Igbo land or bringing Atiku. Is it to bring Atiku or Tinubu? Is that why you told Nnamdi Kanu to drop Biafra? So that is sometimes when you look at it from the angle I'm seeing it, you will start to worry. I don't see why a typical Igbo politician should be campaigning for Tinubu. When you told Nnamdi Kanu to drop Biafra, that is his Igbo storm. Now you are campaigning for Atiku or Kwakwanso, as the case may be. So this is the hypocrisy. When I mean hypocrisy, it's everywhere. So I want people. If it doesn't keep you up awake at night, it keeps me, because when I remember this type of thing, I shed tears. You can't tell me to throw away the dirty water I'm drinking in the hope that you will give me clean water. And when I drop it, you are telling me that it's no longer that one. You are talking another thing. You see it? So if Nnamdi Kanu is out now, he will tell you, you said you don't want Biafra, you want Igbo presidency. Now, is Tinubu Igbo presidency? Is Atiku Igbo presidency? Is Kwakwanso Igbo presidency? So what are you talking? What is all this Chimaroke Nnamani and then what is it? Kenechukwu Nnamani, even us the Olisameto, what are they doing? What are they going for P2B? Are they not for PDP or APC? Is that Igbo presidency? Is that what they told Nnamdi Kanu to drop Biafra? That they will get Igbo presidency? This was 2019 up to 2020. Now what are we seeing? So you see, that's why people should not blame whatever agitation going on now. People have a reason, but some people do not reason it the way I've just brought it out. Ordinarily, the whole of Igbo politicians should have been saying either Obi or nothing. Then they are following Atiku, Ostachidoka. These are the people saying, no, now they cannot drop this agitation. We will get an Igbo man to be president. Is Atiku an Igbo man? Is Tinubu an Igbo man? So why telling Nnamdi Kanu to drop agitation? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ovie, you're next.
Yeah, what kept me up at night is this 30 years old brat called Sam Bankman Fred, who decided to squander the commonwealth of my village people under 1 week, $32 billion. That keeps me awake. But let's be serious here.
Did you invest? Did you put money there?
I put my village people put it their trust. I invested in.
Hold on, guys. This is on aside, but you know that Ovie has not been working for the past. He's been having a show around the clock. So I think he made money on cryptocurrency somewhere and just retired. Anyway, Ovie, go ahead.
I've never worked before, so I can't retire. Anyway, please, if you love athletics, if you love sport, Nigerian sport in particular, you can understand that there's National Sport Festival going on in Asaba, hosted by Delta State. You can go to other my platform, which is Village Athletics. We are in English, Pidgin, and Hausa. You'll get all the latest there. And then my own platform called Honor Politics. You guys are too serious. Come to my platform and laugh. It's our politics. There's nothing more to it. As I said before, the Pidgin version of "Do Not Die in Their War" is all on our politics. Come on, let's jolly. But one here, let's before we go into fight with anybody, let's understand that there's only one entity that has the monopoly of violence, and that is the state. Either the Nigerian state, American state, China state, they have the monopoly of violence. So whatever you are cooking, put that in mind. Two, at this point, I think it's clear here that what I've been saying is coming to fruition. The number Obi number one rival. If he's going to get 3 million votes at all in that zoo, he has to defeat Simon Ekpa. If he cannot defeat Simon Ekpa, I'm sorry, there's no way he's even going to smell Asura. At this point, it's becoming clearer. And again, to those that are talking about election, peaceful, whatever, let me give you breaking news. In the zoo, we are determined to hold a peaceful election, and that is what is going to happen. The election will be very peaceful, and one beautiful animal will be elected to be our president. Talking about the economy part of going home and not going home, Rudolph, I see where you are coming with that mathematics. But the problem we are facing is that those that are jacked in Nigerian states don't feed off foreign whatever that we are bringing in. The small here we did so don't do them. So yeah, if we want to starve the Nigerian state by not sending money back home, trust me, we are just empowering them to continue. So I would say, man, let's put it's already too late for us to say we want to have our own president. When I mean the people president, it's over. They've already selected them for us, Obi, Konkozo, whatever. Nigeria is not going to change the way we want it. But if we channel all these our madness, hungry, frustration, because everybody's at this point, the federal government is doing bad to everybody, not because you are from side. But ability for us to understand that as a common, there are two classes, those who are top and us, and put this energy together. If the energy is coming from just one region, it's not going to do anything. If it's coming from two regions, it's not going to do anything. There's a reason you need 4 regions to become president. So whatever your grievances is, try and carry 4 regions along and see what is going to happen. Or instead of locking innocent people at home, why can't you just invite all the representatives from the Southeast and lock them up? Lock them for one place. And you see whatever you actually want, because people will listen to you. But we don't have not that you have a senator in Abuja, House of Representatives, you have governors, you have pretty much. Then you are fighting. Nobody's going to take you serious. All right. You just end up letting people to being killed. That's it. So please follow my channel on our politics. I know they be serious, not just because they na Rudolph, of course. I'm trying to explain.
Thank you. Dominic, round it up.
You gave a view 4 minutes, but I'll try to keep it to 1 minute. What keeps you up at night is when I'm going to receive another text message, another call, in my family's group chat stating that one of our relations died because of something that was totally preventable. But that's what I wanted to add something. So IPOB, Indigenous People of Biafra, is an organization fighting for the re-establishment of the historical part of Nigeria called Biafra during the Civil War from 1967 to 1970. Biafra is the historical region, including parts of Igbo land and what is now called South, which I don't agree to that term. And then Igbo is an ethnic group spanning the southeast, some of what people call South-South, especially Niger Delta and some of Delta states. But I've noticed that in people making all of these arguments, people always conflate IPOB, an organization, Biafra, which is a historical region, which people are trying to agitate to bring back maybe a section of it. The Southeast is only a part of what was historical Biafra. And the third is people conflating millions of people in an ethnic group as if all of them are part of what is called IPOB. So I wanted to clear those terms because people keep confusing them. Something I wanted to address is one thing I've noticed, which is disappointing, is when you want to make an argument, you have to listen to the other person. So if someone is asking you a question and trying to get an understanding so they can be able to decide for themselves whether they accept your opinion or not, or ascribe to your philosophy, and you end up insulting that person or discounting that person or saying that person doesn't understand what is going on back home or doesn't feel the same pain of what is going on back home, it is very disappointing. Then you don't win anyone to your side. And so my things, what I wanted to express was straightforward. I had a question about if it is not that we don't understand what's going on and we don't feel the pain. My question was, how is this method of sit at home helping to bring about what you want if people end up suffering? That's the point I was trying to make. And for some reason, it seemed to have ruffled some feathers. And one thing I also wanted to mention, which people always talk about, is marginalization. I think the biggest mistake people make, especially some of my Igbo brothers and sisters make, is when we talk about marginalization, we're talking about the fact that there was no proper period of reconstruction after the Biafran War. And ever since then, there hasn't been enough investment done to develop the area, and things are left to be derelict. And so when someone says, "Oh, we'll give you Igbo president," it is an insult, because what you are doing is you are not trying to humble yourself to understand what marginalization is. All you are saying is it equates to us agitating for Igbo presidency. I personally think Igbo presidency is a distraction. Making an Igbo man president is not going to solve the problem, or is not the answer to the problem. It means that you don't understand what the fundamental question is, which is things have addressed. Right? Go to the Southeast now, it is a mess. And so putting an Igbo man there and expecting that all of a sudden magic is going to happen, he's going to be a president only for the Igbo section of Nigeria and not for everybody else. And he would not play politics just to be able to balance things out. You're deceiving yourself. And so whenever I come to this forum, I always try to stay neutral and try to carry a lot of people along and try to ask questions like Rudolph does. And Rudolph will not be a real journalist if he's not trying to stay neutral and talk more about the information rather than trying to express his opinions. And the last thing I would say is I never talk about what the election is going to hold in the Southeast or not, because personally I don't find any of those people running now, besides maybe Shore, and someone who really has passion for Nigeria, or someone who can say that he has 100% integrity. And when I say these things, I know that some obedience will attack me, but quite frankly, for me, I keep it straightforward. If a man has moved across many parties and has political ambition, it's hard for me to ascribe to that person's political philosophy. All I can do is just stand on the sideline. I will not block that person from winning election. I won't talk against that person, but at the end of the day, I'll try to make my points very clear. And I've always said it in this platform. Sure is perhaps the kind of leader we need, but at this time that we have, maybe we need someone like an Obi, who is part of the establishment, maybe has done some good things in Anambra to bridge that gap. I've always expressed this opinion, so I don't know why people are attacking me in the comment section.
All right, thank you.
It's not only you. I was called.
Of your job is hard, though.
Yeah.
Before I said I will stay cool, but
yeah. Before I say goodbye, let me play this. I want us to look at this, and then maybe that will help to smoothen things.
World Cup of 18. It is the day they will give the final day of the World Cup. The Antichrist will be ordained and introduced to the whole world in the day of the World Cup. Assign the Antichrist nìyẹn. Because everybody will focus television, stadium, internet to watch World Cup and Antichrist. So everybody will not say, I don't know. No. Because that World Cup will be what all the whole country of the whole universe will be watching. If you don't watch, somebody in your village will watch. If you don't watch, somebody in your street will watch. Somebody must watch that will announce to everybody that is not watching. It must be a World Cup day.
That's Mama G.O., Mommy G.O. So if you think we have problems, it may be bigger than we actually think.
That's obvious, Mama. Obvious auntie.
Is that a latest?
I want to thank everybody that joined us today, and people who are still here. Mr. Scribe, thank you so much for joining us. Dr. Dominic, thank you so much. CM, thank you so much. Ralph, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ike, thank you. And Ubiti, thank you. And so many other people who were here on behalf of the team, people who helped to put this all together. I thank you all for being here, and I will see you, for those who can join us tomorrow, with Dr. Kole Shetima. And if you can join us, we'll see you next week. And all the best, and stay safe. Don't do anything that I won't do. And for those who want to hang out after the show, we will be around for a few minutes. And thank you all. Take care.